Hello, my fellow code toasters. Welcome back to the Toaster Code, the only place on the internet where we learn to code fast before your smart toaster achieves sentience, takes your job, and writes better production code than you and me. And yes, I finally stopped hiding behind my VS Code themes. Why? So that now when your code breaks in production, you know exactly who to abuse in the comments. Please don't. Seriously, now you have a face to visualize when you are screaming at your monitor at 3 a.m. debugging a code. You're welcome. So, today we are tackling one of the most dramatic, emotional, and complicated topic in engineering. That's database, and specifically MySQL. So, I'm going to start this series, or probably it will be a long form video. I haven't decided yet. So, it will be a MySQL 0 to here where we are going to learn from absolute basic till absolute advanced. Here we are going from absolute zero, where you think key is just a stuff you lose when you are drunk, to absolute hero, where you are architecting a production level system. Now, why MySQL? Because let's be honest, your life is mess. Mine too. Your room is mess. Your sleep schedule is a non-existent, and your dating life, oof, that's just massive, unorganized, and pile of NoSQL documents. Other than the funny things, MySQL is something used by all the big tech giants in the industry, like Facebook, Twitter, Airbnb, Booking.com, Uber, GitHub, YouTube, etc. All these are using MySQLs. Not just that, like content management systems like WordPress, Drupal, Joomla, Conteo, all these are using MySQL at a very large level. So MySQL is still one of the best when you are comparing for a relational database. I'm not gonna give you a lot of buzzwords. We will dive deeper and we will learn everything step by step. No need to worry. So in this whole video, I'm going to talk about relational databases. I mean relational database, specifically MySQL. That is what we are going to learn over here. So to get out of all the mess in the world of relational database, we have standards. We have a structure. We have one to one relationship, which is what you thought you had with your ex until you saw their Snapchat streak. Then we have one to many relationship, which is basically your crush and the 500 friends in their DM. And we have foreign keys, which is exactly how your clingy friend attaches themselves to you when the bill arrives in the restaurant. So I personally believe is that if you have to learn something, then you have to build something. That's the best way to learn anything. And that's what I'm gonna apply here. We are going to build a full backend for a course selling platform. Why course selling platform? Because it course selling platform is something where you are going to utilize every single concept of our database. Here we will track the students, courses, most importantly, money. We need to track every single penny, unlike that one friend who forgot their wallet at dinner few years ago. So in SQL we call that a transactional rollback, and we don't tolerate it here. So I'm going to teach you schema design, indexing, SQL injection protection, and how to connect it all to backend using Node.js. And it's going to be long and it might hurt a little, but unlike your last relationship, I'm going to give you some closure. So grab your coffee, hide your credit card, and let's toast some code. So before jumping into code, let's see what all the things we are going to learn over here. Initially, we will dive into a bit of theory. I know it's very boring, but you have to understand the basic concepts of SQL. Even I'm not personally fan of theoretical parts, so even I'll try to give you only the basic things, only the necessary things, so that you can at least pass the interview and like you don't come back to me abusing me in the comment sections when you will fail the MySQL interview. Okay, so initially we will learn the foundations. That will be a theory part: data, database, DBMS, MySQL versus NoSQL. Then we will do the installation with MySQL and Workbench. Okay, if you are a fan of writing codes in the command section, then you will be happy. And if you are a fan of like seeing everything when you are doing it, then too you will be happy with the Workbench. Okay, then we are going to see all the data types: why integer, varchar, boolean, and all the things. Then we are going to see the architecture, that is the schema design. We're going to see CRUD operations. What's CRUD? Create, read, update, delete. In the table, how you are going to create the table, how you are going to read everything, how you're going to update and delete things. Okay, then how what's the best practices of creating a table, how you are going to choose which will be your primary key, which will be your foreign key, and all, how you will generate the user IDs, how you will store the password by hashing it and all. We will learn everything. Then we will learn relationships, not one with your ex. Here it's different: one to one, one to many, many to many to one, and all these relationships we will learn. Then we will learn something about data hygienes. Then we will learn about the query. We are going to learn query from phase 1 itself, but in phase 3 we will dive deep into the query, how you will join two tables, how you will, like, let's say you have a student's data in one table and parents data in another table. So when you have to join both table and find the data, something related to both tables, then how you will use the join, with join, how you can use count, average, sum, and other maths functions, how you can group by the tables, columns, and how you can use having, and all these things we are going to learn in phase 3. And as I told you, we are going to learn from zero to hero. So there will be something that is from senior level, that is the production level thing, that uh, generally interviewer expects you these things when you have like 4 or 5 years of experience. At that level, interviewers expect you to know these things, but here I'm going to teach you that, so that you don't have to ever go back to any other tutorial to learn MySQL ever again. So now, without wasting any time, let's quickly jump into it. And we need to cover the theory part a bit. Okay, I know that you want to type code, even I want to. But if you don't understand what a database is, you are just a monkey typing on keyboard. Okay, so first let's address the elephant in the room. Some of you work in the corporate jobs and you think that Excel is database. If you ever tell me that you are using Excel as your backend database, I'll personally come through the screen and uninstall your operating system. Excel is for accountants and people who hate the joy, but MySQL is for developers. We are developer, we are builders. So what is database? Or before going to database, let's see what is a data. Okay, so basically data is just a stuff, raw facts, your messy clothes, a random phone number written on any napkin, you might have got it in your pub. Or it's useless on its own. Okay, anything can be a data, be it your name, mobile number, age, email id, your name of your ex, name, the pet name of your ex, okay, or the car you drive. Anything can be a data that if you'll throw it to me, it will be a useless to me. But if you have to define it technically in the tech terms, then the data will be its data is raw, unorganized facts and figure that needs to be processed to have meaning. So now that you know what is data, now let's move to what is database. Imagine your room. The data is your clothes, okay, and database is your wardrobe. Now the way to arrange those data and put those data at a specific place, that's basically a database. You can see over here as the image of the wardrobe. A clothes is in a different section, books a different section, bags different section, hats in a different section. Okay, we are separating things. Okay, here clothes, books, bags, these are the data, and you are putting them in a different table. Let's imagine you have a chested drawers, multiple drawers stacked. Okay, in first of your drawer you are putting your t-shirts, in next drawer you are putting your socks, and in another drawer you are putting your pants. You cannot put your socks in your pants section, otherwise your mom is gonna be beating the shit out of you. Okay, and here mom is the DBMS, database management system, who manages everything. She controls the access, that is authentication. She yells at you if you put dirty socks in the clean drawer, or if you're putting socks in your t-shirts drawer. Okay, so without a DBMS, your data is just a pile of clothes on a chair. We all have that chair. Good luck finding a matching pair of socks from that pile of a chair. Okay, but if you will organize your socks in a specific drawer, you know where to find it whenever you want it. That's how database works. We put all the data at specific places. We separate the data based on its meaning. Okay, let's say we are storing the record of students, so we will create a table of student where we will store the students detail, like their name, their age, their phone number, their address. We will store these details, and these details are the data that we are going to store. Now, DBMS, the full form of DBMS is Database Management System. Okay, it's basically a bridge between users and database. It works as a mediator. That okay, if you are logged into Facebook, then there is a mediator between you and the Facebook's database. Whenever you are trying to log in, then the DBMS comes as a mediator between you and their database. Okay, if you are not registered in the Facebook's database, you won't be able to log in. We don't directly talk to the database. Okay, we talk to the mediators. Now we are talking about tables for so long. What is exactly is the table? So table is basically a collection of row and column. Okay, if you'll see, we have a collection of row and column. This is basically a table. Here, in the case of roll number, we have stored all the roll numbers. In case of name, we have stored all the name of the students. Here we have their age, and here we have their branch IDs. Okay, this is how we store data in the table. A collection of row and column is basically a table. And in MySQL, since SQL is the full form of SQL is structured query language. We'll see about it later, just in few seconds. So SQL is basically structured query language. Okay, and this is the when we are talking about structured query language, this is what structure means. We are storing everything structured way. Okay, we are storing everything like if we have the student table, then inside that we are not going to store the detail of their crush. I mean, we can technically, but no. Students, inside the students table, we will store all the details that is related to a student, necessary details, not any random things. And we are going to store it structured. In place of roll number, you're not going to put his favorite color. That okay, he need red. Okay, that's not how it works. If it's a place for roll number, we are going to store only roll numbers. So this is what basically table is. Now database, we have two things: SQL and NoSQL. We have two types of database. SQL is structured query language, and NoSQL, oh, its full form is amazing. That's not only SQL. Okay, that's the full form of NoSQL. And SQL is relational database, as we just talked. Here, everything is related to each other. If we have one table for student and we have another table for its marks, then how each the student ID is connected to the another table, so that we can map the data. That's how it is related to each other. This is what we call it, relational database. SQL is relational database. Okay, and NoSQL is a non-relational database. So in tech currently, if you'll see, there is a biggest war that we should use SQL or NoSQL, but deep down every company uses both because both have a different use case. Okay, so since if you guys have watched my previous videos on the channel, if you haven't, please do. Then you probably if you have watched my previous videos, then you probably love MongoDB, as I have already used MongoDB in my previous projects in the video. Okay, and you might love JSON. With that, you love freedom. But let me explain the difference in terms you will understand. Let's understand with the concept of dating. Okay, we all love dating. SQL, it is like marriage. Okay, SQL is like marriage. It's strict. You have a contract, and you agree beforehand on the rules, and it's structured. You can't just bring home a random goat one day. Okay, the schema will be, hey, no goat allowed in the living room, and the database enforces that. As I told you, in case of roll number, you cannot put their favorite color. If it's a roll number, you can only input the integers, or if a roll number contains alphanumeric, that will be work. But that should be only roll number, nothing else. This is what structured means. And database enforces you. Whenever you will create a table, when we are going to create table in just few minutes, whenever you will create the table, you will specify that okay, roll number should be either integer or alphanumeric with only this length. Okay, it cannot be anything other than else. Okay, so like that. And SQL is safe. SQL is safe. It promises acid compliances. Okay, it will never lose your data or your trust. Now what is acid compliances? Just forget about it for now. Okay, we will learn about it in detail in coming videos. Okay, Now let's see NoSQL. NoSQL is like a situationship. You know situationship? You and your crush, or maybe your ex. Yeah, that's what situationship is. So situationship is like it's flexible, no label, no schema, just vibes. And you can move in together on the first date. Like you can create a table and you can write a single line of code where you are creating the table, okay, and inserting the data at the same time. So it's fast and it's flexible, but it's dangerous. One day you wake up and you realize you have 50 different versions of the truth. Data is duplicated everywhere and you don't know what you are anymore. So this is what happens in case of NoSQL. But everything has pros and cons. There are some cons with SQL, there are some cons with uh, NoSQL, but we have to focus on pros. Okay, don't think that okay, MySQL is gone. No, still every single big company uses MySQL and it will keep doing so. NoSQL is not going anywhere. So for this course, we are growing up, we are getting married, and we are using MySQL. We want structure. We want to ensure that if a user buys a course, the data is locked down, verified, and safe forever. But now, as we talked, that SQL is structured query language. We already discussed. We already discussed what is structured. You already know what is language. What is this query? In MySQL, query is a statement or command, you can say, that we tell database that okay, you have to perform this. Okay, here as you see, this is how we write query in MySQL. Select asterisk from customer. Here asterisk means everything that is available in this customer table. Just print me that, give me that. Okay, in simple word, if you have to write this in plain English, then give me everything that you have in the customer table. This is how we write it. Okay, and if you will notice one thing over here, this select, this from, this is written in capitals. This is basically just a nomenclature we follow in the tech industry, that whatever related to the SQL, okay, be it their predefined functions or name of the functions, we write it in caps lock. It's not uh, it's not hard and fast rule, or it's not a case sensitive thing. If you will write this in a small letter, it will still be the same, it will still work the same way. Okay, but we just follow this practice, and I will recommend you to use the same. Okay, follow the same practice. Okay, here the table names and all, they can be case sensitive, but not the functions and predefined keywords. They are not case sensitive at all. And if you'll see here, we are ending it with the semicolon. Okay, we are ending with the semicolon. Why semicolon? Because this is a way to tell the database that okay, this query is finished here, this is the query, and it finished here, this query ends here, just like a full stop in English. That's why we use semicolon. You can write multiple queries in the same line by separating them with the semicolon, and the database will work, the query will work perfectly fine. Now let's learn about SQL a bit more. Let's see understand it with a different analogy. Okay, so think of database as a kitchen full of food. Here food means data, and you are the customer, you are hungry, you want food, that means you want data. Okay, so you do not walk into the kitchen and start grabbing foods from your bare hands. The chef is gonna put you into pieces and make a toast of you. Instead of that, what we do exactly, we walk into the restaurant and we ask the waiter, okay, that hey, bring me this. And to talk to the waiter, you use the language SQL, and you will say the waiter that hey, uh, get me the burger with cheese. Okay, get me the burger with the cheese. This is what you'll tell the waiter, and waiter will get you that food. But you will tell this in a SQL query way. What will be the SQL query? That hey, select burger from menu where cheese equals to true. Something like okay, something like this you will tell to the waiter, and the waiter will go to the kitchen, get the burger, and bring it to you if it's present. But if you will speak gibberish to the waiter, You will starve. You will starve to the death, my friend. So if you will ask for a taco at a sushi place, wrong schema. Okay, you will starve. This is why we need to learn the syntax. So basically this is what SQL means, and this is what the theory I was going to I was about trying to explain you. SQL is very easy to use. It's basically like writing English, just with using the SQL's keyword. If you'll see here, select burger from menu where cheese equals to true. We are writing English, but we are just using few keywords from MySQL's dictionary. That's it. So you got it what SQL is and how it works. Basically, you will tell the database management system that okay, connect me to this database and get me the data. Then database will call the then DBMS will call the database, and it will check if the data is present. Then it will get you the data. As simple as that. This is how it works. That's it. It's like you will connect to DBMS and DBMS will connect to the database. Okay. If the data is present, then database will return it to DBMS. DBMS will return the data to you. You will send the query. It will also send the query to database, and you will get the data. Ah, sorry, wrong diagram here. So it works like this. You will send the query to DBMS. DBMS will send use that query and ask the database that okay, this is what the user has requested. You have this. If you have this, then just give it to me, or whatever written in the database. Like if you want to delete anything, if you have the data, DBMS will ask the database that okay, user wants to delete this. If you have this, then delete it, and the database will do so. That's it. So now that's the theory I have for now. We will learn a bit more theory coming times, but for now, that's the theory. Not much. Even my throat is dry, and I need to see some terminal windows now. Okay, so now let's install MySQL and start breaking things. I already had MySQL up and running in my system, but just for you, I'm gonna uninstall that and install that once again for you. Okay, so that we can be on the same page once again. Let's keep moving. All right, so let's move ahead, and now let's just download the MySQL Workbench. We are done with the theory part. Even I'm bored with teaching you theories. Okay, when we will need anything, then at that time only I will just I will bore you for few minutes for theoretical part. Okay, otherwise we will just learn by doing things. So now to write the MySQL query, we need MySQL Workbench. Or you can, if you don't want to use Workbench, you can just install MySQL Server or dviewer or PHP MyAdmin or whatever you prefer. MySQL platform, anything will work. Okay, because we are going to write query, we are not going to do anything manually or using the buttons and all. No, we are developers and we are going to learn everything by writing queries. Okay, so you can follow along with anything, but for this tutorial I'm going to use MySQL Workbench. Okay, so you will just search download MySQL Workbench, and this is the website dev.mysql.com. Okay, or I will put the link in the description of the video. If you will just click on this, just one thing, I'm just explaining on this very fast because I have already recorded this part. Almost 2 hours of recording I already done, and then when I was just checking that recording, the audio was very bad with very noise or something. So now I'm doing the same part again and again. So now I'm not going to show you the whole installation process. Okay, although it's very simple, but if you'll get any issue, just put that in the comment section, and it's my guarantee that I will reply to your comment of if you have any issue within half an hour. That's my guarantee to you. So if you'll see over here in the download section, it's available for all the operating systems, be it Windows, Linux, Oracle, Red Hat, Mac OS, everything. Okay, so I'm on the Windows machine, so I just select Windows and just uh, click on this download option. Okay, and just start download, and it will start download. Okay, I already have it, so I'll just now show you by running the uh, download file here. This is what you will download. Okay, MySQL Workbench Community Edition, and once you will just run this, it will come. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so the process is very simple. Just keep doing next, 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 and it will be installed. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do any configuration or anything. Just click on the next, and here I'm getting option of modify, repair, or remove because I already have it. But for you, there will be an option. Okay, just two options: complete download or custom download. Since I will recommend you to just go with the complete download, and you don't have to do anything. Everything will be ready by this installer itself. If you are experienced, then you can just go with the custom download and download only the program that's necessary for you. That's it. All right. And if you'll just keep doing next, 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 it will be good to go. Okay, and it will be installed in just 5 minutes. So I'll just quickly skip this part, but if you have any issue, just comment in the description. Sorry, just put the comment and I'll be very happy to help you. I'll just open the workbench, and let me tell you, the UI is very bad. If you'll see this contrast, I can't change it. Okay, no one can change it. This is what we are stuck with. It's very bad, very ugly, I know, but we have to deal with it, because anyway you don't have to be worried about it. So once you will open this, this is the page you will reach, and at the left bottom left corner, you will see over here MySQL connections. So if you have ever used MySQL in your system, I mean, if you have ever installed MySQL, there will be a connection already present. Okay, if not, then just click on this plus button over here. Okay, and just instead of host name, just put the local host. Okay, select a username, leave the port by default. Okay, and you have to choose a password. Okay, and then just okay, that's it. The connection will be done. So I already have a connection. I'll just click on it, and here we are. This is the place we are going to work. Okay, so you don't have to worry about anything, about the UI or anything. I know you can it's very hard for you in the video to read the options, but don't worry, we are not going to use these things. Cool. So if you are here, if you have reached till here, good. If not, then just please reach till here, so that now we can move ahead. And now if you have to test that everything is working fine or not, then there is just run just one command: show databases. Okay, now you might be wondering that I have not created any databases. Then don't worry, my friend. There are already some databases in your system that's by default, like system MySQL database. Yeah, there will be a database named MySQL. Then there will be a database named users. There will be a database named SYS systems. Okay, so if you will write this thing, this is the editor where we write all the queries. Okay, and these are you can see these flash options. Okay, so you can use this to execute the query. There is one option which will execute everything, and there is another option which will execute only the part you have selected or where the cursor is. Got it? So this is a command, show databases. It will show you all the database that is present currently. So, and there is a shortcut key to run this: command plus enter or control plus enter. If you will just run it, here is the all the output you can see over here. This is the databases list: bug tracker, dev elevator, etemp. Information schema is already predefined, or system database I have not created it. MySQL database I have not created. Performance schema I have not created. This is all pre-built, and you will see this in your system too. Okay, and toaster school, this is what I created for this tutorial, but now the video is gone. So now I will just delete this database and I will show you everything again. So if you are going is seeing this thing, that means everything is absolutely perfect. We are just ready to start writing the MySQL queries. Okay, so let's just quickly start with it. Let me first delete this toaster school. Okay, so that we can and move ahead. I'll just do drop database, and I will put the name of database toaster school. Yes, and I will just do it. And you can see over here, this is the output part. I mean, this is not the output. This will just show you that whatever the query you are running, whether this query runs successful or not. Here you can see I'm getting this green tick. If there will be any issue or the query is wrong, you will get a cross mark, red cross, that the query is wrong. And over here, one row affected, instead of this, you will see an error. That what is the actual error? So we just dropped the database. Let me just check the database now. Show databases, and hopefully the toaster school is gone. Yeah, you can see the toaster school is gone now. And you don't have to delete the queries from here. You can move to next line and you can write it. Okay, next time just select the query which you are going to run and run that query, and that's fine. You can just leave everything over here. Okay, so now let's quickly jump onto it, and we will just create our database first. Okay, because we need a container first. Okay, in MySQL, if you don't have a database, you don't have a home basically. Okay, you are just a homeless data. So first we will create a database, and inside the database we will create all the tables. We have already seen what the database is, what is data, what is table. Okay, so let's just create the database first. And to create the database, as I told you, MySQL is very simple. Whatever you have to do, just write the plain English almost. Okay, if I have to create a database, I'll just do create database and the name of the database. I'll just go with Toaster School. As I have already told you what we are going to make. We are going to make a course platform. Okay, where there will be instructors, there will be students, there will be admin. Okay, who will manage, who will upload the course. Student will enroll into the course. This is what we are going to make. So this is done. If I'll just do control enter, here database is created. Let's just run this show database again, and here we have Toaster School back again. So the database is created. I'll also keep putting the comments over here. So this is how you write comment over here. I'll just give some space, create database. Okay, and so now database is created. What we need now? So the database is created and we have multiple database. Now if we have to create the table, then we have to use this Toaster School database, because where you are going to create the table, there are 10 databases over here. Okay, so for that we have to tell the MySQL that, hey, use Toaster School database. Okay, from now onwards, and do whatever query I will write, just execute the query in that database only. Okay, so for that we have to run, let me just write a command, use db. Okay, db is a short form for database, and here you just have to do use Toaster School. If I will just run it, yes, now we are in the Toaster School database. If you don't run this, MySQL is like a confused delivery driver. It has a package, that is your query, but it doesn't know which house to drop it in. Got it? So now MySQL knows that whatever query you will run, I have to run this inside this Toaster School database. Now we need, so inside the Toaster School database, what all things we need? So as we are going to make Toaster School, the first thing we have in our system is users. So let's create a table for users first. Okay, and how we are going to create a table, how we create a table, I'll just show you. Create table. This is the this create table I've written, that is a comment. Okay, this is not a query. Now I will write the query, and query to create a table is very simple. Create table, and the name of the tables, let's make keep it users, because user is already a keyword in the MySQL. So don't put user as your table name. Okay, it will work, but there will be some conflicts. So now we are going to write, create the tables, but inside the tables there will be some columns. As we have already seen how we write the tables, we have columns. Okay, where we put all the data in the row. Got it? That's how we create the table. That is the table collection of row and column. So we have to define which all tables we need. So inside this bracket, we are going to write all the columns. So the very first thing we need is, wherever you have created an ID, be it on Facebook, Instagram, everywhere, you have an ID. Okay, that you don't see that ID. I'm not talking about username, I'm talking about an ID of the user that you don't see. You can't see those ID. That's just for a reference for the table that will show how many users I have. Okay, and it will keep auto incrementing on its own. Okay, users don't fill this detail ID. You have never filled an ID anywhere. I mean, ID will be a number. Okay, that is by default in the system. I mean, we put it by default. I'll just show you that how it works. So I'll just name ID. Okay, we need an ID, and ID will be of type integer. Integer will give me the detail that, let's say today I have 10 users. Tomorrow I will have a million of user in my system. So with the help of ID, I can keep a track that how many users I have. Okay. So ID will be of type integer, and we will not let user enter this ID. So how then we will keep a track? We will use auto increment. What it will do, if you will register the as a first user, it will save your ID as one. If you will there will be a new user will come, that the user will get two itself. MySQL will handle that for you. Okay, like user 1, user 2, user 3, you don't have to do anything to it. And then we will make it primary key. Now what is primary key? Let's get back to theory once again. I'm sorry for it, but it's very important. So in MySQL, there is a thing called constants or key constants. Both are same thing. Okay. So what the constant is? So SQL constants are used to specify rules for the data in table. Okay. What it is? It rules for data in table. Okay. Basically, constraints are used to limit the type of data that can go into the table. This ensures the accuracy, reliability of data in the table. So we have multiple key constants. Okay, uh, they are, and few of them are very important, which we are going to use. Okay, that is not null. What it is not null? It ensures that a column cannot have a not null value. Okay, when we will as you can see over here, I have used this as primary key. Instead of this, I mean, in some other column, we will set that not null. Like if you are asking user to enter their first name or last name, you need that. You can't let user just leave the name field blank, because who is the user then? How you will identify the user? So for that, we will specifically mention a constant that first name and last name column cannot be null. So there we will use not null constant. Okay, then we have after not null we have unique. As the name suggests, if we will put in any column that it will be unique, like email ID, so then what it will do, in one table there will be just one person, there will be just one ID with the same email ID, with email ID. There cannot be a duplicate entry in unique. Okay, it's not possible. When we will mention that this column will be unique, then that column cannot have any duplicate entry. It will not let a user enter any duplicate entry. That's the job of unique. Then we have a primary key, that the one we just used in place of ID. So primary key is basically a combination of these two. Primary key is a combination of not null and unique. So if I have mentioned that the this key ID will be a primary key, that means primary key cannot be null, I mean, ID cannot be null and ID cannot have any duplicate entry. That's the job of primary key. Okay, and in one table there will be just one primary key. You cannot make more than one primary key in one table. Got it? Then we have foreign key. And also for primary key, you can do one thing, that you can make group more than one column to make one primary key, but there will be only one primary key in the table. You cannot make more than one column as primary key in one table. Okay. Then we have foreign key. Foreign key is basically it works as a link between two tables. Okay, let's see with an example. Let's say I have one table over here. It has a ID and name. Okay, this is user table. Then we have a order table. Okay, what I have over here is order number, order ID, and uh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay, we have two tables, a user and order table. Okay, I'll just add another column over here, that will be user ID. Okay, now what will, let's say we have an ID of one, name xyz, another user with id 2, his name is maybe abc. Okay, let's say another, we have another user. Okay, let's say we have another user having name any. Okay, we have three users. It's imagine it like an Amazon. You have an ID on Amazon. Okay, so on Amazon there will be a different table for the users and there will be a different table for ID. And here if you'll see this ID, this ID is a primary key over here. Okay, this is a primary key. And when we have an order table, now who ordered anything? Let's say you ordered something, you ordered an iPhone. Okay, so there will be an order number, maybe let's say 1 2. Okay, and there will be an order ID, maybe 7743. Who ordered this? Let's say user 2 ordered this, so there will be a user ID of 2. Okay, now how this user 2, how we can identify from order table that who is user 2? So for that, what we will do, this user ID from order table, this one, this will act as a foreign key, and this will be linked with this primary key. So this is how this is the relationship between foreign key and primary key. Foreign key should always be linked with some another primary key from another table. That's the only job of foreign key. Foreign key in this user ID, it cannot have a user ID of 5 because there is no 5 in this primary key. In primary key, in users table, we have just three users, 1 2 and 3. So there cannot be a user ID 5 over here. That's why we make foreign key and primary key. Got it? I'm not going to bore you with more theory. That's why I made a diagram to explain you that there is one primary key and there is one foreign key, but both will be on different table. You cannot let's say I have one table users. Okay, and there is a primary key and there is a one column as foreign key. You cannot connect those two. Both primary key and foreign key should only be connected when they both are in different tables. Okay, you cannot connect the primary key and foreign key in the same table. Got it? So this is all about key constants. Okay, there are more key constants, but these are the only important ones and more ones, but I'll also tell you that what are others. uh, like there are few more constants that are check. What check will do? So whenever we will make any column, we can put a condition there. Let's say age, we can put a condition that user should be more than 18 years. So if a user will enter age 16, database will not store that date input. Okay, so that is the place where we put a check. it will ensure the condition we have put. Okay. Then we have default is something like where we give user some options, and if the user will leave it empty, user is not gonna fill it, we will put a default value. uh, let's say you are logged into our toaster school. So who all what are the roles of users that can be on the toaster school? On toaster school there will be students, there will be teacher, instructors, okay, and there will be an admin. These are the only three roles. So when we will ask the users to input, okay, let's say user is not in the mood to fill that input field, okay, so what we will do is we will put a default value that whoever will log in, if you are not, if you have not selected the instructor specifically, we will put default student. Okay, that's default value. You can set a default value in the column. If user will not enter, in that case that value will be placed. If user will enter something, then the default value will not work there. Okay. Then we have create index. So we make some indexings in the table. It's a very advanced concept. We will learn it ultimately after some time, not now. In the coming video we are going to learn what is indexing, but for now just learn that when we make any when we create an index on any column, that then we can retrieve data from that index very fast. Got it? For now this is just understand it that we use the create index to retrieve data very fast, okay, very quickly. So this is all about key constants. Now I'm not going to bore you with any more theory, I swear. Okay, done. I'll just throw my ipad, and now let's just jump on to write code. So we have id, that is auto increment and primary key. Then we need first name of the user. So we will first name, okay, first name will be of type alphabets. Okay, in place of name, name will make as varchar. What is varchar? Varchar is basically varchar is where you put characters. Okay, there are two options, either you can use text or varchar, but text is for long form. Let's say I'm asking you to enter your bio, okay, and write your bio or a description about yourself, or tell me about yourself, something that field. There you have to put as text, but not in case of name. No one has a name of 300 or 400 words. Okay, so we will use varchar, and we will give a length of to varchar. Let's say we'll give length as 50. I don't think anyone have a first name uh, more than the length 50. I mean, this is what I'm imagining. Okay, we will just put 50 as the limit. Okay, and we will make it not null. We just saw what not null is. This is a key constant, just like primary key. So first name will be a mandatory. Now user cannot leave this field empty. Then we will write last name will be of also type varchar, same as first name. We'll put 50, uh, not null. You have to enter first name and last name. Okay, then we need email of the user. Okay, uh, email will also be of type varchar. Email can have numbers and characters both, numbers and alphabets both. So we'll do varchar, and email can be long, so let's give it 255. Okay, and we will put not null and unique key constant. We will not let a same email id to be used in more than one id. Okay, it's like you have one email id and you are creating 10 user id on the website. No, that's not allowed. From one email id should be associated with just one user. Okay, then we need roles. Role is already a keyword over here. As you can see, it turned out blue. So role is already a keyword in MySQL, so we'll name it roles. Okay, now roles will be in toaster school. There will be either student, instructor, or admin. Okay, so we will put roles, and we will, if you will give such things as option to users, Then users are just on a next level. There is a golden rule of development: never trust users input. Okay, user will enter anything. So what we will do is, in place of roles, we will give user some option. If user is entering any gibberish, it will be discarded. Okay, so what we will do, we will make enum. Enum is for option. Even enum is for providing options. Okay, here we will provide option that user will be either a student. Let's make it small. User will be either student or instructor or admin. Okay, if user is trying to enter Batman, then no Batman is allowed at Toaster School. Okay, you have to buy the student, instructor or admin. That's it. And let's say user have not filled this detail. So what we will do is, we will put a default value, default, and here we will give student. If user will not enter anything in the roles, then students will work. If let's say user has selected instructor or admin, then the role will be admin or instructor for the user. Okay, now what else we need? Can you think of something? I can think of one more thing. In this users table, we also need a record that when this user has registered to our platform, right? So what we will do is, we will put another created at. Okay, what this created at do, created at will store the timestamp of uh, the time of registration. So it's like you don't have to enter the timestamp. We will let this MySQL system fill it. What we will do is, we will use timestamp. Okay, and we will put a default value over here. Default will be current. Now see what this will do is, let's say you have this MySQL on any server. Let's say you have hosted it on maybe AWS or Google Cloud or in your local system. So what it will do is, it will take the local time from your system. If it is running on any server, it will take the time from that server. If it is running on your system, it will store the time from your system. Got it? This is what this will do. And I think our table is ready. We just have to create this. Let's just go through it once. Create table, this is a command. Okay, and the name of the table, users. Okay, inside this parenthesis, we will pass all the columns. First column will be id. What it will do is, it will give uh, it is of type integer. Okay, it will be of auto increment, so that we don't have to like increment the user manually. Okay, one user registered, so the next user will be two. No, MySQL will handle it on its own. Okay, then we will make it primary key, so that it cannot be null and it has to be unique every time. All right, then we have first name of type varchar of length 50. First name cannot be more than 50 length. Okay, and also it should not be null. Same with the last name. Email will be same varchar, we have given the length of 255. And then email cannot be null, and email has to be unique. Okay, there should not be any duplicate entry in the field of email. Then we have roles. Okay, if you are uh, let's say inserting mobile number, then mobile number should also be unique. Okay, roles. Roles will be, we will give options as student, instructor and admin, nothing else. Okay, I'm locking this down. You can only be a student, instructor or admin. You cannot be Batman. Okay, because SQL loves structure. That's what SQL is all about. It's structured query language. And by default it will be a student. If you will not select any of the options, it will take student. Okay, then we have a created at. The created app will be of type timestamp. Just like we have a type varchar, we have type integer, we have a type enum. This created at will be of type timestamp. Okay, and default value will be current timestamp. Current timestamp will take the default time from the system. All right. If we have done this, we'll select this and I will just hit control enter and hopefully it should work. Yeah, over here you can see the green tick, create table is successfully. So how we will check if the table is created or not? Check the table, and for that we have a command. Just like show databases, we have a command of show tables, and I will just hit it, and here we have users table. Now if you have to see that what is inside this table, I mean how this table looks, so for that we have a command of describe table. What the command is? desc, and the name of the table users. If you will run this, here you can see this is the, I'll just bring it down over here. uh, Let me extend this. Over here you can see field type, null yes or no, key, default, and extra. Okay, we have a field id of type integer, null no, id cannot be null, it is a primary key, it doesn't have any default value, and extra is auto increment. Then we have first name varchar 50, null no, it can't be null, it's not any key. Okay, or no extra default value. Same with the last name. Email is of varchar 255 length. Okay, null no, it can't be null. Key, it is a unique key. Okay, then we have roles. We have three options: student, instructor, and admin. Null, yeah, it can be null, but if the user will leave it null, we will put a default value of as student. Okay, then we have this created at is of timestamp. uh yes, it can be null, but we have a default value of current timestamp, so it doesn't matter if the user will leave it empty. I mean, we are not going to ask user to put the timestamp. Okay, that's by default, user will not enter this timestamp. Got it? So this is how our table looks. So now we have got the table. Now what we need? We need data in the table. So you understand the table, right? First, that's the very crucial part, that if you'll not understand how the table is and what is everything, then you are not going to write, you won't be able to write how we can insert the data. Because first you have to understand the table, then only you can insert data. You will know what type of data it is. Or if you'll see, this is integer and auto increment. What is this is the id, and I don't want to manually number my users like a savage. Okay, so MySQL will handle the counting for me. Okay, like user 1, user 2, user 3. Then we have varchar instead of text. So varchar, because names are short, and text is for your x4 paper apology letter. Okay, we don't need that much space over here. Okay, so we are not going to waste the space. Always write optimized code. Okay, then we have email is of type unique. Okay, unique because this is very crucial. We cannot have two people with the same email id. It's just like you can't have two girlfriend with the same name. Okay, it gets confusing and very dangerous. Okay, and enum, as I told you, we don't need batman in our system, so either it will be student, instructor, or admin. That's it. Now let's just jump in and let's insert the data. Empty table is not looking good. Insert data. I will give you this whole SQL file, so you don't have to be worried, but don't be lazy and do it with me. Okay, just keep typing and see if everything is working fine or not. Okay, first see here, then pause the video, take a break, and then try to do it yourself. That's how you will learn things. So let's insert data. How we insert data is, we will do insert into, okay, and then we name of the tables, users. Okay, and here we will pass the fields, all the fields where we are going to put the user details. Okay, what all fields we have to fill? id we don't have to fill, timestamp we don't have to fill. Okay, so now we are left with first name, last name, email, and role. That's it. Okay, so we will pass over here that sorry, first name, last name, email, and roles. Now be very careful when you are writing this. Okay, I have written this in this order: first name, last name, email, roles. Okay, so I'll just show you why I'm telling this, that be very careful over here. Then we'll do values. Okay, let's just move into next line. I'll just give some space over here. Okay, value in place of values we will put, let's add maybe John. This is the first name, and maybe Doe. We all know John Doe. If you are into programming, you must know who is John Doe. Then let's add some email for John Doe at the rate mail.com. Okay, and then role, uh, let's make him our student. And yeah, this is how you will insert the data. Now why I told you to write this thing very carefully, because if you'll see first name, okay, if you have written the first name at first place, then here in place of values John will be your first name. Okay, this thing matters a lot. First name will be John, last name will be Doe, email will be johndoe at the rate mail.com, and role will be student. If you will put this student over here John, then the first name will be student, because whatever order you have mentioned over here, okay, after this name of the table, this data will be in the same order it is going to be stored. I'll show you. If we'll just make it normal, and let's just insert a normal data. If we'll do control enter, it's inserted. Okay, now how you will see if you have anything in the table or not? For that we will do um, print table data, and to print the data we have a command of select asterisk from uh, users. What this command does is select, means select every select asterisk means everything, select everything from users table. Whatever there is, the data is present in the users table, just print every single thing that is there in the table. If I'll just run this, this is how the data is present over here. You can see the id 1, we have not inserted the id, and see the timestamp over here. It took 9 minutes and 39 seconds. It's currently 12:10 a.m. Okay, so the hour will be 0, and it's 30th December. Got it? This is how it takes: first name John, last name Doe, email johndoe at the rate mail.com. This is how you insert the data in the table. If you want to insert multiple data at once, what you can do is, uh, let's just change John Doe is already done. Maybe John, uh, let's add John Smith maybe. Okay, and let's give him some email: smithjohn at the rate mail.com. Let's make him instructor. Okay, and what you can do is you can just put a comma again, and here you can write another value, something maybe. Let's give myself Priyanshu, first name. uh, don't forget to put the comma over here. Okay, Dubai. All right, then I need email: Priyanshu at the rate mail.com. Oh my god, forgetting to put the this things again and again. And let me make myself as admin. Okay, now there is one more thing. If I'll just show you an error, I will create that error manually. um, Let me add maybe Jane. Okay, Jane cow. All right, and I'll give her a email: Jane at the rate mail.com. Okay, and let's not give the last name currently. Okay, we gave the uh, email, and we will make her student. Okay, now if we will run this, it is going to give me an error. Why? I'll show you. If I will just run it, I have to put it up. Over here you can see we got this red cross. Okay, error, column count doesn't match value count at 3. At row 3 over here, it says that column count doesn't match value count. Here if you'll see, we have said first name, last name, email and roles. We have mentioned 4 column names, and here we have passed just 3 values. You cannot do this. Even if there will be a default value of last name, then too, if you have mentioned the roles, you have to enter the role. Okay, so here I'll just put the last name back, Jen Cow. Okay, now if we'll run this, we will have 3 more records in our table. If I'll run this, see, we got the green tick again. Okay, let's just print the data and see, we have John Doe, John Smith, okay, instructor, Priyanshu Dubey as admin, Jane Cow as student. So basically this is how we insert the data. This is the bulk insert. And if you'll notice, I didn't added the ID or the created at. Why? Because MySQL does that for me. Okay, it's like a good assistant. It basically handles the paperwork, so I can focus on the logic. So now this is how, so we just saw how we can create a table. Okay, how we can create the database, and how we can print the data. But this prints all the data, print all table data. What if you just have to print the first name? Then what you will do? Print specific data column will be a better option. Okay, what you will do is select, let's say I just need first name, so I'll do select first name from users. If I'll do this in place of asterisk, asterisk means everything, but instead of this, what I'll do is I will just name the column that print me only first name. Okay, and if I'll run this, here I have only the first name. You can even group things like first name, and I also need last name. So now it will print me first name and last name. Even if you need ID as well, you can just write it, and here you have first name, last name, ID. So like this is how you can get a specific column or a group of some columns. Okay, and here in MySQL, order really matters. See over here, I have mentioned first name, last name and ID like this, and it printed me in the same order: first column first name, second column last name, third column ID. But if you'll print this, select asterisk from users, you will see a different order. Here you see ID, first name, last name, email, roles and created at. This is the exact order in which we had created the table. Here if you'll see the create table, first first column will be ID, then first name, last name, email, roles, created at. And this is the original order of your table. But here in case of select, whichever order you will give, it will print the data in the same order. So order really matters over here. Okay, so this is the generic select statement, but there are few things by which you can print by adding some conditions. Okay, you can put some conditions and using the where clause. What is where clause? I'll show you. So using the where clause, you can print something like let's say I need to print the user whose ID is 2. Okay, so what I will do is I'll do select asterisk from users where ID equal to 2. If I will run this, I will get this John Smith. Let me just run it, and I will get all the data of John Smith, nothing else. What it does is, where clause is like, it will work as a loop. Okay. Or if you know loop, good. If not, then it's like a directory. You are searching something in a directory. Okay. I have like almost six or five records in the table, and I just added that. Just give me the data where ID equal to 2, and you can see ID is 2, and I got the data. Or you can use multiple things over here, like between, like, and, or. Okay, I'll show you. Few more things, like select asterisk from users where ID, sorry, ID between. What we can do is, let's print between 2 and 4. Okay, what it will do, it will print me all the users whose ID is between 2 and 4. Here, 2, 3 and 4: John, Priyanshu and Zain. ID 2, 3 and 4. Or let's say you want to print something, print all the users whose name start with J. So we have two users whose name start with J. Okay, so let's just print that. How you will do this? Select asterisk from users where maybe first name. Okay, let's give in the first name, like, and here we will put that, like, percent J. Okay, and that's it. What it will do is, in first name it will check anything that starts with J. Okay, all in the column first name, any name that starts with J, it will print that. If I'll do control enter, what happens? Oh, sorry, I J and then J and then percent. I'm so sorry. Yes, John and Jane. We have three users with the name starting with J. What it does is, J and after that anything. Okay, if I will do J and O. Okay, Jo, then it will just give me two John, not the Jane. If I'll just do this, see, John. And if I'll do over here A, what it will do is Jane. Here it means that Ja, and then the percent means anything after this, doesn't matter. If it just starts with Ja, okay, just give me the data. That what it means. And you can group multiple conditions over here as well, using and or operator. How? I'll just show you. Let's just print all the data first, so that we can see what we can print. Let's add another user, okay, with this same name. I'll just copy it here below. Okay, values, will just enter the same user. Okay, but we will change its email ID. Okay, because email cannot be duplicate, it should be unique. uh, or let's just enter the same user again once. Okay, I'll show you what you will get the error over here. If I will just trying to insert this data, I'll do this, and we have an error over here. I'll show you here. Error, duplicate entry. You can see over here it's very tiny. I'm sorry, um, I cannot increase this font. Okay, but here you will get the error that duplicate entry priyanshu @email.com for key user.email. You cannot insert this. Okay, but if we will change the email, then we don't have any unique or things like that in the name or roles. Okay, so we can do dubai@mail.com. Okay, and let's keep him admin, let's leave him admin, or maybe let's make him student. Now if we'll try to insert this, it will work fine. Is it done? We'll just got to know here. Yeah, we have Priyanshu Dubey@mail.com. Now, what if I need the data of Priyanshu Dubey, but the one who is admin, not the student? Okay, if you will just print where first name is Priyanshu and last name is Dubey, it will print both the data. But I need Priyanshu Dubey who is admin, not student. Got it? How we will do this? Let's write that. So for that we will do select asterisk from users where first name e- first name equals to Priyanshu, and okay, we can use over here and or not anything. Select asterisk from users where first name equal to Priyanshu and roles equal to admin. Fine. If we will run this, we will get this Priyanshu@mail.com, and roles is admin. Not the other one, Priyanshu@mail.com student. If I'll just run this, yeah, we got just one data. Got it? So here you can use and or not equal to greater than anything. Anything will work. Okay. Okay. So till here everything is clear for you, hopefully. All right. Now let's just jump into our notes once, okay? And I'll tell you what all things we can use here, like what all operators we can use with the where clause, okay? All right. So operators we use with where clause. What does operator means? Operator means just we if I'll show you here, we are using over here equal to. This is an operator, okay? And we are using here between, like, these are operators. So what all operators we can use over here? So let's just see it once. So we can use multiple operators like greater than, okay, or less than, okay, or greater than equal to or less than equal to, okay, or we can also use equal to that we saw. We can also use not not operator. So this there are two ways to write not operator. First is this, and uh, another one is to the exclamation mark with equal to. They both are fine, they both works. In some version you will find this mismatch, like in some versions one will work, another will not, but mostly this both will work in MySQL. Okay, this is how we write not operator in MySQL. uh, then we have between, like, and in. So they all are operators which we can use with where clause. How we use it, we have already saw over here. If you'll see, we have already seen how we use we can use like, how we can use between, how we can use equal to. Okay, here if you'll see, if I have to print all the id that is greater than 1, okay, so I can simply do greater than I'll just make it 1 maybe, okay, and if I'll just run it, I will get all the ids, I mean all the details for the person whose id is greater than 1. If I'll just run it, here you can see 2346. Why we don't have id 5? Did we delete it and one user? Oh yes, there was an error when we were inserting. We manually added that error, okay, so due to that there was some issue with the file and I removed that. uh, so yeah, we don't have id 5, okay, and there is one issue with the auto increment part in id field. Since we have set it auto increment, so MySQL will automatically put the id over there. So now, until and unless you are not going to put it manually, which we never touch it, we never do it, okay, until unless you are not going to put id manually, there will never be an id 5 again. If you will delete any id, then that's it, that's gone forever. That id will be forever empty. Like here we have 4 and 6. Now there will not be an id 5 again ever. Okay, until unless you are not going to manually do it. And this is a golden rule: never do anything manually on primary key. Never do it. Okay, if it's primary key, then never insert anything manually. Let the MySQL handle that. Okay, so this is how it works. If you want, if you want to print even one as well, so if I'll just do id greater than equal to 1, and I will just run it like this, and it will work. 1 2 3 4 6. So this is how you can use all the this you can use all these operators just like this. Okay, you can just give it a try. Yeah, I mean, you will not learn if you will not try. It's just as simple as that. So I have shown you almost all of it, but select is not done yet. Select is one of the most important thing in MySQL, because there are two most important thing. One is insert, another one is select. Okay, rest everything is just in between. You need the data to put the data in the database, and user needs the data back. Okay, the database is just dependent on users, so you have to fulfill the needs of users, and user has just two needs: either to insert the data or to show him the data. That's it. Rest whatever is happening, that's on developers, that's on us, that doesn't concern users. Okay, so these two are most important things. So select is not done yet. There are few more important things in the select, which I will just show you. Like, we are going to see order by. So order by is just like sorting. You know sorting. If you are completely new to this tech field or software industry field, then you might know what sorting is. And if you are someone who know basic programming, then you probably know what sorting is. So sorting is like where we sort the values in a ascending order or descending order, like 1 2 3 4 or 4 3 2 1. Okay, so order by works exactly same. So let's say if we have here created at, okay, and I want to see the users in the same order, like who registered first and who registered last. Okay, so how we will do that? So for that we have to sort the created at. So how we will do that? So for that we will do select asterisk from users, where we'll do order by and created at. Okay, sorry, we don't need where over here. That's why I'm saying why we are getting error. So select asterisk from user, order by created at. What it will do is it will give me all the users in ascending order. By default it is ascending order. Like, it's like if I registered, I'm the first user. Okay, then it will show me that I'm the first, I'm at the top. This is how it will show me. If I'll just run it, here you will see it will print created at in ascending order. If you'll see here, all users come on the same day, but it will sort it based on time. So first came at 9:39, then 13:58, 13:58, 13:58, and then 23:58. This is how we registered the user, and this is how it's sorted. But by default it takes ascending order. If you have to print it in descending order, then you just have to write DESC. Okay, if you will just run this, it will print in descending order. You can see 23:38, 13:58, 13:58, and 9:39. It will print then in descending order if you will put descending over here. Okay, for sorting the column. Got it? Clear order by. So this is how we use order by, and I think we are good for the select for now. Okay, if we will come with something, then we will learn it later. Don't worry. I'm here to make you master of MySQL. Don't worry. So we'll do select asterisk from users, order by created. This, yeah, we did order by. What else we can do? Nothing. Let's just move from our select, and since we are doing CRUD operation, so CRUD means create already done. Read we just did. Okay, now comes the u means update. Okay, so now let's move to update part. If you have to update something, let's say this is the data we have. Okay, and what we can do is Jane cow. Let's make her instructor. Okay, if her role is student currently, Jane cow, role student, let's make her instructor. How we will update that? So for that we will do update users set roles equal to instructor. Okay, update user set role equals to instructor. This is the main thing we have to do. But where we have to do it, that's where comes where we'll select user equal email equals to, we'll give our email, jane at the rate mail.com, where email equals to jane at the rate mail.com. That's it. And this will update. So currently if you'll see, Jane cow is student. Okay, now let's run this. If we'll run this, it's updated. We'll just print all the data from here, and over here if you'll see, Jane cow is now an instructor. So this is how you update the data. You can even update multiple records at once. Okay, how we can do that and what we can update, let's see. Let's insert few more students in our table. Okay, let's insert few more students. We'll do maybe Amanda. What should we give her surname? Amanda Jane. Oh, we have already too much Jane and all. So we'll give her something, maybe Amanda Moreno. Okay, we'll give her and do Amanda Moreno at the rate mail.com, and let's add them as a student. Okay, Alfred and Alfred Smith. Alfred Smith at the rate mail.com, and we'll do student. Okay, then maybe let's give Anna Thompson. Anna Thompson at the rate mail.com, and she is also a student. Okay, we can just insert few more data over here, and we'll just run it, and it's done. If we'll just print it, over here we have few more student. Okay, Amanda, Alfred, Anna. So now what we can do is, let's update all the users from id 6 to 10. Okay, and we will make them from student to instructor. Okay, let's make it. So how we can do this is update users, and we will do set roles equals to instructor, where uh, we'll do id, let's write it below, id between. Okay, we'll just give id between 6 and 10. Id between 6 and 10. What we are going to do, we are going to update the users, and we are going to make all of them this from 6 to 10. Okay, these all are students, will make them instructor. This is how you can update the bulk records. Okay, if we will just run it, let's just run it. Okay, it's done. Let's just print it. Over here you can see from 6 to 10, it's in all instructors now. This is how you can update the bulk data at once. Okay, and using the operators is same everywhere. Okay, We saw all the operators. We saw all these operators. You can use all these operators anywhere, be it in update, delete, print, anything. You can use all this: greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, between, like, in, anything. And there is just one warning for you, a very serious warning. Never ever, I repeat, never ever update or delete the data without a where clause. We have not seen delete yet. We are just going to see after this. But this is just a warning for you. You have seen I have added where here in both this update statement, because never ever run a update statement or delete statement without using where clause. Got it? Because you don't want to mess up the whole data. You have to be specific, because update and delete, these things are going to make changes in the data, and data is the most important part in any application, okay, or in any business anywhere. So you should never run update or delete statement without using where clause, so that you are not going to affect the whole table at once. Okay, so we have seen that update. This is what update means. And never forget to use the where clause, because if you will not use the where clause, then it will update the whole table. Okay, so always use the where clause, and always verify the where clause, that if this condition is true or not. Otherwise it is going to mess up with your data. So be very very careful with it. Okay, now let's move ahead, and we'll reach to the last part of our crud. Okay, so we have seen the create, we have seen the read. Okay, now we just saw update. Now it's time for delete. Okay, so we will see delete clause, or we can call it statement. That will be a good thing. You can call it delete clause or statement, it's one and the same thing. Okay, so basically we use delete statement to delete the records from the existing table. If the table is present and if it has the data, then it will delete that. Okay, so let's see a general statement for delete. We write it like delete from. Okay, and we'll put table name users. Okay, delete from users, and always add where clause whenever you are working with update or delete. Always use where clause. I have told this almost like 8 or 10 times in this video till now. Okay, and why I'm emphasizing on this a lot, because if you are going to mess up anything with this update or delete clause, when let's say you are working in an industry, and if you mess up with this, then be sure that you are going to be fired. Okay, so and I don't want you to be fired from your job. So always use where clause in your update or delete statement, and always recheck that where clause, that that condition is correct or not. Got it? So we'll go delete from users where, and here we will add the clause. Okay, we will add the condition. Let's say I want to delete this John Smith. Okay, so what we can do, you can put anything like where id equal to um, where first name equal to John, or where id equal to 2. Let's just add id. Okay, where id equal to 2. If we will do this, this John Smith record will be gone. If I'll just run this, and let's just print the data. Yeah, you see, after one we have 3. So we have John Doe, and John Smith is gone now. See, so this is how we delete things. If you have to, like, you can add condition over here just like this. You want to delete, just put id between 6 and 10, and it will delete the data from 6 and 10. This where clause is something that this is going to be used wherever you want to use this. You can put it exactly like this. Okay, so I'm not going to teach you the same thing again and again. Okay, this whole thing, all these conditions which I showed you, all these operators which I showed you, okay, these all operators you can use anywhere. I mean, at any place wherever you are using where. With where you can use all these operators, be it in update, delete, select, anywhere. Got it? And there is one thing, which I'm just going to show you. But I will recommend you never use this. Never. I mean, just forget this that I taught you, but this is very important thing. I mean, very rarely you are going to use this. You will never going to use this in production or in company. Okay. I mean, sometimes you have to, but this operation mainly performed by database administrators, who are very senior in database field, like 8 or 10 years of experience in database. They generally perform these operations, okay, after thoroughly checking multiple things. Okay, and then too, they never perform this directly on the production database. Okay, so this is that how you can delete everything from table from just one statement. I'll show you. You can just go delete, okay, from users. If you will run this will delete everything from this table will be there. Okay, the table will still exist. ID, first name, last name, email, role created, this will be there. The skeleton of the table will be there, but all the data in this table, you can see this, all this data in the table, this all data will be deleted from the table from just one statement. Now I'm not gonna perform this, because then I have to insert the same data again and again. Okay, that will be a very hectic job. Okay, maybe when we are going to create the next database after this, okay, then we will have a fresh data. Just I will insert one or two, and then I will run this, and I will show you how you can do it. Okay, but again I will tell you, delete all data from table. Do not use this. Okay, do not use this. So delete all data from table. This is how you delete. Got it? And you can add here any conditions, like instead of id, as I showed you, after this where clause you can use any operator, greater than, less than, not, like, between, anything. It will work. Got it? So you can give it a try, play with it, keep inserting the data and keep playing with the data. Okay, because this is a local database, you can do whatever you want over here. Okay, and since you are learning, so try to put as many conditions as you can in the same query. Okay, so that you will learn that how it will work. Okay, just don't think about optimization of query and all for now. Okay, just forget all those things. Just write the query and make it work. Doesn't matter if you are deleting the whole database at once. Doesn't matter. Write the query, execute it, and see what it does, how it works. Okay, this is how you will learn, but on your local database. Okay, on your local. So this is what about delete. Okay, so I have done the work. Now it's your turn. Pause the video right here. Okay, and now create a new table called courses. The name of the table will be courses, and put two column inside it, a title of type string and price of type number. Just two columns make this table courses. Okay, title and prices. Pause the video, do it now, and put in the comment section if you have done it. I'll wait for you to do it. So did you do it, or did you just kept watching? I knew it, you are not going to do it. Okay, so let's do it together now. All right, if you have finished the task that I gave you to create the course table, good. Then just watch how I'm doing it. Okay, and then compare it with yourself. If you have done it correctly, then hats off, applaud from my end. Okay, if you haven't, then just watch from here. Okay, so as I have already shown you how you create a table, but so I'm not gonna explain you the boilerplate. Okay, so we'll do create table courses. Okay, and then what all things I told you to do: title and price. Okay, so let's just do it first. Sorry, title, title of type varchar. As I told you, make it a string, and string is varchar here in MySQL. Title of the course, will give it 100. Make it not null. Did you added the not null in your table that you created? Because if not, then that's wrong, because a course should must have a title. Without a title, a course is nothing, right? How will you identify that what is this course about? So title should be varchar, and it should be not null. Okay, and then I told you about price. uh, I'm so fed up with this. writing small and capses. Okay, so we'll do prices will be of type decimal. We'll give 5 and 2 up to 2 decimal. Okay, and we will make it not null. This is what I told you to make. And if you have used a number or float over here, then congratulations, you just bankrupted your company. Or if you have used int over here, then too, int, float, number, if you have used it, then congratulations, you just bankrupted your company. Let's take an example of an iPhone. Let's say you are going to order an iPhone, okay, and the price of the iPhone is 99.99 pounds, okay. And if you have used int over here in prices, then how are you going to store the 0.99, the 0.99 cents? How you are going to store that? Will not be stored over here, okay, in case of integer. And if you have used float, then also you are failed, because floating point maths is like mood swings. It's very unpredictable. Never use the float when you are going for the prices and all. Never. So that's why in production, wherever we are storing the money or money related things, we always use decimal, not the float, because float is very unpredictable. It behaves very weirdly. Okay, it's very unreliable. So we always use decimal, and that then too in decimal we specify that decimal, but at what point. So if I have used over here 5 and 2, it means that the price will be like 99999. Okay, 5, yeah. And after that there will be just two decimal, 99. You can't put another 9 over here. This will be an error. This will throw an error, because here we have specified that the decimal value after the point, it can go maximum up to 2 length. Okay, this is what we have specified. Sorry. And the what all things we need, so I told you just to make these two things, because these two are very important thing. Okay, I mean, and these two are the thing where like you have to think a lot about it. Okay, now but we need few more thing in our courses. What all things we need? A course should have a course ID. Okay, we need a course ID, and we need a title, we need the price of the course, we need the description of the course. Okay, because a course should have also description, that instead, other than the title, there should be a description that will give a uh, description about the course, that what this course exactly about. Okay, and what all things are going to be covered. And then it should be there should be a feature of like the course is published or not. Like if I'm uploading a video on YouTube, then I don't just directly upload it and like, okay, just go there and be live. No, I keep it unpublished, and I put it as at a specific time, that okay, the video should be published at a specific time on a specific date. Okay, so we should also add if this is published or not, the course is published yet or not. Okay, and there will be a timestamp thing, the created at when this is created. Okay, so let's all add all those things. So first thing we need is course ID. We'll put course ID. Okay, and you already know that how we make ID. Okay, it will be of type integer, and it will be of type auto increment, and it will be a primary key in the table. All right, then the price title is done, price is also done. Then we need description, and description will be a very long form. Okay, you cannot put description in the varchar, because description can be of like 200 or 300 words. Okay, and varchar cannot support that length. So for that we need text. Okay, text has no limit, you can put as much as you want. Then if this is published or not, so we will put is published. Now if the course is published or not, what are you going to store in this? Whether the course is published or not, yes or no, true or false, right? So why we will give a varchar or anything? We can just make it boolean. Okay, we'll make it boolean so that we can only store true false in it. And by default we will make it false. Why false? Because whenever you will upload the course, you are not just going to publish directly. Okay, if you want to publish the video, then just make it true. Okay, and we need created at. Created at will be of type timestamp, and timestamp we are not going to insert. Okay, timestamp will be by default from the MySQL server or your local system. Okay, current timestamp. Sorry, we have to add default. Okay, default current timestamp. So this is the courses table. Let's just verify it once if everything is fine or not. Courses ID will be integer, auto increment, and primary key. Title will be varchar 100, not null. Okay, let's make it 200. Someone wants to give big title. Okay, prices will be decimal 5. The price will be 5, and the decimal point should go maximum up to 2 length, and it should also be not null. Okay, description text, we are not putting not null over here. If you don't want to put description, just don't leave it empty. Okay, is published or not, it will be of type boolean because it will store only true or false. Okay, and by default we'll make it false. Then created at, we have timestamp, and default will be current timestamp. Okay, so this is all about created at table. Let's just run this, okay, and see if everything is working fine or not. If I'll just ah sorry, where it went. I'll just select this part. What happened to it? I'll just run it, and yeah, our table is created. Let's just run show tables. Okay, this is how we see all the tables in the database. Okay, if we'll run this, yeah, courses and users, we have the courses table. Let's just describe the describe courses. Okay, if we'll run this, we have here course ID, title, prices, description, is published and created at. And I want you to see just one very important detail over here. Okay, course ID integer, not null, primary key, default, auto increment, everything is fine. Okay, decimal up to 5 to everything in description, text null, yes it can be null. Is published, you can see over here tiny int. We made it boolean, but it took it as tiny int. Why? Because that's how boolean works in MySQL. And tiny int is a type of data type in MySQL. Okay, it will store just one word, true or false. Wherever you have to store just one word, you can use tiny int. Okay, tiny int is used for that, to store just one word, be it true or false. So this is where we used, and you don't have to write tiny int, just write boolean and it will work. Okay, and default value here you can see 0, because MySQL at the backend, MySQL doesn't understand true or false, the word. Okay, MySQL understands 0 or 1. 0 means false, 1 means true. Okay, got it? Okay, so now see the thing what we have. We have I'll just run this. So we have courses table and we have users table. But who will create the course and who will use the course? The course will be created by the instructors who are in users table, and the course will be used by users who are students who are also in users table. Okay, but we don't know anything about that. How are we going to map both? Okay, because if I am an instructor and I have created a course, I added a course in the courses, how are you going to tell that which teacher, which instructor has created that course? Okay, because they are just strangers on a train. So we need to say that this course belong to this user or this instructor. A course cannot exist without an instructor. It needs a parent. Okay, it has an attachment issues. Okay, and to do this, we will add a foreign key with our users table. And what is primary key and foreign key? I have already explained you that there is a table users over here. Okay, see this is users table and this is courses table. Now who, which user created which course, which instructor? So for that, what we will do is we will create a foreign key that will connect to the primary key from this table, from this users table. Okay, this is the job of a foreign key. Okay, that foreign key we use to connect to the primary key of some another table to create a relationship between them. Okay, to understand more about primary key and foreign key, you can just rewind the video, okay, and watch that section where I have explained you the primary key and foreign key. So let's just create the foreign key. Okay, and ideally we should have added the foreign key right over here. Okay, we should have added the foreign key when we were creating the table, but we forgot to do that. I mean, I forgot to do that. Okay, and this is a common real world workflow, that whenever you are creating the table, you will make the foreign key at that time only. I'm sorry. And that's why creating a database takes less time than designing the database. Before, when you are writing this code, the query, okay, like there will be a months of planning on how you are going to design the database. Okay, the database architectures, database administrators, they sit for hours in for a whole month, okay, to plan this database so that database should be optimized and it should work in optimized order. Okay, and we just created it randomly when I'm talking to you. Okay, I haven't even planned the database, it's all in my head. Okay, it's very messy, and I'm just trying to configure it over here. Okay, a very bad way, very terrible way, but I just told you how what's the good way. First, just take a pen and paper and plan the whole database at once. Got it? We have to now make a foreign key. So for that, what we have to do, we have to change the table. I mean, not the table, we have to make some changes in the table, and for that, what we have to do, we have to alter the table. Okay, so now I'm going to tell you a concept about uh, alter table. What alter table means? Alter table is used to make some changes in the table after creating the table. Okay, let's say you created a table and you forgot to add any extra column. Okay, let's say here in this courses, I have to add rating of the courses, ratings, but I didn't added the rating. So for that, what I have to do, I have to add alter. Okay, I have to alter the table. And what is the syntax for for the alter table query? I'll just show you. For that, you have to do alter table, sorry, courses. Okay, alter table courses. And here what we will do is we will add column. Which column? We will add instructor id. We forgot to add the instructor id over here, because instructor, who has launched the course? Instructor, right? And we have not stored any instructor id, we just have the course id. We also have to store the instructor id. So for that, what we will do, alter table courses, add column. Okay, we will add instructor id. In an instructor id will be of type, uh, let's make it int, because we are just going to store the integer. Okay, and we are not going to fill the data over here, because we will take this data from users table. Okay, so first let's make this alter table. Before this, I'll just show you how our current courses table looks like. If I'll just do this, describe courses, we have you see the fields we have: course id, title, prices, description, is published and created at. Okay, so now let's just add description, sorry, instructor id. If I will just uh, sorry, I'm so sorry, I don't know what's happening with me today. It's done. Now let's just describe the table once again. And here you see we just added instructor id of type integer. So this is how you can make changes in any table. If you have to add any column, if you have to delete any column, just do delete column and name of the column, that's it. And you can alter the table. Alter the table for adding a, this is, I'm writing this a comments for you. I don't know if I have already told you about this or not, but this is how we write the comments. You can use double co- double dash. Okay, yeah, I forgot what what we call it. We use double dash, or you can use hash. You can use both. Okay, and this is how you can write the comment in the SQL file. Or if you have to use multi-line comments, then you can use slash star star. Okay, and then close with the same slash dash. Got it? Now we just created the instructor id, it's fine, got it. But now we have to make it a foreign key. We have to make the instructor id foreign key, and we have to map it with users table id. Okay, there is a id in users table, we have to map it there. And how we are going to do that? For that also we have to alter the table again. So we'll do alter table to add foreign key. And for that we will do alter table add sorry, name of the table, alter table courses add constant. Okay, primary key, foreign key, not null, these things are constant. I have already told you, just rewind the video. When I was teaching you the theory, see, I taught you only the theory part that is necessary over here. Okay, no extra theory. So we'll do alter table courses add constant. Okay, and we will name the foreign key. Okay, so we have to add a foreign key name. So let's say foreign key instructor. This is name of just the key. Okay, you are not gonna use this anywhere or anything like that. Okay, this is just the name of the key, we are just giving that. Okay, this is a key, so that you can identify that. Okay, this for fk means foreign key. If I have to make a key for any name of, let's say, primary key, then I will use pk. This is the industry standard shortcut people use. Fk means foreign key, pk means primary key. Okay, so wherever you will see fk or pk, just know that this is primary key and foreign. So fk instructor, this is just the name of the key. Okay, then we have to mention the foreign key, but which column, and here we will pass the name of the column. Which column we have to make? We have to make instructor id, instructor id column. Okay, foreign key instructor id. But this will, what the job of foreign key? Foreign key will refer to any primary key from another table. So now we have to add the reference, that which uh, where this foreign key is going to refer. Okay, so it will make, we have to add reference. Okay, reference from the name of the table users. Okay, okay, I'm so sorry, it's spelled as references. Okay, users, and the name of the column is id. So think of foreign key like a tunnel. Okay, the instructor id in the courses table must point to the real id that is present in the user's id. Got it? And why we are doing this? Because you cannot fake it, an instructor. You cannot assign a course to a user, to a instructor with id 999 if that user, if that instructor's 999 id is not present in the user's table. Got it? MySQL check these things. Okay, if I have now added the references, so what I will do is, whenever a instructor id, okay, let's say a instructor added the course. Okay, and the id of the instructor is 1. Okay, and if that one is not present in the user's table id, okay, then it will not work, it will throw an error. So now let's just see. Okay, let's run this and let's check. So I'll just explain you what I did. So alter table means we are making a change in the table. And which table? In the courses table. And what we are changing? We are adding a constant. And what we are adding a constant? We are adding a foreign key, and this is the name of the key. Okay, and then we are adding a foreign key. Now which column we are making foreign key? Instructor id. Now instructor id refers to which table and column? So instructor id refers to users table and id column. Got it? So now if I will just run this, and it should work. If I'll just describe the courses now, you can see over here MUL. And MUL means multiple. MUL is a short form of multiple in MySQL. Okay, it indicates that a column is a part of non-unique index. Okay, that allow duplicate values. You can add duplicate values inside the instructor id. That's why it is multiple. Because see, an instructor can have multiple courses on their name. Okay, and MUL also represents foreign key. Got it? Now here is a scenario. We did this. Whenever an instructor will make a course, okay, it will check their reference in the users table. That's fine, everything is fine. Okay, but what if that instructor left us, or what if the instructor gets fired, or they get hit by a bus? I mean, who knows? Or more likely they get cancelled on Twitter. Okay, and we have to delete their account. Then in that case, what we have to do? So we have two choices with their courses, because if the user is gone, okay, then we have to delete their record. So now there are two things: either you can put it on the ghosting mode, like set the user as null, so the course will stay there, okay, and the author becomes unknown. So no one is going to be use that course, because the author is unknown, the instructor is unknown. Okay, so people will not trust that course. And there is second option, okay, cascade. If the user dies, the course dies with them too. And we are making toaster school, and we are toxic. If you leave us, we will burn your work. Let's use cascade over here. Okay, we are just like your toxic ex. When you, after you break up, when they are going to burn all your gifts and everything. Okay, we are just like that. If you leave us, we are going to remove all your data from our website. Okay, generally that's not how we like we do in the production, but I'm just adding this over here, this feature, so that you will learn cascade. So cascade is a constant, and what it does is, when we will remove the detail of the user from users table, it will delete their record from this courses table as well. Okay, so we will put on delete cascade. On delete cascade is a statement. I'll just going to show you that how we use it. But on delete cascade is a statement which we use to delete the record from the child table when the user's record gets deleted from the parent table. And here user is the parent table, because user has the primary key, and courses has the foreign key. So the table with the foreign key called as child table, and the table with the primary key is called as parent table. So if we will delete the data from the parent table, the data from the child table will be deleted automatically. We don't have to do it manually. Okay, that's on delete cascade. And for that, what we have to do? What we have to do over here? Can you think of it? So we have to alter the table once again. Okay, and let's just, what happened to this? To drop foreign key. Okay, first we have to remove the foreign key, because we have to add the cascade on that foreign key. And when the foreign key is already there, you cannot make changes to that column. Okay, so for that, first you have to delete the foreign key. Okay, so what you have to do is alter table courses. Okay, and you have to do drop foreign key. Okay, and what is the name of the foreign key? We said, this is the name of the foreign key. Okay, this is where we are going to use this key only. Okay, and if you'll see over here, currently it is showing that instructor id int, yes, and it is showing that it has a key, multiple key. Okay, and if I will just run this, and now if I will just describe the courses. So we dropped the constant. Okay, now we have to add that toxic constant, that if you will leave us, we are going to delete all your data. Okay, we are not the one who will watch your photo at 3 a.m and cry. Okay, and hope that you will come back in the life. Sorry. Okay, so now we have to do alter table again. Okay, so we'll do alter table. Okay, and the name of the table courses, and we have to add the same constant again. Okay, but with the delete cascade condition, we are going to add the same thing again, but with the delete constant condition. Alter table to add new constant. So we'll do alter table courses, add constant fk instructor and toxic. We are toxic. Okay, we are toxic people. Text your ex, don't do it. Okay, alter table courses, add constant fk instructor toxic. So we just name a new key. Okay, because we have already used fk instructor, so we have to use the new key. Okay, then we will make foreign key. Okay, and foreign key will be again instructor id. instructor id. Okay, and we have to again do the references users id. Till here everything is same. Okay, so sorry, everything is same as last one, not this one, this one. Okay, yeah, you see, we have let me just remove it a bit over here. Now if you'll see, alter table courses, add constant, name of the constant, foreign key, instructor id, references user id. Over here, alter table courses, add constant, foreign key, instructor toxic, foreign key, instructor id, references user id. Till here everything is same, but here is what changes on, okay, delete cascade. That's it. This just one line, what this one line will do, okay, this on delete cascade is dangerous but powerful. Okay, it's very dangerous, because now if you will remove the instructor from the users table, and if the instructor is present here in the courses table, his course will be deleted too. Okay, it's like it cleans up your mess automatically, no orphan data left over here. Okay, that's it. Let's just uh, run this. Yep, it's done. We'll just do describe table, and there will nothing will change over there. Okay, it will remain the same. Okay, but deep down it changed. Okay, you can't see this, but it changed. I will show you, I will prove this to you. How? By adding the data. Wait, I'll show you. So now let's just test our relationship. Okay, let's create a course taught by our instructor. Let's just see our data in the table. Who is this instructor? We'll just where is select. Yeah, over here we'll just print the data. Who is instructor? uh, there are a lot of instructor. We'll just go with Anna Thompson. Okay, let's create a course by Anna Thompson. So how you will do this? Just insert the data. You already know how to insert the data. Okay, insert into courses. Okay, and what we need a title. Okay, what all things we need over here? Course id we don't have to add. We have to add title, price, description, is published or not. Okay, but is published is by default false, so let's just leave it. We are not going to insert this. Okay, description, let's just leave it. Okay, for now let's just leave it. Okay, and also the instructor id, that's very important. Okay, so let's just make title, prices, and instructor id. These three things only we are going to insert. Title, prices, instructor id. All right. Okay, and then we have to add values, and in the values we will put let's name the course same as the name of the this video. I'm not sure yet what I'm going to put the name of the video, but something like maybe MySQL zero to hero. Okay, so title is done. Now let's put prices, maybe 19.99. Fine, and we need the id, instructor id. And who is the id over here? What is the id of the user over here? That's 10. So we will put over here 10, that it belongs to Anna Thompson. If we will just run this, okay, let's just run it. We have to add a select query, select asterisk from courses. Here we have course ID 1, title MySQL 0 to hero, prices 99.99, description we have not provided, is published, no, false, it's not published yet, and it's created at just now. Okay, instructor ID 10, and this instructor is present in our table, users table. Got it? Let's add the comment over here as well. Inserting courses in courses table. Okay, now let's try to add from of a course by a fake user whose id doesn't exist. Okay, Let's just name it fake course. Okay, fake course, maybe $100. Okay, and let's just put a ID of maybe 100 or 1000. Fine. Okay, we'll just try to insert this data. What is going to happen now? What is a see? If I'll just run it over here, we are going to see an error. Here you can see over here, insert into courses title. Okay, we have an error. Cannot add or update a child row. A foreign key constant fails. You can see the error over here. Can I copy this error? Um, let's see if I can. Yeah, I can. And here is the error. I'll just show you. See, this is the error we got. Let's just put it at the end. Don't put it there. This is the error we got. Okay, error code. This is the code from MySQL error code. Okay, just forget about this. Here we get cannot add or update a child row. Child row means we are trying to add instructor ID. Instructor ID is child. As I told you, that user is the parent class because it has the primary key, and courses is the child class because it has a foreign key. Got it? So it is saying that cannot add or update a child row because a foreign key constant fails. Foreign key means this instructor ID should be present in the user's ID, user's table ID column, and there is no 1000 present in the user's column. If you will just print this user's data once, where is the over here? Let's just remove this one. Okay, and if you'll see over here, we don't have a id any person with the ID 1000. Okay, it says toaster school database dot courses table. Okay, constant foreign key instructor toxic foreign key instructor ID references user ID on delete cascade. It runs the valid insert. Okay, and that is the sound of MySQL saving your life. Okay, it prevented you from creating a corrupted data. So thank you, Mother MySQL. Got it? So this is how this foreign key works. I just showed you in real time by adding a fake data that how this primary key and foreign key relationship is connected with each other. Got it? Alright, guys. So we have seen the CRUD operations: create, react, update, and delete. Okay, that's done. Now we are diving deep into the MySQL functions. No, we are not going to write the function we write in the code or programming, not that one. Now what we are going to do is we are going to see the inbuilt functions that MySQL provide us, so that like it can ease our query. Okay, how? Let's say if I'll just do this, not courses, if I'll just print select asterisk from users. Okay, if I'll run this, I'm going to get all the data. I have 10 data and I will get all the data. No, I don't have 10. I mean, whatever data I have. But what if I just need 2 data? I don't need more than that. So for that, I will use limit. I will just add limit and I will put 2 over here. Okay. And now I will get the first 2 records only. That's it. If I'll just print this, yeah, 1 and 3. The limit clause is very useful when you have thousands of record in your table. Okay, because if you will print thousands of record, then it is going to impact the performance of your database. So we don't do that. So what we'll do, we will just add the limit okay, I just need top 10 data, top 20 data, or the first 10 data, first 100 data, like that. You are not going to print thousands of data all the time whenever you will need it. No, that's not the right way. Okay, or if you can even use a where condition over here, where like id is more than 2, or where anything. We have already seen that how and where we use where clause. Okay, and what all operations we can perform using where clause. Okay, so you can put over here a where clause, like first name, uh, like what should we put, print maybe j, and then index. Okay, and let's remove the limit for now. Okay, let's just see how many we get the result. Okay, we have John and Jane. Okay, If I will just add here limit 1, okay, I will get just one result. Yeah, John. Now if I'll do limit 2, okay, now I will get both the results. So like this you can use the limit, okay, limit clause. I'll add the comment limit clause. Now let's just print the whole data once again. Where was our um, I should have written instead of searching this. Okay, so we have this a lot of data over here. Okay, now what if you have to add limit in between, like I need to print from 4 to 8? What are you going to do in that case? 4, 6 and 8, I have 3 data and I have to print that. So limit allows us a function that's called offset. Okay, how we are going to use that? So we'll do limit offset. Okay, and how we will write it, I'll just show you. So we'll do select asterisk from users. Okay, I'll do limit 3. I need 3 data starting from id 4. Okay, okay, not id 4, I mean starting from the fourth record. 1, 2, 3 and 4, starting from the 6. Okay, 6, 8, 9, I need this 3 data: Priyanshu, Amanda and Alfred. So I need data from fourth. Okay, from fourth data, if you'll see over here, this is the first 1, 2, 3. Okay, I don't need these. I need from here, from the fourth record, from the fourth row. Okay, then what I will do, I will put offset over here. I will do offset 3. If I need data from the fourth row, okay, then I will put offset 3, that leave the first 3. If I will just run this, I will get the data from Priyanshu, Amanda and Alfred. If I'll just run it over here, you can see Priyanshu, Amanda and Alfred. Okay, this query says that return only 3 data starting from fourth. Okay, here offset free means just leave the first 3. Now if I'll just print this, I need to show you few more maths function. For that I need some data. Okay, something like this, prices. Okay, let's add few more courses. Let's add few more courses. I'll just copy this. uh, Maybe JavaScript 0 to hero, and I will put 39 pounds. Okay, and instructor ID, let's give it again, leave it again 10. And over here I will do maybe complete Python. Okay, and let's make it 59. And let's give it to user 6 maybe. Let's leave everything to 10 for now. I don't know who is user 6, whether user 6 is an instructor or not. Okay, so let's just leave it for now. uh, then what more courses we should add? So MySQL, JavaScript, Python, interview prep. Okay, and let's leave it 9.99. By user, by instructor 10 again. Okay, and let's add one last. Okay, and I have to remove this one because this is already there. So over here, what should we add? One more. uh, let's add maybe REST API. Fine, and we'll give it 29. All right, if I'll just insert this data, yeah, it's inserted. If I'll just print this, now if you'll see, we have the courses. Okay, and we have the price: 19, 39, 59, 9 and 29. Fine, we have these prices. Now what if I just have to check which is the which is the cheapest course and which is the most expensive course? Okay, so you don't have to like manually check, or you don't have to manually apply the mathematics over here. Okay, MySQL will do the maths for you. How? So for that we have min and max function. How this works, I'll just show you. So for that you will do select as select minimum of uh, prices. Okay, min means minimum. Okay, select minimum of prices from name of the table, will put courses. Okay, and the name of the table is courses, right? courses, correct. Okay, from courses. And if I'll just run this here, see, minimum prices. And you can even name them something else, as we can put as cheapest course. If I'll just run this, okay, we have over here cheapest course 999. So this is how min works. Okay, and just opposite to it will work max. If I'll just do over here, and I will just change it to max. Okay, and we'll make expensive course. Okay, and if I'll just run it, we got expensive course 59.99. Got it. So this is how min and max works basically. The min function returns the smallest value of the selected column. We have selected the column prices. Okay, and max function returns the largest value from the selected column. The selected column is prices again. So this is how you can use min and max. You can even add a where condition. Okay, if you need any conditional result, then you can put a where clause over here. That's totally fine. Okay, after this from courses, you can use here any where clause, what of your choice, or whatever the query demands. Okay, and these are very important functions. Please practice it a lot. Okay, so that this thing just stays in your mind all the time. Okay, because these are the very important questions from the interview perspective. Okay, these are the basic questions which interviewer wants to check whether you know these things or not, because we use this almost every day. If, like, you will find these things in every, like, 2 3 queries out of 10 queries. Got it. So practice these things very much as you can. Okay, so that this thing just gets clear in your head. And this part, this, as I put a name. Okay, as expensive courses, here you can see, instead of the name of the column, I'm getting this expensive course. We call it aliases. Okay, or the rebrand. Because if I'll just remove this part. Okay, if I'll just remove this part and I will just run it, you can see over here the name of the column is max prices. This is very ugly. Like, if you send that to your front end React app, your JavaScript developer is going to cry because he doesn't know what is this. So we can rename the column on the fly using the aliases. We call it aliases. Please remember this thing. Okay, to put the aliases, we use this as keyword. And this is not important over here. Like, if you'll just remove this, then it should work. Okay, and one more thing that struck into my mind just now, I don't know if I have told this earlier in this course or not, but if you'll see, I'm writing this in all caps. Okay, and if you are wondering that, okay, if I'll write it small, because if you'll see, sometimes I just write small, then I remove it and write again, I delete it, and then I again write again in the caps lock. So it's just the best practices that you should always write MySQL queries in the capital letters. Okay, it's not like that if you'll write it small, it will not work. Like, if I'll just write it in a small, select max prices as uh, expensive, I'll just write all small. Okay, expensive course from courses. If I'll just run it, here I got the result. And you can see these both queries are exactly same, but here I have not used even a single caps lock. So they both are same. It doesn't matter if you're it really doesn't matter if you're writing it in caps lock or small. Okay, it doesn't matter at all. But this is the industry practice that people follow. Okay, whenever you are writing a MySQL keyword or function, okay, always write it in the caps lock. These prices is a name of the column that is already small, so You should put it, because in some versions you will find, or in some softwares you will find this, that it will work as a case sensitive, or sometimes you will get error because of the case sensitive issues with the name of the columns or the rows or the name of the tables. Okay, so these things just put as it is, whatever it is there, small caps, okay, or the camel case, just put this. But whenever you are writing the MySQL keywords, like here, select is a MySQL keyword, min is MySQL keyword, as is MySQL keyword, from is a MySQL keyword, over here limit, offset, from, okay, all these things are MySQL pre-built inbuilt keywords. Okay, so these things we will always write in all caps everywhere. If you are writing in your code in production, everywhere you will find it like this. Even this is how we write in production, although no one writes SQL query in production anymore. We'll get back to it. Okay, I will tell you how we write the code in production. All right, now we have few more mathematical functions, like we call them aggregates. Okay, they take piles of row and just squash them down into a single numbers, something like count, sum, average. Like you can find these things. Okay, you don't have to write any mathematical formula for this one, just call these functions in MySQL. So we'll see count, sum, and average. Okay, so let's see, we'll do select count asterisk from users. Now what this is going to do, this will tell us how many users we have in the users table. If I'll just run it, we'll have 7. We have 7 users in the users table, and this is what it will give me. Okay, so basically count functions returns the number of rows matches the condition that we are checking with. Okay, whatever the mentioned criteria we have mentioned over here, like I have not added any where clause over here. I'm just asking that count everything, that is all the rows that is present in the users table, and there are 7 rows present in the users table, so it just gave me 7. Okay, so this is what count does. Let's see the sum. So if I sold every courses once, okay, how much money would I make? Got it. So maybe let's just do, I'll do average of no, sorry, we are checking the sum. Okay, that if I will sell every courses once, okay, all the courses that I have, if I'll sell all them at once, then how much money would I make? So for that we have to find the sum of the prices from the courses. Okay, as you see, we have added all the courses on the name of user ID 10. Okay, so if user ID 10 will sell all his courses, then how much money he's going to make? Okay, so we'll just see, we'll do select sum prices from courses. What it will do, it will sum the prices column, or all the rows that I have in the prices. Okay, it will sum all this. Let's just print the courses first. If I'll do select, where was the select? I'm too lazy to write it again. Okay, but I guess I have to write it now. Oh yeah, we have it here. I don't have to write. Okay, so you see all these prices 19, 39, 59, 9, and 29. So if I have to sum all these columns, okay, if I have to sum all these, okay, then this is the query that will give me the sum of the whole prices column. Okay, so if I'll just run it, and I will get over here some prices 159 pounds. It's very simple, right? You don't have to do anything. You just call the sum function from MySQL, and MySQL will handle it for you. So we saw the count, the sum is also done. Now let's see the average. So what is the average price of our courses? We have the courses of £9, we have the course of 19, 29, 59. What will be the average price of our courses? Okay, let me just print the same again over here, this one. So we have 19, 39, 59, 9, and 29. Now what will be the average of this courses? So to find that, we can use select average of prices from courses. If I'll just run it, here we have 39. Got it? So this is how you can use this maths functions, and you can also use if you have to find minimum and maximum in the same query, then you can use both in the same query as well. I'll show you. So I have to find the minimum and maximum in the same in one single query. So for that, what I will do select uh, minimum of prices and, sorry, not and, okay, comma, max of prices, okay, from courses. If I'll just run it, I will get both min and max. You can see min and max. And if you have to provide the alias over here, you can provide alias over here as well. Like if I'll do as cheapest course, sorry, okay, and for this one I'll do as expensive course. Okay, if I'll just run it, see, cheapest course and expensive course, we got it. So whenever you are finding these things, like even you are finding the average, or you are finding the sum or count or min max, always uh, add this aliases, because if you will not put the aliases, you will see how this looks. You see the name of the column, average of prices. If you will send this data on the front end, okay, your front end team will come and bash you. So for that, you should put the aliases. So be kind to your front end team, okay, they already suffer enough. Now there is one more very important concept here, that is called wildcard. Okay, yeah, it comes as a wildcard, and it is a wildcard, and it's very important whenever you are fetching the data. I mean, you are just selecting the data from the query. Okay, at that time, this wildcard is very important concept. So basically, wildcard character is used to substitute one or more characters in a string. How? We have seen the like already, like where we just put the percentage sign. If I'll just have to find the percent, it must be somewhere over here. No, I think I have used, yeah, over here. If you'll see this, this is the wildcard. Okay, but I just showed you one case, but now let's see this in detail. Okay, because that's the motive of the course, from zero to hero. I'll make you as hero. So basically, sometimes you don't know exactly what you are looking for. Okay, you remember their name started with Joe. Okay, or they used a Gmail account. This is where wildcard comes in. We use the keyword like. Okay, we have two secret weapons, that is percentage sign and underscore. Okay, we have, we use two things, percentage and underscore. These two things we use. Okay, now we have already seen the percentage sign, okay, where we search whether find me or the users whose name start with J. Okay, we use J and then percentage sign, and we'll get all the data. Now we'll see the percentage and the underscore both. Okay, let's see. Here is one thing you have to know before writing the query, is when you are using the percentage, like if I put that J and then percent, that find me anything that starts with J. It can be a 5 character, 10 character, 50 characters, anything. But if I'm using underscore, then underscore represents just one character. I'll just show you with live example over here. Okay, if I'll do select asterisk from users where first name like, and I will put percentage uh, J percent, sorry. Now what this means, okay, find me any name in the in the users table, find me any name, any first name that starts with J. I mean that starts with J. So for that I have to add percentage sign over here. So find me any name that starts with J, be it John, Johnny, Joe, anything. Okay, if I'll just run this, what happened? We don't have anyone with the name J. What if I'll just run? All right, that's very interesting. Let me just print the users. Yeah, we have John in the first name. We have Jane as well in the first name. So we'll select asterisk from. Oh, okay. Sorry, users. Okay, yeah. Now I will get. Here you can see John and Jane. We got both. Now if you just need John, okay, you can put over here O. If I'll add Joe, so now I will get only John, not Jane. See, John. Or if you have to search something that, okay, it ends with this, okay. So let's say if I need all the users whose email ends with @mail.com, okay. All the users whose email ends with @mail.com. So let's print that. So we'll do select asterisk from users where uh, email like, here I will add percentage, okay. So if I'm adding the percentage sign at the end, means anything, okay. At the place of percentage it will be anything. So if I'm adding the percentage at the starting, so means anything @mail.com, okay, @mail.com. Oh, okay, it should be @ yeah, fine. So I will get all those users whose email ends with @mail.com. Okay, I don't need @ over here, okay. Sorry, I need @ over here. I don't need @ here, okay. If I'll just run it, I will get all these user whose you can see email their email ends with @mail.com. All these user whose email end with mail.com we got here. So this is how you can use if you have to search something at the end, like there might be some of your ex whom you might know just the name of their initials, or you might have some exes or crush whom you just might know only the last name, okay. So this is how you can search it. If you know something from the starting or something from the end, this is how you can search it using wildcards. But wildcard has two most important thing, that is where and like, okay. We use wildcards with like and we use like with where. This is matrix. Okay, we are in matrix. Or let's say you have to search something that comes in the between, okay. Like if I'll just print the courses over here, courses table, over here, yeah. You see all these having this one has 0, this one has 0 to hero, this one has 0 to hero, okay. So what I need all the row that contains 0, okay. So there is two MySQL 0 to hero and JavaScript 0 to hero. These two rows contains 0 in it, okay. This you can see 0. So I need these. So now what I will do, I cannot use this one because this will only tell that if anything comes at the end or not. This will only tell if this thing comes at the beginning or not, okay. So now I need something that will find me if that contains or not. So what I will do, I'll do select asterisk from courses where uh, title like, okay. I will do percent uh, 0 and percent. Okay, that means okay, sorry. Yeah, what this means, it means that find me anything, okay, that contains 0. I mean, there might be some sentence before 0, there might be some sentence after 0. Okay, I just need something that has 0 in between. So if I will run this, I will get both the data, MySQL 0 to hero and JavaScript 0 to hero. But here is one thing, you see this, where I am adding the percentage sign at the end. Okay, this is fast, it uses index. Got it? But here if you'll see, I am adding a percentage at the starting. This is slow. It might be confusing, but this is how MySQL works. If you will add percentage at the starting, then it will be slow because it has to scan every single word backwards. Because I have given that, okay, find me all the email that ends with @mail.com. So it has to it will read everything till the end, and it will find, okay, if that email has @mail.com at the end or not. Whereas in case of jo, it will just start reading, and if it doesn't starts with jo, it will just skip that. Got it? So that's the difference between both. But uh, as far as you are learning it or you are making a small project, it's totally fine, you can use both or all three of it. Okay, you are not doing a Google scale of search in your database. Got it? So you are free to use it, just don't worry. It's just a thing that I wanted to tell you, because I want to give you all the informations that I have related to MySQL database that I have acquired from last 7 or 8 years. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's been 8 years since I'm working with MySQL. So with 8 years of all my knowledge that I have, I just want to give you all. Now, as I told you that wildcard use two things. Percentage we just saw. Now we will see underscore. How we use underscore. Let's see. So for what if I want to find a name that is exactly 4 letters long, okay, and ends with OHN. We have John in our name. Where is yeah, yeah, we have John. Okay, so now I want to print a person, okay, whose name, uh, I don't know the first letter of that name. Okay, but I know that, okay, his name ends with OHN. Got it? I'll add the comment so that I don't get this red squiggly line. Okay, now how we will find that what can be at the first place. Okay, so here we use underscore. And how? I'll just let you know, I'll just show you. Underscore. Okay, I'll do select asterisk from uh, 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 users first name, like underscore, okay, OHN. Now what this will do, it will find all the first name that has exactly 4 letters, because I have mentioned over here one underscore. One underscore means just one character, whereas if I'll just put this percentage sign, then percentage sign means anything of any length. Okay, but if I'll put underscore, it means there is just one alphabet missing over here. Okay, the word must be of 4 letters only, 4 alphabets only. If I'll run this, I will get John, this first user. If I'll just print this, okay, over here you can see John Doe, because that underscore stands for exactly one letter. If I wanted five letters name ending with Y, okay, I will just put four like this, 1 2 3 4, okay, and then I will add Y. That means I need a name with 5 letters, but it should end with Y. So you won't use this often, okay, but when you do, you will feel like a wizard. Okay, but we normally don't use it. Now there is one more thing, that is in operator. Okay, in operator allows you to specify multiple values in a where clause. How we'll use it, I'll just show you. So for that, let's say I need to print all the users, okay, whose role is either student or instructor. I don't want to print admin. Okay, I just need either student or instructor. How we will do that? For that we will do in, okay, and for that we will do select asterisk from users where uh, 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 roles in, okay, where roles in, here I will check whether the role should be either a student, okay, uh, or an instructor. What this will do, it will check, it will print all the users where roles in either student or instructor. Okay, let's just print the users first. Select asterisk from users. If I'll just run this, here we have two admins, Priyanshu Dubey, okay, and okay, we have just one admin. Got it? So we need to print all the student and instructor. We will not get this Priyanshu Dubey result over here. If I'll just run this, if I'll just run it, okay, here we can see John, Jane, Priyanshu Dubey, instructor. Okay, we have two Priyanshu Dubey in our table. Remember, yes, we added this intentionally. Okay, we don't have admin. If you'll see in the roles, this is how you can use in, or you can also use not in. Okay, if I will just put over here not in, okay, now I will get only Priyanshu Dubey who is admin. You can see over here Priyanshu Dubey, okay, admin roles. So this is how you can use either in or not in. And this is operator, in and not in operator. We have already seen all the operators, but still it just came into my mind. Okay, then I just taught you this once again. Okay, so now there is two more important thing, okay, which like people get confused about it very often. They are not the same, but sometimes people confuse and they're like, okay, they both work same, but they're not. That is group by and having. Yes, these two things. So imagine a high school cafeteria, okay, and you don't count every student individually in that. You count them by tables. That okay, on this table there are four people sitting. On this table there are like, oh, yeah, okay, five people seated. Or maybe you count by, okay, they are the jocks, they are the nerds, they are the goths. Okay, like this. That is group by. You group the people. That okay, they are this category. Okay, so like that. So just like that, here we will group by people. Let's say I don't want the average price of all courses. I don't want that. What I want is I want to know how many courses each instructor has created. Okay, then how we will do that? So for that we have to group by. How we will do? I'll do select asterisk. Sorry, I don't need asterisk. I just need instructor. Struc. I just need I need instructor spelling. Select instructor ID. Okay, and I need count that instructor has how many courses. Okay, count asterisk as we'll put an alias name. Okay, so maybe total courses. Fine. Select instructor ID count asterisk as total courses from courses table. Okay, and we will group by instructor ID. Group by instructor ID. If I will run this, I will get the list of each instructor has how many courses. I will get the count. Okay, if I will run this here, instructor id 10 has 5 courses. So this is how you can use the group by. Now there is one more thing, that is having. This was group by. Now we have having. Having is like the bouncer. Okay, group by is like the cafeteria table and having is like the bouncer. People often confuses between having and where. Sometimes they think that the both are same, but they are not. Where filters the row, okay, but having filters the group. As we created a group just now, okay, we did here the group by, and what having does is it will work as where but for groups. Okay, you cannot use where in the, where on the group by. So that's where having comes. Okay, so I will do, let's say I need the data of I'll just, let's say I will tell you that, hey, first you go on. Yeah, so let's say I will tell you that, hey, show me the instructors who are working too hard, like have more than 2 courses. Got it? So if I will do that, then I will I have to first group by the instructor id. I have to find exactly this thing, that all the instructor have how many courses, and then I have to add the where. I mean, technically where, like where the courses count is more than 2, but we cannot use where over here on the group by. So here we will use having. So let's see how we will do that. We will use the same till here. Okay, I'll just copy paste this by instructor id, and here I will use having uh, total courses are greater than 2. If I'll do this, technically I will get the same result again, because in our courses table we have just one person, instructor id 10, who has 5 courses, no one else has. So if I'll just run it, here we got this. If I'll do more than 5, then I will not get any result. Here you'll see 0 result. If I'll do more than 1, I guess I will get again the same result, because yeah, we have just one instructor id who has these courses. uh, let's add one more instructor id na. Let's add one more instructor id. So I will just copy this. I will remove these, just it over here, and I will maybe do learn month stack 0 to hero. Okay, I will put 69.99, and I will put user 6. Okay, instructor 6, or let's give it 8. I remember user 8 is instructor. Okay, and let's add one more. So instead of mon, we'll do mean stack. Okay, and we will put maybe 49, again by instructor 8. Okay, let's just run this. If I will run this, yeah, we have it. Now let's run this. You see, now instructor 8 has also more than 2 courses. Okay, and instructor 10 has 5 courses. So this is how group by and having and where works. So basically, where happens before the party starts. Okay, it filters the data, but having happens after the party is over. It filters the summary. You can't use where on a calculated aliases like total courses. Okay, we calculated this over here and we put it in the total courses, and you cannot use where on this total courses. Okay, so for if you have to find something on this total courses, then you have to use having, not the where. Got it? Okay, so the bouncer is also done. I mean, the having, we call it bouncer in MySQL. Okay, then we need to talk about time. So if you'll see in relationships, time is relative. Okay, I'll be ready in 5 minutes, it actually means 45 minutes. Okay, and let's take a break, it actually means separating forever. But in MySQL, time is absolute. Okay, we need to measure it precisely. And before we move into time and date, okay, let's just ask, or let's just see that how database will tell you what time it is. Okay, so you can check, or if you have to store in a different time zone, then how you can manipulate all these things we are going to see now. Okay, so we are going to see time and date. It's not the date that you are thinking, it's MySQL date. Okay, so how you can ask the database that, okay, tell me what time it is. So you can do select, okay, and then just do now. And now is a function, so you have to put the parenthesis. Okay, if I'll just run it, I will get here 2nd of January 2026. It's 21:18. That means it's 9:18 p.m. Okay, 2nd of January. This will give me the current timestamp from my system. Okay, if I'm running it on my local, then it will give me my local time. If I'm running MySQL on a server, then it will give me the server time. Got it? Now let's say if I have to check what is the current date. Okay, just the date, no time attached. Okay, so for that I will do, let me add the comment, get just the date. So for that I will use select, okay, CURDATE, current date. Okay, select CURDATE means select current date. If I, this is also a function, so you have to put the parenthesis at the end. And if I'll run it, here I just got date. If you will print the now, okay, this will give you the timestamp. Okay, this will give you timestamp, and this will give you just the date. Okay, no time. You see, 2nd of January 2026. Got it? So happy new year. Now if you have to get just the time, okay, we see how you get the date. We see how you can get everything, like the current timestamp includes date and time both. But this is how you can get just the date if you need only date. And how you can get only time. So for that we'll get, let me first write the comment, get just the time. Okay, select CURTIME. Okay, this is the function which will give you only time. If I will run it, here 21:20, that means 9:20 p.m. So you can use now when you need the precision, like created at, as we are using in our table, created at, because we need date time both. Okay, when the user is created, uh, and you can use this current date for like birthdays, if you have to store birthdays or like that. You don't need to know the, if you don't need exact millisecond of the things. Okay, in that case you can use just the current date. But if you are creating someone's astrological profile, in that case you need the exact time till the millisecond, so there you have to use the current timestamp. If you will see, if I'll just, sorry, if I'll just run the date again, it is giving me year, month and day. Okay, this is 2026, the month is January, and 02 is the date. Okay, but you can also change the this for this format. Okay, because this is the default output that MySQL gives, and this looks very ugly, sorry for that, but it looks ugly. Because for backend developers, you have to tell the system that, okay, the first thing I will receive will be an year, then I will receive the month, then I will receive a date. That you have to specify in case of for backend developers. Okay, so that's a very hectic job. So if you send this to your front end, your users will cry. Okay, so let's make them pretty. How we are going to do that? Change the date format. uh, um okay, how we can do that? So for that you can do select, okay, date format. Okay, and here we will pass now. Okay, first we will call now, and then after the now, the second parenthesis that we pass in the date format will be the format of the date. So let's go with m. Yeah, you have to add the percentage sign, then slash, I need month. Okay, then I need date. Okay, and then I need year. If I will let's alias this, because you can see how this is, how the name of the column is coming, the name of the function. So let's add an alias so that we can get a good name of the column. Okay, if I'll do as us date. Here you can see us date. How we got it? Month, then date, then to year. Date format, month, date, and year. Okay, now if you have to change this format, okay, if you have to change this format to date, month, and year. Okay, I'll go date. What's happening? Date, month, and year. Okay, if I have to change date, the format in this format, then how you can do it? Can you try it? Okay, and not just that, like I don't need this slash, I need a hyphen. So how we are going to do that? And this is the correct way. Sorry for the people of America, but this is the correct way of putting the date. Okay, I'll do select, I'll add date format. Okay, and here I will go now, and then I will put percentage d hyphen percentage month hyphen percentage year. If I'll do this as world date. Okay, if I'll do that as world date, if I'll run it, I will get here 2nd of January 2026. And this v, if you're finding these symbols as weird, okay, then this percentage d percentage m, we call it specifiers. And you don't have to google this. Okay, I'm coding from last 7 8 years and I still just google it, the cheat sheet of MySQL date format. Okay, and no one remembers it. So you don't have to be in a fear of missing odd one out. Okay, that okay, people know this, I don't know. People don't know this. No one knows this format. Okay, because there are multiple ways to format the date. Okay, so whenever even I need it today, I just have to, I google it, and I found the cheat sheet. Okay, where I can get all the date format, and whichever I need, I just use that. Okay, now we've seen the date. What if you have to find the difference between two dates? And this is a very useful thing. Let's say you are calculating the subscription expiry, or you are calculating that how many days it has been passed since your ex texted you. Okay, so in that case you have to find the difference between two dates, and there you have to find the difference between date. And how you can do it in MySQL? Okay, let's do the find the difference between two dates. How you can do it? Now let's say we have the courses. I'll just print select asterisk from courses. Okay, if I'll just run it, uh, what happened? Select asterisk from courses. We have not selected the database. Okay, sorry, my bad, because I restarted this application just few minutes ago. Okay, so I have to select the database. So I'll do use toaster school. Okay, now the database is selected. We don't need to worry. Now select asterisk from school. If I run it, I will get the output. You can see all these courses have a created date. Okay, so let's find the difference between what's like how many days have been passed since the courses was created. Okay, so for that we have to find the difference between the date that is present and created at and today's date. Okay, so for that we will use another function of MySQL that is called date diff. Select date diff. Okay, this is a function, and inside the parenthesis, come on, inside the parenthesis, first we will call now, because we need entire date and time. Because if you'll see here in created at, this is the timestamp. Okay, so we need timestamp to calculate the difference. And here we will pass the column created at. Okay, so date, what date diff will do, date diff will give you the difference between the current timestamp and the timestamp present in this created at table. Now we will give it an alias as uh, days since launch. Okay, from courses. Okay, I'll make it as capital, otherwise people from MySQL community will ban me. Okay, if I'll run it, here you see, first course we created 3 days ago, then after that all those courses we created just 1 day ago. If I'll just print this once again, you can see over here all these courses are this one course MySQL 0 to hero created on 30th December. Okay, and all these other courses are created on 1st of January, that is yesterday. What it, you'll see 1 1 1 1 1 1, and this one is 30/12, that is 30th of uh, December 2025. And if I'll just run it, you will see that we got the difference. This is created on 30th, today is 2nd of January, so it's the difference of 3 days. Okay, then rest all have the difference of just 1 day. Or you can also pass an date over here instead of this created at. Let's say your ex left you on 1st January of 2024. Okay, so how many days it has been till now? Let's just check that, since how many days you are single and still waiting for her text or his text. So I'll do select date diff. Okay, over here I'll pass now. Okay, now, and then here I will pass the date. Okay, maybe 2024. Okay, 0101. Okay, I'm just taking a random number, please don't be offended. Okay, so select date diff now. Okay, and let's give it an alias as days of freedom. Freedom. Okay, if I'll just run it, we will get 732 days of freedom. Congratulations. And if you are getting a negative number here, okay, or date diff is giving you a negative date, okay, then there is just one issue, that you have put both at the different places. If I will just put this date over here and put now over here, then it will give me negative 732, right? So always put this in a correct order, end date minus start date. And if you'll confuse this in production, then you might tell a user that their subscription is going to end in 1970. Got it? Now sometimes we need to look into the future. Now imagine a student buy a course, okay, and on our toaster school we are running a 1 month refund policy. If you need the refund in within a 1 month, okay, then we'll give it to you. So we have to calculate the deadline, right? And for that we have to check it on the future date, right? So for that, how we will do that? Check the deadline using date add. Yes, date add is a function in MySQL. So we'll do select date add. Okay, and here if I will what I have to pass, first I need now. Okay, so what I will do is I will add 1 month to the current time. So if I am buying a course now, so after 1 month from this current date and time, okay, my refund policy will be end. Okay, I cannot ask for refund after that time. I will use interval 1 month. Yeah, you write it in plain English, as I'm telling you from the beginning that MySQL is very easy, my friends. Okay, you just have to write interval 1 month. Okay, and we will get just 1 month from now. And let's give it a alias refund deadline. And if I'll just run it, we have the refund deadline of 2nd of February 2026. It's 2nd of January today. Okay, And if I have 1 month refund policy, so what it did, date add added an interval of 1 month from the now the current date. And it's not just that you can add a month, you can add anything, you can add day, year, second, anything, it's on you. Like let's say if I'll do select date add, I will just call now, okay, and I will do over here interval, let's say 1 week, or 7 day, let's say maybe. If I'll do that as 1 week later, if I'll just run it here, 1 week later will be 9th of January. Let's just check it. It's 2nd of January today. 1 week later it will be 9th of January, right? I don't know if you are able to see the calendar over here. uh, Let me see if it's visible. Yeah, it's visible. Okay, so after a week it will be 9th of January. Now, do you know inside a query you can add conditions as well? Not just that simple where clause. No, you can put multiple conditions inside one query, and we call it logical labels, okay, or the case statement, or case statement. Like let's say we all judge people, okay? No one is sane over here. We all judge people, and it's a human nature. Like if you'll see the condition of girls, they will be like, if I'm replying instantly, they will think I'm a desperate. Okay, if I'm taking 3 hours to reply, they think, okay, I'm playing hard to get. Okay, if I'll take 3 days, they will just ghost me forever. Okay, and we do this categorization in our head. Okay, SQL does this with the case statement. Okay, with this case statement. So what it is, I'll just explain you. So if you'll see right now, our database has just raw numbers. uh, where is that? Select, if I'll just print this, we have raw numbers over here, prices 19, 39, 59. Okay, now I want to label the prices. Okay, and I want to create another column in this table on the fly. I don't want to create the column first. I don't want to like go that to do alter table, create the column and do these calculations. No, I want to do all these things, create a column, okay, and label the prices on the fly. Like if a price is less than 20, we'll make mark it cheap. Okay, if price is between 20 to 50, we'll mark it moderate, and if a price is more than 50, we'll mark it expensive. Okay, and I want this in a new column called cost tier. You got it what I'm trying to say? If the price is less than 20, we'll mark it cheap, that okay, this course is cheap. And if the price is between 20 to 50, we'll mark it that okay, this course is moderate price. And if it's more, the price is more than 50, we'll mark it expensive. Got it? So let's do that. And you see how we are going to do this in just one SQL statement, one SQL query. So for that, we will do select title and prices. Okay, and let's add case. Case means the all three scenarios. Okay, so let's put the scenario. We'll use when. Yes, we have when here in MySQL as well. We have everything here in MySQL. If I'll do like uh, when price is less than 20, okay, then we call it cheap. Okay, and when prices between 20 and 50, okay, then we call it moderate. Got it? Sorry, we don't need to give the comma, my bad. Okay, so when the prices are less than 20, then it will be cheap. when prices is between 20 to 50, then it will be moderate, and when it is more than 50, okay, then we call it expensive. When prices greater than 50, then we call it expensive. Okay, and uh, let me just put it like this. Okay, yeah, now it looks good. um, and that's the difference between a good engineer and just a engineer who is just fulfilling their duty, that's it. Okay, just barely surviving in the tech industry. So what's the basic difference between them? A good engineer will not stop here, but an engineer who is just like somehow surviving in the field, okay, using the chat gpt or ai things, okay, he will just stop here and he will say that okay, the query is finished. Okay, but a good engineer, the sign of a good engineer is to always think of the all the possible cases, all the possible scenarios that can happen over here. So now what if there is a course, okay, and its price doesn't lie in this category? Okay, there has to be an else condition. Even if all the conditions will satisfy, all the prices that we can put in the this table is going to be satisfied with these conditions, but still you have to put a fall condition, you have to put an else condition, that if none of this satisfies, then that condition will work, even if you know that there is not going to be any data, okay, that is ever that these conditions will not satisfy. Still you have to put that an else case. Okay, that's the sign of a good engineer. And we are going to do the same. We'll put else, okay, and we'll mark it free. If all the above conditions fails, okay, all these three when conditions fail, then this else will work. And then end, okay, end as, I'll put cost tire. Okay, I need this data in a column named cost tire. Okay, from which table? Now we have to also mention the table, we forgot to mention the table name. From courses table. So let's run it and see. Let's run it, hopefully it should work, fingers crossed. Yes, yes, friends, see, we got it. You see, MySQL 0 to hero 19.99. It's a cheap because it is less than 20. Okay, and this JavaScript 0 to hero is 39.99. This is moderate because it's between 20 and 50. Okay, then complete Python is 59.99. This is expensive because this is greater than 50. Okay, again this is 9.99, so it's cheap. 29.99, so it's moderate. 69.99, so it's expensive. And 49.99, so it's moderate again. Now see what I did over here. This case basically this starts the logic machine. Okay, and then this when and then, this is your if statement. Here when acts like if prices is less than 20, okay, then this statement will work. It's just like that, if else, when and then. Okay, if prices is less than 20, then call it chip. If prices is between 20 and 50, then call it moderate. Okay, and then we come at the else case. Else, this is the catch all. Okay, if none of the above match, then do it. Okay, I know that we have covered all the cases, that if it's less than 20, even if it will be in negative, okay, it will still work. If it's between 20 and 50, it is going to work. And anything that comes more than 50, it is going to work. We have covered all the money, but still you always have to put an else condition, a fail safe condition, always in database. Always put this. Okay, because just in case, you never know, MySQL sometimes behave just like your ex on her periods. Okay, so always keep your fingers crossed and on the hope that everything will work fine. And this end, so basically when we start with case, and to tell the MySQL that okay, all the cases are done, we write end. Okay, all these when and then cases will come between case and end. Okay, you must close the loop here. This case is like starting of the loop, and end is like ending of the loop. Let me put this in the another line. If you will remove the end, okay, MySQL will this will not work, because this is the ending of the loop. MySQL will be like, okay, where should I stop this case? You have started the case, but where is this case ending? And that tells this end statement. Okay, and this as cost tire. Don't forget the alias. We just put an alias. Okay, otherwise the column name will be the entire code block. Okay, got it. If you will not put the alias, if I'll just remove it, I'll show you. If we are going to uh, run this, see, this is the name of the column, the entire code block. Got it. So always put the alias, because if you will send this without the alias to the front end team, they are going to personally come at your home. Okay, and give you some good gifts. So hope this is clear, but it's a bit complicated, I know. It's you will not understand it in first go. So let's see one more example of this. Let me think of something that we can make, because I am sitting here with just the list that okay, I am going to teach you this. Inside that topic, what is I'm going to teach you, that even I don't know. Okay, so now let me think. Uh, so if I'll just print this courses table over here, you see all these courses are published by the sorry, not this. All these courses are published by instructor 10, and there are two courses that is published by instructor 8. Okay, that's it. So what we can do, we can write a case, we can write the conditional logic over here for like if the user have more than 0 courses. If a user has even 1 courses, then we will mark them as active. Okay, and if the user have instructor have 0 courses, we'll mark them as lazy. Okay, should we do this, or should you try it? Just pause the video over here, okay, and just give it a try. Don't think that okay, I have to optimize the query or I have to write the best query. It doesn't matter. Just make it work, just try it. Okay, just try it once on your own. Otherwise I'm here, don't worry. Just give it a try once. This is how you will learn. Okay, even if you will fail, fail again, fail better it's the next time. Got it? Okay, if you have tried, that's really good. And if you haven't, again good. And I have to say sorry for that, because the scenario I explained you, for that we have to use join. What is join? We are going to see in just few minutes. Okay, because we have to combine both the table. We need to combine users table and the courses table for that. Okay, then only we can see okay, which instructor has how many courses and all. Right? So let's see something else. uh, if the user's role is instructor, then instructor will get paid. Okay, and if the role is admin, then admin is the boss. Okay, and if the role is student, then he will pay the money. Okay, so let's write this. So what we can do is we can put select uh, first name and roles. I'll just select the student users first. Select asterisk from users. If I'll run it, okay, yeah, we have roles. So we'll do select first name and roles. Okay, case uh, when roles equals to instructor. Okay, when roles is instructor, then uh, paid. Okay, if it's instructor, he will get paid for his courses. Okay, when the roles is admin, then he is the boss. It's all his money. Okay. And when the role is student, so we can simply just do else, because there is just two there is just three roles. Okay. And there can't be any other role other than student, teacher, and uh, admin. Okay. So we'll just put else. You can also add another when roles equal to student. Okay. Then he will pay the money, but and then you have to add some condition in the else as well. So that's why I'm just using the else by default. Okay. Else uh, pays money, and then we have to end the case. Okay. End as what should we name this? um, Income status maybe. End as income status from users. Okay. If I'll run it, uh, I will run it. Yeah. Here you see, for all the users, John is student, so he will pay the money. Priyanshu is admin, so he is the boss. Okay. And then Jane, Priyanshu, Amanda, Alfred, Anna, all these are instructors and they will get paid. So this is how you can use this conditional this is how you can write the conditional SQL query. Okay. Okay. So till now we have seen the almost all the basics of MySQL. Okay. Now we are moving to the slightly medium level of MySQL now. Okay. Till now you know how you can create a table, how you can create a database, how you insert the data, how you delete the data, how you select the data, how you can put multiple conditions in one SQL query. Okay. How you manage the date, how you can put the maths function like average, sum, and all. Till now you know all these things. Okay. And if there is a job opening for entry level MySQL engineer, okay, or MySQL developer, you are ready for that. Okay. But now we are moving for the slightly medium level territory. We are moving to the relationships, not the one with your ex. That was just chaos. But this relationship is also chaos if you will not understand it properly. Imagine it with a scenario. We have two tables. We have one table users and we have another table courses. Okay. Now which user has bought which courses? If user 1 has bought the let's say first course. Okay. Then who is this user? The name of the user is and the email ID of the user is present in the users table. Let's say if user 1 has bought two or three different courses, then how we are going to store all of them? Okay. So here comes relationships. Got it? They both these tables are strangers to each other and we need to connect them. And how we are going to connect them? So let's see it with one example. I'll just show you the data first. If we'll print the users table, so if you'll see, the user 1 is John. Okay. He is student and he wants to buy a course. Where is the courses? If I'll just print the courses, if I'll just print, so user 1 is John. Okay. Let's just remember this. Then he wants to buy course 1, MySQL 0 to hero. Okay. And also the Python course, complete Python. He wants to buy MySQL 0 to hero and complete Python course. So John has the user ID 1. Okay. And he wants to buy the ID course ID of 1 and 4. Now if you are coming from a JavaScript or MongoDB background, okay, then your brain is screaming that okay, it's very easy, just add an array. Okay. And let's just put a list of course ID inside the users row. If you are thinking this, okay, then just stop here. Do not do that. Okay. Because if you try to store an array like 1, 2, or 5, okay, inside a single SQL cell, the database gods will strike you down. Let me just explain you with the diagram. Okay. Let's add it. Let's suppose you are a junior developer. Okay. who created this. This is what junior developers do. Okay, that's why in the beginning of the course I told you that designing of the database takes more time than developing the database itself. Okay, so let's say a junior developer is developing this. What he will do is he will make a purchased courses table. Okay, let's make it. Okay, let's say this is the name of the table, purchase courses. Let's maybe give this as id name. Okay, and here we will put the purchased courses. Okay, and why this is bad I will tell you. So let's say there is two people in this, one and two. Let's separate them. Okay, the one has name John. Okay, second one is name as Mary. Okay, fine. We have two users. Let's say John has bought three courses, 1, 2, and 5. Okay, then how you are going to store it? Like this, 1, 2, and 5, like this. Okay, or let's say the Mary has no courses. She didn't bought any courses. She's just lazy. Okay, so we'll store a null like this. Now, if you think that this is a good, that there is no wrong in this, okay, then you are wrong. This is very terrible database. This is a comma separated value, a CSV value. In MySQL table, inside a column, you are storing a CSV value. Now imagine what if I want to find all the users who have bought the course ID 2. Then how you are going to find it in the CSV value? If I need to find the course 2, okay, then John is enrolled in course 2, but we have stored the value in CSV. How you are going to find it? I have to scan every single string and verify if the number 2 is present in this string or not. Because if you have to store the CSV value, you have to store it as a string. So you have to scan the whole string to find if 2 is present in that or not. This is very slow. Okay, this will be like big O of n. If you know what is time complexity and all, okay, if you know this, then this will be big O of n condition, the worst case scenario. So this is one problem, the search problem. The second problem will be the integrity problem. What if course 2 gets deleted? Then the database doesn't know that 2 is inside that string. Okay, and as you remember, we have added on delete cascade, so that when the user will get deleted, okay, who has created the course, then its course will also be deleted. But here in this case it will not be deleted because the 2 is present inside a string. Okay, and database doesn't know what is 2 inside a string. So now you are left with a broken data. Now imagine you have a sticky note. Okay, and you have written the name of all the people that you have dated in your past. Okay, in just one single sticky note, and you put it in your pocket. Now what if you break up? You have to cross it out. Okay, so this, for that you have to do string manipulation. Or what if you run out of space on the note? It can be you have dated enough people that you have run out of the space on the notes. This will be the limit of the varchar, because the string comes with a limit, and it's messy and it's unprofessional. Okay, in SQL we follow the first normal form. Okay, we call it first normal form. This is 1NF. Okay, in shortcut we call it 1NF, first normal form. What is first normal form? One cell, one value. Fine. It means one cell, one value. This is the first normal form. Okay, one cell, one value. No array, no list, no cheaters, nothing. So if you have to write it, then this condition is bad. This condition doesn't satisfy one enough, one cell one value rule. Now let's say if you say that, okay, if we can't store it like this, then we will store it separately, something like this. Let's make another table. Okay, I'll make another table over here. Let's give names like id. Okay, uh, name of the user. Okay, and let's say you are saying that we will store this 1, 2 and 5 separately. Okay, so let's give it multiple courses column name. uh, course 1, course 2, course 3. Okay, let's say, and let's say the user is 1, and we get he is John. Okay, the user is John, and let's say the course 1 id of course 1 is 101 or 102, and there is no course 3. He just bought two courses, so we will just put null. Okay, you did it, and you think that, okay, you are very smart. Now you are not storing the courses in a string. But no, actually you are very dumb if you are thinking that this is optimized and this is good. Okay, because there is a lot of limitation. This is worse than the this above one. This is worse than this string one. This is way worse, because what if John bought fourth course? Okay, or what if he bought just 10 courses? Then you are going to create 10 more columns to store that. Are you going to alter the database schema to add more columns again and again, like course 4, course 5, course 6, like this, whenever he will buy one? And if you'll see the waste space, if he has bought just two courses, okay, then the space of course 3 we are storing null. So this is the space we are wasting. Or let's say you have to find the data. You have to find, okay, the course 101. Then what you will do, you will check whether the course 1 has course 101 or not, course 2 has course 101 or not, okay, or course 3 has course 101 or not. You have to keep checking this till all the columns. It's very disgusting. So these are the problems, okay, when you have to store the courses of which user has bought which courses. So we can't put the courses inside users, okay, and we can't put the users inside courses. So we need a middleman, we need a relationship manager, we need a junction table, okay, also called as pivot table. Pivot table or junction table. So think of this table as box of receipts. Okay, it doesn't store user detail. Okay, it doesn't store course detail. It only store pairs. How? So row one will like user one bought course A. Row two will store like, okay, user one bought course B. Okay, user two has bought course A, like this. How? Let's design this new table. Okay, we'll call it enrollment. Okay, let's call it enrollment table. How we are going to design this enrollment table? Okay, enrollment table. So as I told you, how we are going to store it, like, okay, user one has bought course this course 101, user two has bought course 102, user one has bought again course 103, like this. In a simple row we will put it. So what all things we need? We need an enrollment id. Every table should have id. Okay, we have course in courses table, we have course id. In users table we have an id, user id. So in the enrollment table also we will have id. Okay, so in this we will store the enrollment id, student id, the course id, okay, and the timestamp that when this they enroll at the courses. Like let's design it. uh, there will be enrollment id, the id of this table. Okay, then there will be student id, then it will have course id. Okay, then enrolled at when they enrolled in this course. Fine. Now let's Fill the details. uh, let's say enrollment id 1, student id 1, that is John. Okay, what John did, John bought a course 101. Okay, and he enrolled at, let's say, 3rd January 2026. I'm just writing it. Okay, this is not how we store the timestamp. We already know how we store the timestamp. Okay, I'm just writing it over here just to explain you. Okay, then let's say we have another user, you another enrolled in the course. Okay, so this time student 4. Okay, let's say student 4, what he did, he enrolled in, let's say, course 102, uh, again on, let's say, 3rd January. Fine. Now let's say we have another enrollment id, another student enrolled again. uh, let's say student 1 again enrolled in course 102. Okay, he this time he did it on 4th January. So you see how we are storing it. We doesn't matter how many this you, if you'll see this student 1, he bought course 101 and he also bought course 102. Okay, but now we are not dependent on it. He can buy as many courses as he can, because now we are storing it row wise. Okay, so we don't have to alter the table again and again. And now why this is good, it has infinite growth. Okay, this user one, John, can buy a 1 million courses. Okay, we just add 1 million row to the receipt box. No schema changes, we are not going to change anything. It will keep scaling, because a good application is the one which doesn't gets crashed when the user increases. Okay, it should scale the application on its own. This is what's happening over here. Okay, then fast lookup, show me all the receipts for user 1, and I will just check in the student id, and wherever there will be student id 1, I will get all its details in just a second. Okay, this is how it will work as fast lookup. Then we also clean up. If user 1 deletes his account, okay, let's say John is gone. Jo- John deleted his account. Okay, so we just burn their receipts on delete cascade. We'll just put, if the user 1 is gone, delete his all the data. So we have to maintain the relationship, and there are multiple type of relationships. Okay, I'll just explain you. Okay, types of relationship in MySQL. There is a one to one is like husband and wife, hopefully. Okay, if you have just one, you can put the key in either table. If there is just one-to-one relationship, okay, then you can put the key in any table, be it in parent table or child table or anywhere. Okay, so in the world of database, tables like to date each other. Okay, but just like in real life, there are some rules. Okay, let's break down the three type of relationship. That is, first one is one to one. Okay, we have one to one relationship. Now what this means, it's just like the monogamous couple. Okay, like husband and wife are traditional and strict. Depends if we have just one husband or one wife. Okay, so one husband has exactly one wife. I'm just taking the example from a traditional one. Okay, not from the Gen Z's world. Okay, one husband has just one wife. Okay, and one wife has exactly one husband. Got it? Husband and wife, just one. And the rule is very simple, that the husband and wife are so connected with each other. Okay, that you can technically merge them in one table. But sometimes we split them for privacy, like we have a users table, versus if we are going to store the passport detail of users, we will keep both of them in a separate table, because passport is a sensitive information. But technically, if you'll see, we can store the passport detail in users table as well, because that's the passport detail belongs to the user, right? So technically we can store them in the users table as well. But ideally we don't do that, right, for the privacy concern. But this is what the one to one relationship, husband and wife, okay, like they can be in one table as well. But let's say if we are storing the user and passport detail in separate tables, okay, so where you are going to store the key, like user id in passport details table or passport id in user id details table, it doesn't really matter, okay. You can put the passport id in users table or users id in passport table. I'll just explain you with an example, okay, so that you can visualize things. So if you'll see, we have users table and we have passport table. Both are separate. Okay. So now let's say we have two users or just one. Let's just take example. So ID one, name John. Okay. John. He is giving us the passport details. Let's say his ID passport ID is just 99, and let's give us any number A1234065. This is his passport number. Okay. So here you can store the user id over here, okay. This id will go here, or you can store this passport id here as well. If you'll just make here the passport id table, and you can make it here as well, it doesn't really matter, okay. But just one thing, this user id, okay, this user id will be unique. It must be unique, otherwise John could have five passports, okay, which would make it one to many relationship, which we'll see in few minutes. So now why I put this user ID, okay, in the passport table? Why? There is one specific reason for that. Usually we put foreign key on the table, that is optional. Here the passport table is optional because not every user have passport. Okay, there might be few people who don't have passport. Got it? So in that case, this passport table becomes optional. Okay, so here in the users table, what we will do, we will make this user id as primary key, and here this user id will be a foreign key. Okay, this will be a primary key, and here this user id will be a foreign key. So if not everyone has passport, put user id inside the passport table. It's as simple as that. But here if you'll see, it's just one to one relationship. One user has just one passport, right? One user can't have multiple passport, or multiple passports, like one passport cannot belong to multiple users, or one user cannot have multiple passports. One user should have just one passport. Okay, just like one user cannot have more than one mother, biological mother, right? So this is what one to one relationship is. Now we have one to many relationship. One to many relationship, just like parent and child. Okay, a mother and her kids. One mother can have many kids, okay, but one child can have only one biological mother, as I just told you. Okay, it's one to many. One mother can have multiple children, like a mom can have multiple children. Okay, child 1, child 2, child 3. Okay, but if you'll see, all these three childs, okay, all these three childs have just one mom. They have just one biological mother. So this is one to many relationship. Okay, it's one to many. One mother has multiple many children. So here the child will hold the parent id always. Okay, always. This is the rule of one to many relationship. The child holds the parent's id always. Now why? Because imagine the mother holding the id. Okay, she would need an array like child 1, child 2, child 3, right? As we just discussed over here, if you'll just scroll up, okay, we just discussed that this is the right way to store the data. Not this one, not like this, or not like this at all. Okay, so this is the right way to store the data. And here if one mother has multiple childs, how she is going to store the data, right? She have to mom have to store multiple child's ids, right? So that's why what we can do is we give the childs their mom id. So the child 1 will say that my mom id is 5, child 2 will say that okay, my mom id is also 5. Okay, How? Let's build the table and let's see. Let's build the table. So we have a mother's table, and let's give id mom. Let's give mom id, okay, and the name of the mom. uh let's put maybe id 5, name Sarah, okay. And let's make children's table. We'll put children's table, and in children table we will store the id of the children, the name of the children, and the name of sorry, the id of mother, okay. And here, if you'll we will make this id, we will make it primary key, okay. This will be primary key. Now let's just make children's table. There will be a children's id, okay, then the name of the children, and what next? Yeah, we need mother's id. We need mother id, okay. So now what we will do, we will store, let's say, the child id is 10, okay, and we'll give the child name is js, or the another id having python. That's the name of the child, okay. Hypothetical, okay. This is the name of the child. Then what we'll do, the both this child belongs to the mother Sarah, so we'll put the mother id as 5 in both these cases. And here we'll make this mother's id as foreign key, just to verify that whether this mother belongs to this mother id is present in this mother's table or not. That's why we will make it uh, foreign key. So if you'll see, this is one to many relationship, okay. One mother, okay, has multiple childrens, right? So this is one to many relationship. Now the third one we have, third one is many to many relationship, okay. We have many to many relationship. What this many to many relationship is, many to many relationship is like the modern dating scene, you can see. The third wheelers, okay. Okay, let's get serious. Sorry. So one student can take many courses, okay, or one course can have many students. Like courses and students, many, right? One course can have 10 students, 20 students, 30 students, n number of students, okay. And one student can be enrolled in n number of courses. So now we cannot store the key in one table, right? Neither table can hold the key now because they both are too popular, okay, and they need a relationship manager. Here we if you'll see, here we stored the mother's id in children's table, right? Why? Because it was easy to store. Now what if there is multiple mother, or we can say father? There can be more than one father of one child, even biologically this is correct. Right? So if you have to store that, then you can't do it in this table. Because how you are going to store, let's say, if the father of javascript is two people, then how you are going to store the two id over here? Then you have to make another third table where you will store the both of the details. This is what happens in many to many relationship. Now we can't store the course detail in students table or student detail in courses table. Because if John tries to hold the course id, he needs an array, okay. It's very bad, we already seen. And if courses try to hold the student id, okay, it needs an array too, again bad. So we will create a third table and we call it junction table. Got it? How we are going to do that? Let's see that. So let's make a simple student table and course table, okay. Student table, we'll make course table, Okay, here we will just give id and name. Okay, and here also we will give the same thing, id and name. Okay, and let's say student id 1, his name is John. Okay, and here we have two courses. Course id, maybe let's give it 10 and 20. Let's maybe React and Node. Okay, we have two courses. I'll just bring it in center. Okay, let's say we have one student who's, and we have two courses, React and Node. Okay, and let's say he is enrolled in both courses. So now we will make a thung junction table. We will make a junction table. What we will do is, here we will store student id and course id, sid and cid, student id and course id. Here we will store that student 1 is enrolled in course 10 and student 1 is enrolled in course 20 as well. Got it? Let's say if one guy is dating two girls. Okay, so this is how it will work. So before you design your database, ask yourself, is it a passport, that is a one to one relationship? Then put the key in the optional table. Okay, is it a child, one to many relationship? Then child holds the parent's key. And is it a party, like many to many relationship? Then get a third table to manage the guest list. Got it? So this is how the relationship works. Okay, yeah, so I hope that this relationship is clear to you. If not, then just please rewind the video and watch it again, because this is very important concept. I'm again emphasizing this, that you have to understand the relationship. If you'll not understand the relationship, then whatever I'm going to teach from here onwards, okay, you will not understand anything in that. Got it? So you have to understand it, the relationship. Once again, let me just recap it once again for you. So one to one relationship is like, uh, where one table is connected to another table, just one. Okay, just like one husband has one wife. Okay, so here if you'll see the users table has id and name, and passport table has id name. Okay, so here passport table is optional table, so that's why we will put users table, user id in the passport table, because not every user have passport. Okay, so that's why it is optional. So this is where we will store the key. Okay, then we have one to many relationship, where one parent can have multiple child. Okay, just like one mom has three child. Okay, so here you cannot store the child id in mom's table, because there are more than one child, and we have already seen that you cannot store the data as csv or as an array. So it's not optional, so that's why we will store mom's id in child's table over here. Okay, so that even if tomorrow the mom has, let's say the mom has currently three children, tomorrow mom decided to make a football team. Okay, and she gets more children. So then in that case, this children's table will be a good option, that no matter how much children keep coming, you can keep adding without any issue, right? So this is the right way to add, and this is one to many relationship, where like one parent can have multiple child. Then we have many to many relationship, like one course can have many students, or uh, many students can join one course. Okay, many courses. So it's like that. So here also, we both have many things, like courses has course id and name, sorry, course id and course name. Okay, then student has student id and student name. And since both are many to many relationship, okay, so since both have many to many relationship, so we cannot store either the course id in student table or student id in course table. Okay, because both can be more than one. So in that case, we have to make a junction table, or we also call it pivot table or pivot table, whatever you pronounce it. Okay, pivot table, and we will store over here the student id and course id in the third table. Okay, so hope this relationship is clear, because now we are going to use this in our case. Okay. Okay, so if you'll see, I am just showing you with diagram. Okay, ideally I should have done it initially, but I forgot it. But nevertheless, when you wake up, imagine that's the morning. So we have currently two tables. Okay, we have users table. In users we have first name, last name, email, role, and created at. Okay, then we have courses table. We have course id, title, price, description, is published, instructor id, and created at. Fine. If we can just verify it, over here. If you'll see, in courses we have course id, title, prices, description, is published, created at, and instructor id. Okay, and in users table, where is our users table? Here we have id, first name, last name, email, roles, and created at. Fine. These are the two tables we have. Now this is the scenario. We just seen the relationship. Now we have to store that how many users are enrolled into any courses. Okay. So it's just it here comes the many to many relationship. We cannot store the student detail, the users detail in courses table, and same we cannot store courses detail in users table. So ideally we have to add another third, we have to create another third table. Okay, we are going to create the enrollments table, and in that we are going to store all the details of like who's which student is in which course. Okay, so for that we are going to create another table, and I have already written the code for this one. So this is the enrollment table. We call it junction table or pivot table. Okay, this is our junction table or pivot table. Fine. What we are going to add over here, there will be one enrollment id. Okay, then there will be student id and course id, just like we just saw in the diagram. Okay, that we will store the student id and course id and enroll that. Okay, this is the timestamp we are going to store. And here this enrollment id will be a primary key. Okay, because that's in every table we make a primary key, mainly the id. Okay, and the student id and course id, we will make it jointly, like together, as a unique. Together unique means one student should be like, there is a student named John and he registered in the course, that is, let's say, course 2, Java complete JavaScript. Okay, now we don't want John to be enrolled in the same course once again. He is enrolled. Okay, so the id, let's say John has id 1 and the course has id 2, so we will make combinedly 1 and 2 as unique. So now there won't be again John will not be enrolled into the same course again ever. Okay, it already exists. John is already over here. Now how we will make the relationship? So I'll just uncomment these things for you guys. What have I done? Okay, yeah, I know. This is the comment. Fine. Yeah, here. So here, from this users table, we will take student ID, and from this courses table, we will take course ID. Okay. This will be a reference. Got it? This will be a reference table, just like a foreign key. This is how we are going to connect the enrollment table. You understand the concept? Now enough of the theory. Let's just quickly jump in and let's just create the enrollment table. Okay. Create a pivot table. Okay, pivot table, or we also call it junction table, same thing. Got it? So you can give it a try. You can I already showed you that what all things we need. In enrollment id will be primary key, student id, course id will be integer. Okay, and the enrolled at will be a timestamp. Can you pause the video right here and try to create this table on your own? Okay, and you can just link these as a foreign key from these both tables primary key. Can you give it a try, please? Give it a try. Pause the video right here and give it a try. Give it a shot. Okay, I hope that you tried. If you have done it, very good. If you haven't done it, then no problem. I'm here to help. Okay, so let's just create. So we'll do create table enrollments. Okay, we'll create the table enrollments. We'll just go here and we will start creating. We'll start with an enrollment id. Okay, enrollment id will be type integer, and it will be uh, sorry, it will be auto increment, and it will be a primary key. Got it? This is fine. Now we need student ID and course ID. Student ID, okay, student ID will be of type integer. Then we also need uh, course ID. Yes, we need course ID. Okay, course ID will also be of type integer. Then what we need enrolled at. Enrolled at will be timestamp, that when the user is enrolled. Let's say we have a deadline of a course, that okay, if you will enroll it now, okay, then you will be in the course for 6 months. After 6 months, the course duration will be over, so now you won't be enrolled anymore. So for that we need timestamp. Or let's say we have a refund policy, so for that we have to add the timestamp. We have to create the timestamp. Enrolled at, okay, enrolled at will be timestamp default current timestamp. Fine, enrolled at will be timestamp default will be current timestamp. All fine. Now we have to make this student ID and course ID as primary key. Got it? So for that, what we will do is we will add. Sorry, we will have to make it foreign key, not primary key. I'm so sorry. So we will make foreign key, and foreign key will be. Let's make student ID first. Student ID. Okay, student ID will be a foreign key, but we have to add the reference. You remember how we add the foreign key? We have to add reference. Okay, references will be users table. Users table will, from users table, which column? ID column. Okay, foreign key will be student ID, references, users ID. Okay, and we also have to do on delete cascade, so that if user is gone, his data is just gone. On delete cascade. Now we have to add the foreign key for course ID. Foreign key course ID. Okay, references will be courses. Okay, and then um, from table courses we will give course ID. Okay, and here also we will just add on delete cascade. If the course is deleted, let's say user is our instructor is gone, so his course will be gone, as we have already added on delete cascade on a courses table. Okay, so for that reason, if we will just if the course is gone, the course ID will also be gone. We don't need that. Okay, so on delete cascade we will put on delete cascade. Fine, this is all good. This looks good to me. Let's just give it a run and see if we have written everything correct or not. Okay, you see, create table enrollments. Enrollment ID integer, auto increment primary key, student ID integer, course ID integer, enrolled at timestamp default current timestamp, foreign key will be student ID, references will be users ID on delete cascade, then foreign key course ID, references, courses, course ID on delete cascade. Fine, let's just run it. Looks good to me. And hopefully we don't have any error. Yeah, table is created successfully. Okay, let's just uh, let's just describe the table. DESC enrollments. If I'll run it, I can see the table over here. Yeah, enrollment ID, student ID, course ID, enrolled at. Right, we have everything sorted now. Why we added on delete cascade? You got it right, because this is very important concept and a bit tricky too. Here, like if a student deletes their account, their enrollment vanishes. Okay, and let's say if I delete a course, okay, or if an instructor delete the course, then to the enrollment vanishes. This keeps our database clean. Okay, uh, no phantom receipts floating around. Got it? So that's why I've added on delete cascade on both sides. Now there is one bug in our code over here. Sorry, let me just make it like this. Yeah, now it looks good. Now there is one bug over here. The table we created currently, it has one bug. Can you find out? I have just discussed it when I was showing you the database diagram. Okay. Then I have shown you that what is the issue and how we are going to fix one thing. I had told you, but I have not added it here. Can you spot that issue? Can you find it? If you found it, just put it in the comment section. Okay. And you can just put a tag me that, okay, I found it. So the bug over here is I can insert, let's say the user is John. Okay. And I can insert that, okay, John bought JavaScript course once. Okay, then I can insert the same thing again, that okay, John bought JavaScript course again, then again. There is no limit. John will keep buying the JavaScript courses, but ideally this should not happen. If John has bought the JavaScript courses, he will be enrolled and he should not get the option to buy it again, right? So for that, what we have to do? So for that, we have to set a rule that the combination of student plus courses will be unique. Okay, it has to be unique. Otherwise, if you will accidentally charge him for 50 times for the same course, he is going to find your address and come and beat you. Got it? So that's why we have to make a rule. And now, since we have already created the table, so now what we have to do? We have to alter the table. And I just hope that you already know the syntax of alter table. If you don't, then you are not learning it properly, you are not practicing it. So what we'll do, alter table enrollments. Okay, and what we need to do, we need to add constraints. We need add constraints. Okay, what constant? We will name a constant called unique enrollment. Okay, we will add a constant. This is just the name of the constant, unique enrollment. And we will make unique two things. What? The combination of two things. Student ID and course ID. We will make it unique. Add constants. Okay, sorry, my bad. It should be add constant unique enrollment. Let's just bring it into another line so that it looks good now. Okay, yeah. So what I just did over here, I'm trying to alter the table enrollment and I'm trying to add a constant. What constant? A unique rule that it should make the combination of this student ID and course ID together, it should be unique. Okay, and if I will just run this, let's just add this constant and it is done. Let's just check if everything is fine or not. Yep, alter table successfully done. Now what exactly it did? So let's say we have a user 1, okay, and he bought a course 10. The course ID is 10. He bought this. Now we don't want to add another 1 and 10 in our table. Now this will not do that because the user 1 has already registered in course 10. So we don't want this. But this will work. User 1 can now buy course 8. This will work. Or user 2 can also buy course 10. This all is fine. But this 1 and 10 together, it should never come again. Got it? This is the whole purpose of adding this thing. Because if I will try to add the same thing 1 and 10 once again, MySQL will throw a duplicate entry error at us. Okay, this is how you sleep purely at night, knowing that your data is safe. Got it? So till now we are here, but now we have to understand one very important concept called joins. Join is like how we join two tables. Not, we are not merging the table, but just to get some data, we will join it temporarily to get the data. Okay, let's say I have to get some data from courses table, some data from users table at once, okay, in one statement. Then how we are going to do that? So for that we have to join the table. And how we are going to do that, that we are going to see. But to join the tables, and what is join, we are going to see everything, don't worry. We'll see the theory first and then we will move to practical as we do. But for that we need some messy data. We have to mess up few things in our data. We have to manually put some messy data, like there are some user, okay, who has bought every courses, all the course that is available, okay, and there are some users who has not bought any courses, okay. and there are some courses in which there is zero student enrolled. Got it? So let's just add few messy data. Let's just do some um, adding messy data for joins. Okay, so let's just do insert into users. Okay, and what we need first name, we need last name. What we need else? We need email and we need roles. Got it? Now let's just pass the values. Okay, let's put maybe Kaylee. Okay, uh, Kylie Jenner, maybe. Yeah, Kylie Jenner. Then let's add her email. No, KYLIAJ. Let's just say Kylie at the rate gmail.com. Fine. And we also have to give a role. Let's say Kylie is our student. Okay, Kylie Jenner is our student. Fine. Everything looks good till now. Let's just insert this data. Let's just see if everything works fine or not. Yep, this insert is successful. Okay, then let's just print the student user stable ones. Select asterisk from users. If I'll just run it, I'll get all the data. We have Kylie, Anna, Alfred, Amanda. Okay, and let's add some enrollment into the courses. Okay, let's add some enrollments. So for that, what we need insert into uh, enrollments. Okay, and what we need, just student ID and course ID. That's it. Student ID and course ID. uh, Fine. Insert into enrollments. Yep, everything is. Oh yeah, we have one values. Okay, here we will pass the values. So let's say our Amanda is an instructor John. Okay, let's just put John. John has ID 1. Okay, so John is in course 1. Let's print the courses now. We'll do select asterisk from courses. If I'll run it, we have course 1 MySQL 0 to hero. All right, so let's say uh, John is enrolled into course 1. Okay, let's insert the John into course 2 as well. Okay, John is also in course. Oh, we don't have course 2, we have course 3. Fine. uh, then we have let's take another user. Maybe let me just print the users once again. uh, Kylie. No, Kylie is we'll leave Kylie as of now. Okay, Kylie has 0 courses. So John has 2 courses. Okay, let's add one more. We need one more student. So we'll just duplicate this over here. Okay, and we will put another. We'll put Alfred Jenner. Okay, Alfred Jenner. Alfred at the gmail.com, and he is our new student. We will just add him. Okay, now if we'll just go over here, I'm just trying to do something. Just give me a second. This is just very basic. I'm adding few data, but sorry, but I'm manually making our data very messy, just so we can use the joins perfectly. So we have 1113. Now let's add another, maybe a user 12. Okay, Alfred is registered in course 1. If we will do this too, Now let's just select asterisk from enrollments. If I'll just run it, we have one enrollment ID, one student 12, course 1. Why only one? Okay, we haven't run this. If we'll run it, and if we will run it too, now if we will just run it, yeah, now we have three enrollment ID 1, 2, and 3. So student ID 12 is in course 1. Okay, student id 1 is in course 1 and student id 1 is in course 3. So now what is the scenario? John has two courses. Okay, the student id 1 is belongs to John, so John has two courses. Okay, and Alfred has one course. Okay, Alfred is student id 12. So John has two courses and Alfred has one courses. Kylie, we added Kylie over here. Kylie Jenner, Kylie has zero courses. Okay, if I'll just print the courses, is there any course which has zero student? Yeah, we have a lot of courses which has zero student. Okay, no student in this, enrolled in this. We have just used this first course till now, 1 and 3, so that's fine. This is perfect. This imbalance is exactly what we need to teach inner join, outer join, and left join. Now what are these what are inner join, what are outer join, and what are left joins? Let's just see that. Okay, so now for 1 second, let's just look at our database. It's completely shattered, right? We have user IDs in users table, courses ID in courses table, okay, courses title in courses table, and we have IDs like who enrolled in which course, that is an enrollment table. Let's say you are working in the company and this is your database, okay, and your boss walks in and asks you that, okay, who bought what? Then I can't just show him a list of numbers like, okay, user 1 bought course 101. He will just fire me. We need to glue these tables back together so that, okay, we can tell that, okay, John has bought JavaScript course. But how we are going to do that? Because in enrollment table we have only just course ID and student ID. What is the name of the course? That is in courses table. Who is this user? That this user ID belongs to which user? That is in users table. Right? So for that we have to use the join. We have to join the table. Got it? So now let's just see join. For that I will bore you just for few minutes, okay, with some theory, because this is very important concept. Okay, so as you have seen the scenario, that we have uh, student details in student table, courses detail in courses table, and enrollment we are just storing the IDs. So now if I have to find that in enrollment table, who is this user and what is this course that he has bought, because currently in our table we just have the IDs, nothing else, right? So for that we have to use join. Okay, now what is join? So let's first see the theory. Okay, and remember this is very important thing. If you'll say in the industry, then almost 95% of the time you have to use joins when you are doing the select queries. When you are running the select queries, almost 95% of the time you have to use join. So you have to understand the concept very very deeply. Okay, and don't worry, I will teach you the concept very deeply. So what is join? So a join clause is used to combine row from two or more tables. Okay, we are combining the rows from two different tables or more than two tables as well. Okay, and based on the related column between them. Okay, there might be some columns which are related to both tables. That's why we are using the join, right? So we use it to combine two or more sorry, not tables, rows. Two or more sorry, let me just rephrase it again. We use joins to combine the rows from two or more tables. Okay, let me just get it over here in center. Right, let me just see if everything is visible clearly or not. Yeah, it is visible clearly. So we use join to combine rows from two or more tables. Now let's see how basically it works. So let's take the example of our own tables. Okay, let's take the example of our tables. I can simply bring some screenshot over here. So we have these two tables, right? This is our own table. This is the users table, and this is, oh sorry, uh, I wrote it upside down. And so this is courses table, and this is our users table. Fine. Now if you'll see over here, here in our courses table, uh, we have an instructor id, and instructor id is referring to this id from user, right? And we have a relationship over here between these two tables, right? If we have relationship between two tables, then we can use the joins on them and we can get our desired results. Okay, but before like going into the technical term of join, that how we use join or not, let's first see what is join and what all things are there in join. So basically, if you'll see the definition of it, we used to combine rows from two or more tables. So these are the rows. Okay, these are the rows we have. So we can combine these rows, okay, from different tables based on the columns that there is the relationship between columns of multiple tables. So based on that relationship, we can combine the rows and we can get a result, okay, from uh, these both tables in one SQL query. Okay, now how we can do that? For that, we have to use multiple types of joins. Okay, there are mainly four types of joins. Normally, in industry we use just three types of joins. Okay, but since there is four, the fourth one is rarely people uses, but still, uh, if it is there, then we'll learn it. Okay, so we'll see first types of joins. Okay, so the first one will be inner join, the most used join. Okay, inner join. Now what is inner join? So basically, inner join returns the record that have matching value in both tables. Got it? If we have some data that is in both table, then we will get that data from the inner join. Let's say something like we have this table 1, okay, and we have this let me make it from another color. We have this table 2, okay, and there might be something common between both the tables. Got it? This part, and over here if you'll see this part, this is what inner join will return. That is the the thing that is common between both the tables. Okay, this is what we will get from inner join. So I'll just write it, return records that values in both tables. Okay, or in all tables basically. So this is inner join. Okay, now we have the second type of join. We call it left join. So inner join, which returns the record that have matching value in both tables. Then left join returns all record from the left table and the matched record from the right table. Get it? Something like if we have let's say we have over here a table 1, or I think I can get a good diagram from here. Yeah, so this will be table, this will be our table 1. Okay, now let's get another table. Yeah, now it's fine. So this is our table 2. We have table 1 and table 2. So now what left join will do? Whatever table you will sorry, yeah, so whatever table you will keep on the left side, Okay, in the, like, when you write the query, you will you have to put the table on the left and the right side. That will see in the query when you will do the practical. So basically what this left join will do, it will give you all the details from this table, from this left table, all details from this table in the left. Let me just use some different color. It will give you all the details that we have from this table in the left. Okay, this complete detail, and the detail that are present in the both tables, just like in inner join we saw. Okay, just like in inner join we saw that it will return the details that are present in the both the tables. Okay, the matching details. So it will return all data from left table and also the matching data from both the tables. This is what you will get from from the right join. It returns all data from left table and matching data from both tables. This is what left join will do. Okay, clear? Now let's move to our third one. Third one is right join. Now right join is exact opposite of left join. It will return all the record from the right table and the matched record from the left table. Okay, so just like, let me make the diagram again for you. So this is table 2 and this is table 1. Okay, now what this will do, it will return all the details from this right table. Okay, all the details from right table and the matched record that is there in both. Okay, so what it will do, it will be just opposite of left join. Got it? This is what right join is. It's very easy. Okay, when we will see it through the query, you will understand everything so deeply. Don't worry about it. But let's just see the theory, that what exactly it means, what are the definition of it. Okay, that's what we are seeing over here. And these three are the one that are used most in the industry. Okay, inner join, left join, right and right join. Okay, and then we have cross join. The inner join, outer join, sorry, inner join, left join, right join, and cross join. What cross join do? Cross join returns all record from both the tables. When you will use it, you will get all the details from both the tables. Let me make the table once again. So this is our table 1 and this is our table 2. Okay, now in the case of cross join, we will get all the data, all data from both tables. So let's just see it once. Okay, inner join, what is inner join? Basically inner join is like, it returns the record that have matching value in both the tables. Okay, in both the tables, whatever the record that will match, inner join will give you that. Okay, then we have left join. What left join will do? Left join will give you all the details from the left table. Okay, and the matching record in both tables. Got it? Then in the right join is just opposite of left join. Okay, it's like you are wearing the pant backwards. Okay, so you will get all the details from the right table and the matching records from both the tables. Okay, this is right join. And the cross join, in cross join you will get all the details from both the tables. Let's say you have 100 users and 100 courses, so you are going to get the 1000 of 10,000 of records. So don't run this cross join until unless you want to explode the server, or it's just the last day in your company. Then you can just do it. But don't do it, please. Cross join. Okay, now let's just see it from the code. Okay, enough of the talk, enough theory. Let's just see it from the code. Joins, we are going to see the joins. Okay, so first we will see inner join. This is basically like a Tinder match. Table A, uh, let's say left table will swipe right and right table will also swipe right. Okay, then we'll find a match. If both like swiped each other, then it's a match. So we will see inner join first. So let's imagine a scenario. If there is a student in our users record, okay, and he has not bought any courses, nothing, okay, then no match. If they get ghosted, if a course exists but has no student, again no match. Inner join only cares about the happy couples, where like a student exists and he has bought some courses, then only inner join will work, because inner join finds the record that exists in both the tables. And if a user exists, okay, but he haven't bought any courses, then it doesn't matter to us. Okay, so that's why it can't work in the case of that. So let's just see how we use inner join. We have few users who have not bought any courses, like Alfred or Kelly. I forgot which user has no courses. Okay, so let's just see. Okay, we are just going to see that which user has courses and which user has not. Currently you can't find out that which user has bought the course and which not by checking their name. Okay, you have to go to enrollment table, and from there you have to get the student ID and the course ID, and then you have to match that which user has bought the courses. Got it? So now let's just use inner join and see that we don't have to go to multiple tables and see. So for that, this is how we write the inner join. We'll use select users dot first name and courses dot title. Okay, we will see that which user, the name of the user, and the course in which he is enrolled. Okay, and also let's just print price, that how much price he have paid for that courses. So we will use courses dot price. Okay, from users. Now if you'll say that how can we use from users, because users have only first name and the rest thing is in courses. So if you'll see over here, I'm using this table dot column name. Okay, this is very important, never miss it. If you'll just write first name, then MySQL will be confused that first name from which table, right? So you have to mention the name of the table dot the name of the column. If you'll see over here first name, but first name belongs to which table? So users dot first name, then courses dot title, then again courses dot price. Okay, from table users. Okay, now we will join the tables. How? Using inner join. So from users we will use inner join. Okay, inner join on which table? The both record exists in one table, that is table enrollment, where we have student ID and course ID in which he has enrolled. So we will go to enrollment table now. Enrollments. Yeah, enrollments, inner join enrollments. Okay, then we'll use on. Okay, on which you have to add enrollment, like inner join on which columns, that you have to specify. Okay, because let me just print the enrollments for you. If I'll just print the enrollment, if you'll see over here we have enrollment ID and student ID. So we have to find this, right, that this enrollment ID, student ID belongs to which user, and course ID belongs to like which course, right? So for that, what we will do, we will put over here users dot id. Okay, equals to enrollments dot student ID. Fine. What this will do, this will tell us that we are asking it that join the table users and enrollments and find me that users ID. Okay, and enrollment ID. If they both matches, okay, the student ID over here, if you'll see, this one student ID belongs to John. So this is what I'm telling this inner join query, that hey, just take this student ID from enrollment table, table 1, and go to table users and find me its first name. Okay, now we will tell this inner join that okay, now take this course ID, go to courses table and find me the title of the course and the price of the course. Now let's write that too. So for that we have to add inner join again, because now we are joining another table. First we joined enrollment from users, now we are joining enrollment from courses. Okay, inner join courses. Okay, on here we will, what we need enrollments dot course ID. Over here if you'll see, we have course ID here in enrollments table. Okay, enrollments dot course id equals to courses dot course id. If we will run this, what do you think we are going to get? We are not going to get this detail like this. If you'll see over here, the detail we have: enrollment id 1, student id 12, course id 1. But what is the name of the student, what is the name of this course? This is what we are going to see. Are you ready to see that? Let's just hit run and see. Okay, that's strange. Unknown column courses dot price. Okay, okay, yeah. So it's not price, it prices. If I will run it now, yep, we got the detail now. Over here, you can see over here, John, user 1, has bought the course MySQL 0 to Hero. Price is 19.99. Then we have John. John bought the JavaScript course 0 to Hero and his 39.99. Then we have Alfred, who has bought MySQL 0 to Hero on 19.99. Got it? So if you'll see, John is here. He has bought the course. Okay. Alfred is here. He has also bought the course. But what about other users? They are gone. Why? Because they didn't buy anything. So the inner join kicked them out from the party. Because inner join will only give you the result that is present in both the tables. Got it? This is how inner join works. So hope this is clear to you. Okay. Now let's move ahead and we will see now left join. If you have any doubt with inner join, just put that in the comment section. I will help you with that. Otherwise, it's very straightforward. Whatever data is present there, okay, in both the tables, the matching data, you can just print them with the inner join. This is how you can use the inner join. Okay, and never forget to put table name dot column name. Don't just write column name blindly. Okay, otherwise the join will not work, you will get error. So you have to use table name dot column name always, everywhere. You can see everywhere I have used like the same. If I'm mentioning any column name, then with that I'm adding table name dot column name. Got it? Never forget this. Then let's move to left join. Left join is just like a stalker. So as we saw in inner join, that whoever bought the course, they are here, right? But now let's say the marketing team is screaming at you that, hey, we want to email all the other users. Okay, we need to know who hasn't bought anything yet. Okay, and why they haven't bought anything yet. So the inner join hide their details. We didn't get their details, we just got the details who has bought the courses. So, okay, so for that, to get the detail of those users who haven't bought anything, any courses, for that we have to use the left join. So let's just use left join now. Okay, so think of the left table as the main character, the stalker. Okay, I want all the users, okay, that is there in the left table. And then if they have a course, show it. If they don't, then show them anyway and put null. Okay, we can put null next to their name, but we need the list of all the users, and if they have any course, then show them. Otherwise, just put the null in front of it. So for that, what we will do, we need select. Again, we have to use the same table name dot column name. So we'll do first name, select users dot first name, and then courses dot title. Okay, and then courses dot prices. uh, 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 from users. Why am I putting comma again and again? So select users dot first name, course title, courses prices from users. It's same as just inner join we used over here. It's same till now, but now over instead of inner join, we will write left join. Okay, left join on which table? Where we will find the detail if the user is enrolled in any course or not? In the enrollment table. So for that, we will join enrollments. Okay, enrollments on where? Again the same thing, user id equals to enrollment dot student id. Let's just copy paste this. On user id equals to enrollments dot student id, and we will left join again. We will left join again on enrollments. Sorry, now on courses, because we need the course details now. Courses on, what we'll do, enrollments dot course id equals to courses dot course id. Same as it is, nothing changes. Just the change will only happen in the result. Okay, the query will remain same for all. Got it? So if I will run it, hopefully I'll get a result. Over here you can see we got the list of all the users. Over here we have John. He has bought two courses, so we got John two times. Okay, then Priyanshu, Zane, Priyanshu, Amanda, Alfred, Anna, Kaylee, they have no courses, so that's why we have got null in front of them. Okay, so over here if you'll see the null, then it's not an error. It's by default null because they don't exist. These users, they don't exist in the enrollment table. That's why it's null in place of it. So this is what left join is. Left table means we will get all the details from the left table. And which is the left table over here? The left table is users. Users is the left table. So we got all the user over here. You can see we got all the users. And then the matching record in both the tables. So the matching record over here is MySQL 0 to hero, JavaScript 0 to hero, and MySQL 0 to hero bought by these three users and their prices. Got it? This is what left join means. And you can even put conditions over here. Let's say I want order by. Okay, I want to arrange it by their name. So I can do order by. Okay, I will do sorry, users dot first name. If I'll just do this and if I will run it, see, I got it arranged alphabetically. If you want to use where over here, you can use the where clause over here instead of order by anything. This is how you can put all the conditions anywhere. You can put the condition in the this inner join as well, in the left join as well. Doesn't matter. You can put the condition everywhere. And let's say if there is a requirement, okay, that whoever has not bought the courses, all the users who haven't bought any courses, just get me their name and the email. Okay, so that I can just send them an email or maybe with some coupons. Okay, that okay, please join this course, this we are giving an offer on this course, like that. We can do that, right? So why don't we do it here? Let's just find all the users who haven't bought anything, and which join we will use over here. Can you think of it? We will use left join again, because left join will not give you the detail that is there in the right table. It will only give you the details that is present in the left table, and that is present in both the tables. Okay, but who have the users who haven't bought any courses, they are not present in the enrollment table. And our left table is users and right table is enrollments, right? So who have not bought the courses will not get their records basically. So that's why we will use left join. Let's just use it. Okay, and let's see it. Let's just write it. When I have the scenario in my head. Let's just, I have to think that to write the query. So we'll use select, then we need first name, then we also need email. Okay, sorry, we need users dot first name and users dot email. Okay, from users. Okay, and we will use left join on which table? Enrollments. uh yeah, on table enrollments. Yeah, left join on table enrollments. Okay, and we will do on users.id equals to enrollments.id. Okay, sorry, enrollments.student id. And now here we will use the condition that where this courses id is null, where enrollments dot courses course id, okay, is null. If it is null, then give me their list so that I can just reach out to them and I can give them some offer that okay, buy the courses, we are on offer, or like that. If I will run it, hopefully I'll get the result, fingers crossed. Yes, these are the users who haven't bought any courses, and we got their result. What I did over here, select users dot first name and their email, okay, from users table. Now user become the left table, so we will get all the data from the left table now, okay, but only the matching data from right table. So what I did over here, now left join enrollments on user id equals to enrollment dot student id. We joined on the user id and enroll in the student id from enrollments table, okay, because they are the matching ones. And then we did where course id is null. If the course id doesn't exist there, then just get me the result. And these things, these are such the conditions that you are going to use a lot in the industry, because you see these are the things you are seeing every day on different platforms. This is what you are seeing when you are seeing that okay, which user is enrolled in which courses, like on Udemy or like things, okay, there. This is the query. This is the query that you have. We just built that query. Got it? So you have to practice the joins a lot. Keep practicing it. It's very tricky. Okay, it's a bit tricky to think that which table you will join, but you will get this only by doing practice. No matter, even if I'll teach you 10 hours of joins, okay, and if you'll just watch me, you will not learn anything. You will only learn this joins by practicing it. Keep practicing it. Keep making mistakes. Doesn't matter. You are not going to take down an entire industry or entire company when you are just working on the local database. Don't practice on the company database. Okay. Practice on your local database. Keep practicing. Doesn't matter. You can just mix and match. Try putting over here the courses. Okay. And instead of user ID over here, you can just put, try putting courses ID. Okay. You can just try reversing these both, the one in the where clause and one over here on. Try reversing it and see what you'll get the result. Just keep experimenting this. So that's why I'm giving you a task. You just saw left join, two example of left join. We just saw two example of left join. Now make the same using right join. Can you do it? Okay, I'm counting on you. Okay, just make it, try it, okay, and get the result. So you just, what you have to do, you just have to swap the table orders and use the left join. That's it. It's not weird or it's not tough. Just swap the orders. That's it, and you will get the result. And about the cross join, let's just see the cross join. So cross join is very simple and very straightforward. Like um, select, I'll do users dot first name, okay, and courses dot title, okay, from users, okay, from which table we need the data, from the users table, okay, and we will cross join which table, we will cross join courses table. If I'll do this and if I'll run it, you can see over here we got the first name and the title of all the details. This is what cross join will do. It will give you all the results. If you have 10 users and 10 courses, you are going to get 100 of rows. So that's why in industry we don't use cross join, but since it is there, and it's my duty to teach you whatever is present in the MySQL. Okay, so now the joins are done. If you have any queries, then put that in the comment section, or I have added the, and I will add the link to join our Discord channel. You can join that and you can put your queries, and I will be very happy to help you all. Okay, you can just do anything of that, whatever you will like. Okay, and I will help you anywhere. Like even if you will just write me an email, I even reply to emails. Some people just reach out to me with their errors on the email. Okay. And I reply to them as soon as I can. So you just survive the joins. They are very like tricky one, so you have to practice it a lot, keep practicing it. Okay. Now imagine your boss asks for the report every single morning, like the same report your boss is asking every single morning. So do you want to retype this 6 line join every day? No, right? You are an engineer and you are lazy by design. We engineers are lazy by default. So we are not going to run the same query every single day again and again. So for that, what we'll do, here comes views. Okay. In MySQL, we have a thing called views. So basically view is a virtual table based on the result of a SQL statement. Whatever the result we will get from these joins, okay, we can create a virtual table and we call it views. So we can write a virtual table based on the SQL query result. Okay, this is what view is. So let's see it with an example. Let's be honest. The last query, okay, with we use with the left join, okay, and we have left join on, okay, is null or not, okay, we have where clause, all these. It was exhausting. You have to think a lot. It's just that I've been writing SQL queries from like 7 8 years, so it just now it's in my muscle memory. Okay, I can write it on thinking, like on the fly. But if you are new to it, it's very exhausting for you. So if you have to type that every time you want a report, let's say your manager is asking this report every single day, you're not going to type it every single day. Even if you have to do it just copy paste on the SQL server, then too you will not do it. Trust me, you will not do it. Okay, you will quit your job. Okay. So we need shortcuts, and that's where view comes in. Think of the view like an Instagram filter. Okay, if you take the raw photo, your complex messy tables, okay, that's a raw photo. Now what view will do, view will make it pretty. It will add the filter on your raw photo. Okay, it will give you the filtered version you show the world. Okay, it's not a real table. It doesn't store data. It just store the query. Okay, let's say we have this long query. You can store this query in view. So let's take this massive left join query we just wrote, okay, and save it as a virtual table called a dashboard report, maybe. Okay, so how we will create the view? So for that, if you have to create a view, just write create view. Create view. It's as simple as that. MySQL is very simple. Whatever you have to do, just write the same in plain English. Okay, create view, and let's give it dashboard report. Dashboard report. Okay, and as we have to put an alias. Okay, obviously, as we needs to, let's use select. Yeah, what we need, select user's first name, user's email, courses title, and courses price. Okay, let's just do this. Select users dot first name, users dot email, then courses dot title and courses dot prices. We need all these details, and we will save this detail as a dashboard report from users. Now we will make the left join. It's the same query that we just wrote. I'm writing it again. I'm just showing you by writing it. Okay, I can just copy paste it, but I'm not being lazy because I'm teaching you. Left join, we will do enrollments uh, on users dot id equals to enrollments dot uh, student id. Okay, now what we need, we have to left join on courses. Okay, left join courses on uh, what's wrong, left. Okay, it will go away. when we will write the full query. Left join courses on enrollments.course id equal to courses.course id. Okay, enrollments.course id equal to courses.course id. This is a long query. Okay, now we are going to save this query as view. The name of the view will be dashboard report. Okay, now if you will run this, just run it, and you will not get any result as well, because we just saved it. But over here if you'll see this view, okay, 0 rows affected but view created successfully. So basically what we did, as if you remember our Instagram example, so we just created a filter. That's it. We haven't taken the photo yet. We have to take the photo and then we have to give it. Okay, then only it can apply the filter. Now imagine you are a front end developer. Okay, you don't know SQL, and you don't know what a left outer join is. Okay, you just want the data. So now how you will get the data from the dashboard report? We created this view, but how we will get this report, this select query we just wrote in the view, how this select query is going to give us the result? For that, you have to print this dashboard report. And how we print anything in MySQL? Select query. So we'll just do select asterisk, okay, from dashboard report. It's as simple as that. If I'll just run it, you will get the data. See over here. We just got the result: first name, email, title, and the prices. It looks like a table, isn't it? This looks like a table. And also it acts like a table. You can even filter it using like a where clause or something like that. Where, order by, or whatever you want. You can even put the filter over here. But underneath, it's running that massive join. This join, it is running this join, okay, automatically on its own. Got it? So now whenever you need, whenever your boss will ask you that, hey, give me this report, just run this and give it. And now if I will insert any new data to these tables, this will give me that data. This, whenever you will run this, okay, what this is going to do, this statement is going to run this whole SQL query again, this select query again. Every time whenever you will run this part, it is going to run in the back end, it is going to run this whole select query. This is how view works. But okay, now what if we messed up? Let's say if I have to change the logic, if I have to make a new logic, in that case what I have to do, I have to create another view. I cannot make changes to it. Just like we used to do using alter table. If I have to make any changes, if I have to add any new column or like that in our table, then we do alter the table. But we can't do it here. Here you have to delete this view, and then you have to change the view. You have to create a new view. And how you will delete it? This is how you will delete the view. Drop, okay, view dashboard report. If I'll just run it, it's gone. Now if you'll print this, if you'll print this, nothing will happen. See, if you will print it, nothing will happen. We have the error over here. You can see over here we have the error. It says table toaster school dot dashboard report doesn't exist, because we just deleted it. But if you will run it again, it's again back. Now if I'll run it again, I'll get the results. Got it? So this is how view works. And view are for read only. Okay, you can, as I told you, you cannot make any changes to it. You have to create a new one. And you can also like replace it with some other view, some another view. You can create a new view and then you can replace it with this dashboard report. That also you can do. But this one has one issue. Replace one has a issue that it does not supports all the version. All the MySQL version doesn't support this replace view. Got it? So it's safe that you just remove the view and create a new view. That's a better option. And never use this view, okay, never use views to insert the data. Otherwise your database will be confused that where should I insert this report. Okay, where do I have to insert it, in users table or in courses table? So use the view only to read the report. Okay, not to insert any data. All right, now if you'll see, we have seen a lot of things till now. We have seen the structure, or I would say we have mastered the structure of the table, how we create the table. And I have also told you logic, that why you should not put any column, or where you should put a column. Just like we saw that why we need to create the enrollment table, and why can't we just put the courses id or the student id in their tables. I told you by giving the example of all the relationships. We saw the theory, we saw the practical, right? Now we saw the logic, the joins, we saw the maths functions, okay? We saw all the convenience, that is the view, okay? Now we need to enter the inception mode. Now we are going to put queries inside queries, okay? We call it subquery. Okay, so have you seen the movie Inception? A dream within a dream, okay? Well, in SQL we have subqueries, a query inside a subquery. Because sometimes you can't just ask for a data directly. You need to calculate something first to figure out what you are looking for, right? Something like, imagine I want to buy a course, but I have a rule: I only buy courses that are cheaper than the average price. So here, first I have to find the average price of all the courses, then only I can select see the courses list available. So here I have to first calculate the average price of courses, then only I can get the result of the available courses that I can buy, right? Because if you'll see here, like I have the rule as I only buy courses that are cheaper than the average. So what is the average price? I don't know yet. Which course are cheaper than that number? I don't know. So I can't answer question 2 until I answer question 1. This is the subquery. First I have to find the average price. So let's find the premium courses. Okay, we'll call it premium course. Any all the courses that are above average, okay, that costs above average price, we will call it premium price, premium cost. So now here is two way. I'll tell you both way, okay. One you can do is you can just do select average of prices from courses. If I'll just run it, see, we got an average price 39.99. Okay, now what I can do, I can add a where clause that uh, select asterisk from courses where prices are greater than, okay, prices are greater than uh, 39. If I'll just do this, if I'll just run it, I will get all the courses that are greater than 39. Okay, sorry, I have to add 39.99. Now these are all the courses that are premium courses, that are more, that cost more than average price. But what if I will add a new cheaper course tomorrow? Okay, now the average changes. My hard coded number is now wrong. So you cannot do this. You cannot put this like this. Never hard code any data in your SQL query. Okay, whatever I'm just telling you these things, just keep this in your mind all the time, especially when you are going into interview, okay, or when you are building a project or building a startup like this, anything. Never hard code, because this can change. Tomorrow I will add another course that maybe cost 200 pounds, or let's say 10 pounds. So whatever I will add, the average will change. So now you have to come again and hard code this again, and for that you have to first find this again. You can't do this. This is very wrong. So now what is the right way? Let me just write that this is wrong way. Okay, now what is the right way? So for that, we will write query inside query. We will write subquery. How? I'll just show you. So for that, I will do select prices, and let's just write title first. Title and then prices. Okay. And there is nothing wrong in writing prices first and title later. No, it just uh, this is just visually good. You have you ever seen a course or anything where you have seen the price first and then you will see that what exactly it is? No, right? That's not good. So you have to, like, these things no one will teach you. Okay, you have to think this. This is what comes as in the basic engineering or a system design, knowledge of system design. So select title, prices from which table? From the courses table. Okay, from courses table. And now we will write a where clause where, okay, prices are greater than, and here we will write a subquery. And you have to always write, whenever you are writing a subquery, write it inside the braces. Okay, write it inside the bracket. Here I can write another query. Select average of prices, okay, from which table? From courses table. And here we will close this and this. You see how we have written a whole query inside a query, and we can just run it and we will get the same result. You can see complete python, mon stack 0 to hero, and mean stack 0 to 0. We are going to get the same result if I'll just hit it. If I'll just run it, here you can see complete python, mon stack 0 to hero, and mean stack 0 to hero. Now how MySQL works over here, that's the important thing. Whenever you will write the subquery, MySQL will run the subquery first. Okay, so it what MySQL will do, he will start reading from here. Select title and prices. He's like, okay, I will print the title and prices. From where? From courses table. He's like, okay, I'll print this detail, but we have something more. So MySQL will go over here. He'll see, okay, I have a where condition. So where prices are greater than. So MySQL will think, okay, I have to first find this. Then only I will get to see that, okay, prices are greater than what, right? So first MySQL will uh, calculate this, then it will execute this query. Okay, so first it will run this and it will get 39.99, and it will MySQL will replace this query with this number 39.99, and it will work as the same, just like this query. But it will not hard code this, it is going to calculate it. Now here is a scenario. I need a list. Okay, I want the name of all the students who have enrolled in at least one courses. How can you do it? You will think like, okay, we just saw it using the join. Okay, but sometimes a subquery is cleaner if I don't care about the course title. I don't need course title. Okay, let's say. So here I can do that using a subquery, and it will be much cleaner rather than the join. How? I'll show you how. Yeah. Select what I need. First name and email. Let's say, yeah. Let's just print first name and email from users. Fine. And I have to write the condition that users must enroll in at least one of the courses. So I can do uh, I where id must be present in this, in where. So from here I have to find the student id from enrollments. That's where I can find whether the student is enrolled in into the course or not, right? So I can do select distinct. Now I don't need the all the details from the all the enrollments. John is registered into more than one courses, so I will get John again. So why? I just need the list of students who are enrolled into any courses. I just need their name and email. So I can simply use the distinct. It will give me distinct results, not the duplicates. If John is more than one times in the enrollment table, I will get John just once. So select distinct. I need student id from which table? Enrollments. And if I will run this, I will get all those users who is enrolled and into at least one courses. I'll just run it here. John and Alfred. These two are registered into the courses and we got their name and email. How it will work? This will give me the student ID, that the student ID of John 1 and student ID of Alfred 12. Okay. It will give me 1 and 12. Now it will go to this outer query. It will go to outer query and it will find their first name and email using their ID, and it will check, okay, ID 1 belongs to John and his email is this, ID 12 belongs to Alfred and his email is this. Now sometimes people get way too excited, right? You might be thinking, okay, this is great, I love nesting now. Okay, I'm just going to put a query inside a query inside a query. Stop right there if you are thinking that. Okay, subqueries are great for filtering the where clause, you see. So subqueries are great for that when you are using a where clause, and joins are better for structure when you are connecting the table to sort data from the both tables. So you cannot mix both of them, you cannot use subquery in place of joins, because this is okay. Okay, but what if you are nesting too deep, you are writing query inside a query inside a query? That is wrong. You should not nest it that deep, because if you nest the queries too deep, okay, you will create a correlated subquery. This means for every single row in your outer table, the database has to run the inner query again. So if you have 1,000 users, it run the inner query 1,000 times. Your server will melt down with this. Okay, so use subqueries for simple logic, use join for heavy lifting. Now we just saw all the users who are registered in at least one courses. Now here is a task for you. Okay, find me all the users who have not enrolled in any courses using subquery. Do not use join. Okay, just do it using subquery, and I will give you one hint. Here we have used in. Okay, what is the opposite of in? If you are thinking the opposite of in is out, okay, you must get out. It's not in, we have to use over here not in. You will, if you will just, I'll just copy it here. Okay, and I will just put it, and I will just do over here not in. That's it. Let me just write it in caps. Okay, if I will just run it, I will get all these users, okay, who have not bought any courses. It's very simple. See, we just did the exact same thing as our left join. We did the same thing using the left join. Okay, but here we did it with the less code. So multiple ways to skin a cat. Okay, please do not skin cats. Now let's see some window functions. And let me tell you one thing from my own experience. I'm telling you that this is the topic that separates code monkey from engineers in MySQL. In every SQL interview, if they'll ask you a hard question, then 90% of the times, okay, the answer is almost always a window function. Okay, so let's just see the window functions now. So we have seen the group by earlier, right? We used group by just a few minutes ago. Somewhere over here. Yeah, we use order by, but we have seen the group by. What it does, it takes 10 rows, smashes them together and give you one summary row. That's why group by does. Okay, I have taught you group by or not? Group by, yeah, we have seen the group by over here. Select instructor ID, count as total courses from course, group by instructor ID. If I'll just run it, let me just run it here. Instructor ID 8 has 2 courses, instructor ID 10 has 5 courses. What it did, it just smashed all the courses and give you a summary, right? A tiny one. This is what group by does. Input, let's say we have input of 10 students, output one number, the average. Okay, but what if I want both? What if I want to see every single student and have a column next to them that shows the average score of whole class? If I use group by, I will lose the individual names. But if I don't use group by, I can't calculate the average. Now I'm stuck whether I should use group by or not. Here enters the window function. They let you do maths on windows. They let you do maths on a on window of a data, okay, without collapsing the row. It's magic. It sounds like magic, but it works like magic too. Now here is a scenario. I want to print the list of we will list the every courses that we have, okay, and next to it, we need to show the average price of all the courses. So for average we need group by, okay, and to print all the courses, okay, we don't need group by to print all the courses, because group by will not give you all the results. Group by combine things like average or sum or like that, count. But here we need the list of all courses, and also along with it we need the average price. So how we are going to do that? So here comes a window function, that is over. This is the function. How we are going to use it? So for that, what we will do, we will just, as usual, we are just going to write the select query, okay, as if nothing happens. Select title, okay, we need title, we need prices, okay, but we need average prices. Now you must be wondering, how can we use the average prices without group by? Come on, have some patience. Just have your faith in me, okay? Here we will use over function. Now what over will do? Let's first give it an alias. We don't want the whole code as a title of the result, okay? So maybe we can give it global average, okay, price. Global average price, fine. From which table? From courses table. If I'll just run it, here you go, my friends. This is the result. See, we have all the courses, their prices, and also the average price. Got it? This is where uh, this overcomes. Because if you'll just try to remove this part, okay, just try to remove this over part from here, okay, and now if you'll try to just run it, okay, let's just try to run it and see what happens. We have an error. I'll show you the error. It says that uh, in aggregated query without group by expression hashtag 1 of select list contains non-aggregated column. Got it? So if you are using functions like average or count, okay, or sum like this, then you have to use group by. It's must, okay. And this is where our over comes as. If you will use the over, you don't need the group by anymore, okay, and you will not even lose the data, because if you will run it, okay, we have all the data. Use if you will use the if you will use the group by, you will not get all these data together. So this is where over comes. But this is not it, okay, this is not the only window function. We have more window functions. Let's say now let's get competitive, okay. I want to rank my courses. I want to assign a number like hashtag 1, hashtag 2, hashtag 3 based on the price, okay. So for that, what we will do, we will use row number. Row number is also a function. We'll use row number. It is also a function. What, how we are going to do that? Let's say whichever here over, if you'll see 69.99 goes to month stack. This is the most expensive course, so we will rank it hashtag 1. Got it? Just like that. Let's write the query. So for that we will do select title prices, okay, and we will write row number. um yeah, and we also need over, okay, because we have to use order by. Over order by um, prices, because based on the prices we have to first sort the prices, okay, and then we will add the ranking, right? So first we have to sort the prices. So order by prices and in descending order, okay, in descending order. I need the prices in descending order, and here I will do as maybe ranking, and we'll give it an alias name. from courses. If I'll run this, I will get the ranking of my prices. The most expensive one will be hashtag 1 or hashtag 2, like that. Here you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 69.99 most expensive, ranking 1. 59.99 second most expensive, ranking 2. 49.99 third most expensive. Let's say you have to rank the students from the based on their marks. This is how you will do it. So here inside this over, we are telling them MySQL that how to rank them. You have to rank them by order of prices in descending order. Okay, it means the most expensive course will get the batch of 1. Got it? So these are some basic window functions. Okay, let's see some more window functions. I'm going to tell you all the functions that are like we use in our day-to-day life. Okay, these are the most used ones. Let's use partition by now. Partition by. Okay, so this was the global ranking. Okay, but what if I want the most expensive course per instructor? Okay, which instructor has launched the most expensive course? Or like, let's say I am the instructor and I have launched more than one course. Okay, I have launched 5 courses. Then which of my course is the most expensive one? I need that. Okay, so I want to rank uh, my course against my another course. Got it? So here we will use partition by. Think of this as restarting the counter. Basically, we are restarting the counter again and again for comparing my course price with my another course price. Okay, and some another instructor's course price with their some other course prices. Okay, so for that, how we'll do, we will use select. Again the same, we need title. Okay, then we need prices, then we need instructor id this time. Okay, instructor id. um, then we also need row number, because otherwise how we are going to say which one is first and which one second? So we have to rank it, and we also have to use over. And inside the over, we are going to tell it. Okay, we are going to tell the MySQL that we have to do the partition by instructor id. Okay, uh, partition by instructor id. Okay, now instructor id, how we will order by prices. Okay, order by prices. Okay, in descending order, so that the most expensive course by any user will get hashtag 1. Okay, as instructor rank maybe. Let's just instructor rank. Okay, what's wrong with row number over here? Oh, we forgot to add the comma over here. Yeah, so as instructor rank from courses. If I will run this, I'm going to get the instructor wise their most expensive courses. If I'll run it, over here you see instructor id 8 has the most expensive course, 69.99, goes to month stack 0 to hero. Okay, then again comes the instructor 8 again, he has the mean stack 0 to hero. What this is doing, this is ranking the same instructor. Like, it is not ranking based on the prices. If I am the instructor, then it will rank my all the courses in an descending order. Then it will go to the next instructor and it will rank their all the course prices in the descending order. It is doing it with the instructor id. It will first check the instructor id once all courses. So instructor id 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, they don't have any courses. Okay, so instructor id 8 have the courses, so he will rank first all his courses. Then he will move and he will see, okay, instructor 9 don't have any courses. Then he will move to instructor 10 and he will rank the instructor 10's all courses in an order. So basically it resets the counter to 1 again after finishing the one instructor. It creates a separate leaderboard for every instructor. Okay, This is how you build like a top 3 post per user, or like a top sales per reason features in the application, if you have seen. Okay, right, like if you'll go to YouTube, okay, and you will see their reels section or video section, there is an option of popular. If you'll click the popular option, you will get that channel's top videos in descending order. This is what it is. This is the thing. This is how you will make these things. Now we just did this. Now what will happen if two courses have exact same prices? Okay, let's say there are two courses that have the same prices of 20 pounds. Then we can't use row number over here, because row number, how row number is going to rank them? It will just randomly pick anyone to be 1 and other to be 2. But if you want to be fair, you need to rank or dense rank. There are two things, rank or dense rank. Let's see them. These are, again, whatever I'm teaching you now, these are the window functions, rank and dense rank. Okay, sorry, I have to use underscore over here. This is how you write dense rank, because if you will use over here row number, okay, let's say the two courses have same prices, 20 and 20, and if you will use row number will always give you the unique rank, 1 2 3 4, doesn't matter, it will pick any courses as one. If the both have 20 pounds, it will pick any one of them as rank 1 and any one of them as rank 2 randomly. But if you will use rank, okay, rank function, then what it will do, if both courses have 20 pounds, then it will rank hashtag 1 to both of them. It will skip the number after a tie. Okay, it's just like Olympics. If two people get the gold, nobody gets silver, the next person will get the bronze. Got it here? Like, if I'll just explain you, let's say there is um Java course at 20 pound, okay, and there is Spring Boot course, okay, that costs 20 pound again. Okay, course. So if I will use row number, okay, if I will use row number, then both will be this will rank 1 and this will be rank 2 randomly. Even this can be rank 1, this can be rank 2 with row number. Okay, but if I will use rank, then what it will let's say we have another course over here, something like maybe Python course. Okay, let's say this costs 30 pound. Okay, so if I will use row number, then this one be rank 1, this one will rank 2, and this one will be rank 3 randomly. But if I will use rank, what it will do, it will make both of them as rank 1. Okay, and then it will skip the second part, it will skip the rank 2, and it will be, this will be rank 3. But if I will use dense rank, what it will do, this both will be hashtag 1, that's nothing is changing there, but this will be 2 not 3, it will not skip the number, everyone is a winner over here. Got it? Hope you understand this. Okay, I'll just make them as a comment. I'll just leave it here for you to understand. Okay, and now let's just write the query for this. I need select prices and title, sorry, title and prices. I'm just title and prices. Okay, and then I will rank. Okay, rank over, I'll use order by, order by prices in descending order. Okay, as rank value. Okay, and then let's also add the dense rank in the same one, dense rank. Okay, if I'll do dense rank, sorry, we don't need space over here, dense rank, uh, and we'll use the same over order by prices in descending order. Okay, uh, as rank, no, as dense rank value. Fine. um, from courses, what this will do, This will give me both rank and dense rank. Let's just print it and you will see the difference. You see, rank value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we don't have any course of the same price. Let's add one. Let's add one course of the same price. Uh, 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 where we are adding the courses? Oh my god. We have written more than 400 lines of queries till now. See guys, how much I have taught you. And we are not done yet. I will add one more over here. I will just copy paste this one. Okay, and I need to add, maybe let's add learn Java. Okay, and let's give it a price. Which price should we give? uh, we have 49.99, so let's give the same price, 49.99. Okay, this will insert. Now let's see the result. Okay, if I'll just run it, now you will see the difference. Here both are 49.99. If you'll see over here, both are 49.99, but here in the rank value we get 3, 3 and then 5. Okay, but here in case of dense rank we got 3, 3 and then 4. What rank does is it will skip the part. If we are like giving two people 3, then there will be no 4. Okay, it will skip the 4, it will start from 5. But in case of dense rank, it will not skip the number. If we have given the 3 to 2 people, then there will be 4 the next one. So if in an interview, if they will ask you, it is the most one of the most popular interview question, okay, that find print the second highest salary. Okay, then always ask, how do you want to handle the ties? Okay, if you ask that, you will look like a senior engineer. Okay, now you know that if they will tell you, okay, that how they want to handle the ties, based on that you can use either rank or dense rank. Now let's see a scenario. uh, we I want to display all the courses, but on addition to it, I want to add a column showing exactly how much more expensive that course is as compared to average price and its price. So what we will do, we will subtract the price of the course from the average price of all the courses in that table, and we will use over here. I'll show you how. So prices minus average of prices. Okay, how we are going to do it, let's see. I'll do select. I need, yeah, title, and I need prices. Okay, now we have to do subtraction. So prices minus average of prices. Okay, and here we have to use over, um, because you cannot use average without using the group by. Okay, so that's why we'll use over as price difference. Price difference. Okay, uh, from courses. If I'll run this, I will get the what happened. What's the error? Oh, sorry, it is prices. uh, See, the price difference, this went into the negative, minus 21, minus 1, 18. Because what is our average now? That we have to say, where is our average? If I'll do this, okay, our average price is 41 now. So that's why our some of our prices went into minus. Okay, but there are some in the plus. So this is how you can find the difference. All right, so now we have one issue in the database. I mean, there is no error. I mean, a issue that we are going to resolve. So basically, imagine a scenario. Let's say I give you a textbook with 1,000 pages. Okay, it's a book on, let's say, advanced toaster repair. Okay, uh, So and if I ask you to like find me a chapter on crumb trays, okay, you have two ways to find it now. Okay, first, the stupid way, that is you open page 1. Is it the crumb trays? No. Then page 2, is it crumb trays? No. Page 3, no. Page 4, and you will keep searching it until you would find the chapter with crumb trays. Okay, and good luck finding it on page 800. So this is a very stupid way, because you are using time and resource, you are just wasting it on MySQL. And now there is a smart way. You flip the index page and you will search, see in the index page that okay, where is the crumb trace. And okay, index, the on index page you will see okay, crumb trace is on 850 page. So you will directly just jump to page 850 and you will just get me that crumb trace. So in MySQL option 1, where you are scanning every page by page, that's called full table scan. Okay, and by default SQL is very stupid. It reads every row. It will do the full table scan if you will not ask it specifically that just search in the index and then reach to that page. If you will not specify it, then MySQL will just keep looking for that particular chapter every page by page. So it the smart way is it reads every row using option 2 using the index. In MySQL we have a thing called index. What it does basically, it creates a sorted lookup list, so SQL can skip the boring part. Basically indexes are used to retrieve data from database, okay, more quickly than scanning the full table. The users cannot see the indexes, okay, they are just used to speed up the search queries. Got it? It's not something that user will see it at the front end or in front of their eyes. No, it's everything in the back end. Okay, so let's just look this scenario using our courses table. Okay, let's just print the courses table. Select asterisk from courses. Sorry, if I'll just run it, I get all these courses. Okay, now let's say I have to find then the REST API course. Okay, now how you will find it, the REST API course? It's very simple. You will just do select asterisk from courses where title equals to uh, REST API. If I'll just run it, I'll get it. Fine, I got it instantly. Why I got it instantly? Because currently we just have 10 rows in our courses table. Not much data. But how did SQL find it? Did it guess or did it just scan? It basically scans row by row and it will only give you the result when it will find it. It starts scanning from first row that okay, is there a REST API present? No, move to the next row. REST API present? No, move to the next row. Then after it found at the row 6 and then it returned. And how you can verify it? There is a thing in SQL called explain. What it will do, it will explain the SQL query. How? I'll show you. If I'll just write the same query, okay, I'll just write here explain and then put the same query over here, and if I'll just run it, you will see over here select type simple courses, table courses, partition nothing, type all, and here you see it checked 8 rows. And here if you'll see the type, it says all. What means? That is database speak for I scanned all these row. Okay, database is saying that okay, I scanned all the rows that is present in the courses table. If this table had 1 million rows, can you imagine? SQL just read 1 million row to find one title. And this is slow, this is very very slow. And these are the very minor things that can take down the entire business. Let's say you are running this SQL database on AWS. If you can find it in like for 1 or 2 row, good. If you are finding this data in 1 million row, then imagine how much bill it is going to cost to the company. Got it? This is where we will tell the MySQL that hey, please do one thing. Please keep a sorted list of all the titles at the back of the book. What we will do, we will sort all the list by the titles. Okay, and MySQL will sort it and will keep it to itself. Whenever you need that, just ask it to find, just ask it to print it, and you will get it instantly, even if there is a 1 million data. How? So for that we have to create a index. uh, Let me just write over here, okay, index. Okay, so now let's see how we can create the index. And again, in MySQL, if you have to do anything, just write the same thing. So we'll do create index. Okay, and we will name this index something. Let's maybe index of courses title, course title. Okay, on which table and which column. So for that we have to specify the table courses and column title. Now what it will do, it will sort this title and it will keep it to itself in this index courses title. If I will just run it, nothing happens. Okay, so what exactly just happened over here? MySQL took all the titles, okay, and it sorted them alphabetically from A to Z, okay, and it stored them in a B tree structure. There is a type of data structure here, okay, in MySQL, that is called B tree. It's not binary tree. Okay, don't confuse it with the binary tree, because there is some difference. In binary tree there is a limitation that node can have only two childrens, but that's not here in the B tree. uh, Binary tree are like more like it will keep growing, keep growing, keep growing. Okay, but B tree are like more tends to it will be shallow. Okay, it will not be too deep, but it will be very wide. It will store data horizontally, okay, not vertically. Got it? And also if you'll see, the difference between binary tree and B tree is, binary tree basically we use for in memory something, not something, I mean for in memory where you have to do the fast lookup, something where in RAM. Okay, where you have to do the fast lookup, there we use binary tree. Okay, it's basically work on the RAM. But B tree is designed for disk storage, mostly in the database. Got it? So it's not same as binary tree, so don't confuse with that. So this is what MySQL do. It will take all the titles, sort it from A to Z, and then store them in a B tree. Now if I search for the REST API, it doesn't scan everything, it just jump to R. Because if I did REST API, it will just jump to R because it has already sorted. Now that I have created this, okay, now if I will just run the same thing, let me just run the same thing over here. If I'll just run it over here, I'll show you. Over here you can see, type now reference, possible key, index course title. We just created the indexing, it found out here how many rows, just one row. Before creating the index, if we were running it, uh, what did I just run? Not this one, not this one, this explain one. If I'll just sorry, I created the index. Let me just delete the index and then I will show you the difference. Okay, I'll just do drop index. Okay, and I will put the index name idx course title. Okay, if I'll just dropped it, uh, what's wrong? What is the error? Let's just see the error. Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry, my bad. I have to also put the name of the table, courses. Okay, now if I'll run it, okay, now that index is no more. Okay, now if I'll just run it, uh, this explain query, you will see the difference. What output we got? In type you see all, means it scanned all. Okay, and rows 8, it scanned all the 8 rows. Okay, let me just copy this. I'll keep it here somewhere. Hmm. All right, I'll just, now let me create the index again. Okay, if I'll create the index, now if I will run it, you will see the difference. Type reference. Okay, it reference to this index course title, this index it referenced, and you will see here row just one. It scanned just one row, not the whole table. It scanned 8 rows the earlier. Without creating the index, it was scanning the whole table. But what index did, it scanned just one row, because it just directly reached to R. If the word starts with R, it directly reaches to R. And I'll just comment this drop one, okay, so that you don't use this. I mean, you should know this, okay, but it's not ideal to use drop index, okay. We don't generally drop indexes. So basically this means, okay, when you will create the index and after that if you'll search it, what it will do exactly is MySQL use our cheat sheet. Basically it went straight to the answer on row, whichever row it is, the row 6 I guess, yeah. It went directly there, okay, and it saves like almost, even if it saves 0.0001 millisecond on 10 million rows, this saves 10 seconds. That is the difference between a happy user and a timeout user. So basically this is how you create the index, and you can create the index on anything, but basically you have to uh, figure this out. You should not create index on anything that, okay, if I'll just create the index then I will find everything fast. No, creating the index is expensive, and also creating the index is very heavy, because every time you insert a new row, okay, whenever, let's say if I'll now if I will insert a new row in this courses table, then what MySQL will do, MySQL will add the row to the table, then it will update the index again, okay, and it will update the index. So you see, if I'm doing insert on one table, there is two operations happening. First insert in the table, and then it is updating the index again, it is creating the index again. If you have 10 index, one insert requires 11 write operations. How 11? So like if you have 10 index, then you want to insert something, now you inserted one data, okay, now it requires to update the index, so now again the whole index table will be updated. Index makes read faster, okay, but it makes writes very slower, because now you are, if I'll just do a insert over here in the courses table, it's just one line and it will affect just one table. But when you will write something, it will insert in the courses table and it will update the entire index. So you have to index only the columns that you use very frequently, okay, and where you are searching using filters very frequently, like email, okay, or course title, or basically foreign keys, okay. These are the things where you should put the index, not everywhere, that okay, I'll put the index on first name, last name, everywhere. No, stop right there, don't do that, okay, otherwise you will be fired from the company for sure. So let's understand it with a real life example. Let's say a phone book. If you are pretty new people, I mean, new guy who have who haven't seen what a phone book is. Earlier, we used to get a phone directory. I'm not that old, okay, but uh, around 15 years ago, maybe, yeah, we had used to had a phone directory, where in phone directory you will find the number of all the peoples who have registered with, like who have a telephone landline at their home, and the names used to be sorted by their last name then first name. So let's say if you have to find the number of a person whose name is Smith John. Now Smith is his last name, first name is John, so basically his name is John Smith, okay. But in phone directory, the names used to be with last name then first name, so Smith and John. So if you search with Smith John, you will find it instantly, okay, because it starts with S. If you'll find it with the last name, you will find it instantly, and if you will find with just the last name, again you will find it instantly. But if you will find it with their first name, now it will be slow, because the book isn't sorted by the first name, book is sorted by the last name. Got it? So we can create a composite index on two columns. Let's say if you have to do the same, you have to create an index with the same last name and first name, eh? So you don't have to create two indexes, you can make a composite single index. How? I'll show you. So basically you will do create index. I'll do maybe index full name, okay, on users table. On users, and here we will mention the columns. So we'll sort it with the last name and then first name, last name and then first name. if I'll create this index, if I'll just run it over here, okay, now if I have to search something like John Doe, okay, so I'll just do select asterisk from users where last name equal to uh, Doe, okay. If I'll just run it, I will find it instantly. John Doe. Let me add the explain over here, okay. You see, it just found just one row, okay. It just reached directly at one row. Now if I'll do John, okay, if I'll search it for John, again just one row. uh Let me make it first name, and if I will just run it here, it searched 10 rows. We created the index, still it searched for 10 rows, because now we are searching for the user whose first name is John. But what we did, we created the index with last name and then first name, right? So if you will search it with the last name, you will get instant result because it starts with John. But if you have to search something with the first name, then it will not work. And you see over here, this is how I have written the last name and then first name. So here order really matters. In MySQL reads the query from left to right. So whatever comes first, it will sort with that one. If I'll write over here first name and then last name, then it will search accordingly. So you have to be very very careful that where you should use index and where not. As I told you, you should not put index, you should not do indexing on everything, okay. uh, if you are searching something very frequently on any tables, like email is something where you have to, or let's say a person have you have a website where people from different countries are there, so you can put index on country there, okay. You can put index on email, but not on everything, okay, because it's expensive and it's fast, sorry, it's very slow when you will write something. So before deploying your MySQL to production, always run this explain query in your local, okay, so that you can see whether you need an index or not. If you will just run explain, you will see, okay, I am querying the millions of rows to find one data. There you have to use the index, but not all the places. So do not index everything. Okay, now our database is fast, okay. We are using indexes, although I have put indexing on just one thing, but nevertheless you understand how we use indexing. So now we need payments table. Okay, why? Because this is a very important topic. Payment, uh, today every website is offering something free and something paid, right? So you have to pay on the website, and whenever you will make the payment, how it happens, what all things happens behind the scene. So we are going to see all those things, okay. So for that we need a payment table. So if you might be thinking, why not just use the enrollment table? We can put the payment there. So basically an enrollment is a permission that you can watch the video if you are enrolled, and a payment is a financial record. You gave us the money. So they are both different thing. Sometimes payment fails, but we don't enroll them, and sometimes we give a free enrollment, okay. Let's say that, so we have to do manual override if we are if you are just allowing some user for free to watch some courses. So then in that case there is no payment, so we have to do manual override. So we cannot make changes in the enrollments table. Okay, so for that, to store the payments and all, we have to create a separate payment table. Okay, so we have users, courses, enrollments, but we are missing the most important part of our business, the money. That's the most important thing. Okay, so we need payment table, and this is our ledger, basically a ledger book. If the taxman comes calling us, this is what will show him. It needs to store who paid, how much, did it work, and the proof of the payment. We have to store these things. Okay, so for that we have to create the payment table. And can you stop right here, just pause the video and try to create the table on your own. What are we going to store? Who paid us, the student ID, how much, the amount, and did it work or not. I mean, the status of the payment is pending, or payment completed, or payment failed. So we have to store the payment status as well, and the proof of the payment, the transaction ID. Let's say you are paying using Razorpay or Slice, sorry, Stripe, okay, any payment gateway. So whenever you will make a payment, maybe you do a bank transaction or anything, you get the transaction ID after confirming the payment. So we have to store that as well. So can you just try to do it on your own? Just pause the video right here and do it. Okay, I'm going to do it, don't worry, but you just give it a shot. We have created 3 tables till now, so you can try. All right, if you tried, very good, bravo. If you haven't, ah, watch me here. Okay, and if you have already tried it, then you can just verify what I'm doing, okay, and what have you done. Okay, because this is a payment table, and we no company can afford any mistake with their money. Okay, everything has to be perfect over here. So payment table, let's create the table. Create table. uh, what all things we need? The first and foremost thing we need is payment ID. Payment ID will be an integer and auto increment, and also primary key. Then what we need? Then we need student ID. Student ID we will take from users table. We will make it a foreign key. Okay, and don't worry, this time I will not alter the table, I will add the foreign key. Okay, student ID, integer. Then we need amount. Now if you have created this table when I told you just few minutes ago, then what have you written the data type of this amount? If you have written integer, you have failed. If you have written float, you have failed. Okay, you have just synced down the business, because always use decimal for money. We have already seen this in courses table. Okay, amount will be decimal, and also you will have to specify that at what level. So we'll get 10, and at after point it will, after decimal it will be 2 digits, 2. And then it should not be null, never, because if the user has paid, there must be the amount. Okay, then mode of the payment, how he has paid, from the card or bank transfer or the UPI or Bitcoin, whatever it is. Okay, so payment mode will be a varchar. Let's give it 50 maybe, that will be enough. Then status, let's make it payment status. Okay, payment status, it should be enum. What all option we should provide? Pending, completed, and failed. Pending, completed, and failed. Because you should not give this option to user. Okay, otherwise user will write anything. Okay, that yeah, payment done, payment given. No. And these are the only 3 options that is possible here in the payment status scenario. Either you finish the payment, or you failed, okay, or it is pending from, let's say, the bank or whoever. And by default we will put it out as pending. Default will be pending. Fine. Now what we need? We need transaction ID. Transaction ID will be of type varchar. Let's give it 100 maybe. And transaction ID is all, whenever you make a new payment, transaction ID is always unique. Transaction ID never repeats. Okay, so it should always be unique. Okay, otherwise let's say user made a payment at once, and he is just sharing a transaction ID with everyone. Okay, and the user will send you the email that, hey, I have paid, here is the transaction ID, you can verify, just give me the course, I didn't enrolled. So that's why if the transaction ID exists, okay, then it should not be entered again. So transaction ID will be unique. Then we need payment date. Payment date will be again timestamp, and default will be current timestamp. Fine. So this is all about the tables. Now we have to make the foreign key of student ID. Okay, foreign key student ID. Okay, references users and then ID. References user ID, and uh, we cannot do the on delete cascade over here. So for that, what we have to do, we have to do on delete set null. Now why we can't do on delete cascade over here? Because if a user deletes their account, okay, so we do not delete the payment records, never, because uh, accounting needs the record for taxes. If you'll delete financial history because if the user left, then you are going to jail, as simple as that. Got it? So never delete the financial records. I mean, in your local project, you are the boss, you are the government, everything. But we are, whatever we are doing over here, this thing I'm teaching you, it all from the industry standard. This is what we follow in the company. This is what we follow in the industry. So for that, you have to follow this. We never delete payment records. So let's just run it and see if everything is fine or not. Yep. Let's just describe the table. Describe payments. Here we go. We have payment ID, student ID, amount, payment mode, payment status, transaction ID, and payment date. Fine. So we have created the payments table now. Now imagine how the flow will work of the application. Let's say John is going to buy a course. So two things must happen over here. We will take the money, okay, we will insert a row in the payments table, okay, and we will give John the access to the course. So we need to insert a row into the enrollments table as well. And how we will do that, let's see that. So we don't have any backend, whatever we have is database. So let's just do it from the database. So we'll do insert into payments, and here we will pass amount, yes, amount, then student ID, and then payment status. These are the three important things that we have to fill over here, okay, and rest other things we can leave empty. We can leave null for now we are testing it. So, and let's just put the values. uh, Amount, maybe let's say 49.99. Fine. User 1, and the transaction is completed. I mean, the payment status is completed. Okay, now if I will run this, it's fine, we got it over here. Let me just run it. Select asterisk from payments. Here we have a record payment ID 1, student ID 1, amount this, okay, payment mode we haven't added, payment status completed, and the date of payment date. We got it. But imagine when I'm inserting this data, let's imagine that we have a front end. I made a payment from the front end, okay, from the application or website, okay, and the server crashes here. Okay, now the server is crashed. So what is the ideal thing that we have to do over here? So if we took the payment from this user 1, then we have to enroll this user into the course, right? So let's just enroll the user into the course. Then I will drop you a bomb on you. We'll do insert into enrollments. Okay, and here what we have to pass, just student ID and course ID. Student ID and course ID, and let's pass the values. Student ID is 1 and course ID I forgot, so let's just print the courses table over here. 49.99 belongs to this mean stack, so course ID is 8. Okay, so I can just pass the 8 over here. Okay, and if I'll just run it, okay, and let's just print the enrollments table now. Select asterisk from um, enrollments. You see, we just added this over here. Student id 1 has bought the course 8. Now imagine when I'm just making the payment, okay, the server crashed. So we took the money from the John is user ID 1. Okay, so we took the money from the John, but we did not give him the course because the server crashed right over here. So now John is angry, he tweets about us, and our reputation is destroyed. So this is a very naive approach of doing things. This is a very naive approach of handling the transactions. So what is the solution for this? Basically, we need a solution that if a payment has been made, then the user should be enrolled into the course. Otherwise, the payment should not be made. Either both happens or nothing happens. This is where ACID transaction comes in. The ACID properties. ACID. What this ACID means? ACID properties. Uh, I'll tell you. Here, A means atomicity. Okay, A means atomicity, means this is the most important one. All or nothing. Either if the student has made the payment, then he should be enrolled in the course. Otherwise, we will not accept the payment. If we are not enrolling the user into the course, then we will not even take the payment. So the transaction is an atom. It cannot be split. Okay, either the payment and enrollment happens or the database just rewinds the time. Okay, so atomicity means all or nothing. Okay, then we have C. C means consistency. What consistency? Database follows the rules. No broken constraints. Got it? So if I have created a rule that okay, I will take the payment and enroll the user, otherwise I will not take the payment, then the database should follow that rule. That is what consistency means. Okay, no broken constraints. Okay, then we have I. I is for isolation. Let's say if two people buy the last seat at the exact same milliseconds, okay, then they don't interfere with each other, they wait for their turn. Got it? That is what isolation means. No interference between users. Okay, then we have D. D is for durability. Durability means, let's say if I have the database said that okay, success, I have saved this data in the database, so now even after you pull the plug, doesn't matter, the data is safe. That is what durability means. If the database said that okay, I have successfully saved the records, then it is saved in the database no matter what. This is what durability is. And whenever you are applying, you are creating a transactions into the database, you have to follow this acid properties. This is very important thing, acid properties. And almost 99% of the time, if you are going into the interview, they will ask you the acid properties. For sure they will ask you the acid properties in the interview. This is what acid property theoretically means. Okay, now let's just see it. We are going to apply the acid properties in our code, in our database. How? So we saw the problem over here, okay, that either both should happen or nothing will happen. So what is the solution for this? The solution is transactions. So in MySQL, there is a thing called transaction, that whenever you are taking the payment from the user, then you have to start the transaction and you have to commit those things. How? So for that, what we will do? We will do start transaction. And here we will write the queries. Let's just copy the same query. Okay. But we will change. Let's give it to some other user. Maybe let's just print the users first. Users, if I'll see some, we should give maybe Kaylee. Okay, Kylie Jenner, I'm sorry for the bad pronunciation. So her student ID is 11. Okay, so let's maybe give her a course of maybe 39.99. Fine. If Kylie has made a payment of 39.99, okay, and the status is completed, okay, then we will enroll her into the courses. So for that, let's just copy this query over here. Okay, just this doesn't look good, so now it looks good. Student ID is 11. Okay, and 39.99. What is this courses? I remember that it is present in the 39.99 is present over here. Course ID 3. Yes, I have a good memory. So if I'll just run it, oh sorry, I shouldn't have run it. Now let me just print the courses and we'll enroll Kylie into some other courses. Let's enroll her into Learn Java, course ID 9. I want to show you something, that's why, otherwise the query is correct. Don't worry. Okay, but I want to show you something. And after so what is I'm doing, we started the transaction right here. Okay, we started the transaction, and the Kylie has made a payment. Okay, whenever someone is going to make the payment, we will just start the transaction. If the payment is done, we will instantly enroll her into the course after the status is completed. And then what we will do, we will just commit the changes right there. Okay, so what it happens over here, just start the transaction. Okay, and it will, what it will do, it will just turn off autosave. And here you have just run the query, and then when you will commit it, then only this is going to be saved in the database, not after, not before, not after. Like if I will just run it for you, if I'll run it over here, now let me just um, print the payments table. See, we haven't got it yet. Why we didn't got it? There might be some problem. Let me just check the enrollment table. Is the user already there? uh, uh, uh. Student ID 11 is enrolled into the course 3, but I'm enrolling her into the course 9. So student ID 11 and course ID 9, is they both exist or not? We have to check that. What is the issue? What issue we got? Course 9 exists or not? Course ID 9. Course ID 9 is there. Okay, and it is 49.99. Doesn't matter, we are not checking the price. I need users. If I will just run it, yeah, user ID 11 is also present, a student. If I will run it, are we getting any error? No. We can put, let's put a select right here. Okay, select asterisk from payments. Okay, where student ID equal to 11 and um, amount equals to 49.99. We will add it right here. Okay, so let's just try to run it again. If I'll just run it, nope, nothing is happening. Why? What is there in the output section? Let's just check again. Start transaction. Why it is not taking all? I'm trying to run all of it, but it is just running the start transaction. I think there is some issue with my workbench. So let's just try running it line by line. If I'll just do start transaction, let me just put this start transaction done. Now let's run this one. Insert done. Okay, now let's run this one. We should see the output. We have the output over here. Payment ID 2, student ID 11, amount, payment status completed. Okay, now if we'll insert, we should now insert the KLE to the enrollments table. If I'll just do it, yeah, insert successful. Now if I'll just run the commit successful. uh, just try to run all at once. It should run. I don't know, maybe there is some issue with my workbench. Okay, but it should run. This is how we run it the whole at once. This is what the asset property tells us, the atomicity, that either this whole thing will run at once or nothing will run. Got it? Because what exactly is happening here, I am starting a transaction, so I will take the payment and I will then insert the user into the enrollment. I will enroll the user into that course. Okay, and then I will commit it. Commit means now it is permanent. You have to either go to the table and manually delete the records, otherwise it is permanent, it's done. And if you will not commit it, then this all will be in the draft. It will not be there in the table. Let me just try it once again. Maybe let's just update, change this one first. Okay, and if I'll just execute this using this one, yep, see, now it worked. I mean, when I was running it from my keyboard, it was not working, but now it worked. This flash button I just did. Normally I just use the control plus enter, okay, or the command plus enter, whatever your system you are on, okay, and it was not working. But when I did it from this button, okay, over here, then it worked. And you see, I just did over here, transaction started. It started the payment over here. We inserted the payment. Okay, then we printed it. It was just a type of debugger I added. Okay, we got the print over here. And then this is what we did. We inserted enrollments. Now if you check the enrollment, there will be a student 11 enrolled into the course 7. Let me just print the enrollments table for you. You see over here, enrollment ID 7, student ID 11, and the course ID 7. You see, my friends, when you will make the payment, then the user will get enrolled. And if you'll just remove the commit over here, okay, I'll just show you. Let me just copy paste the same things. Okay, and we will make some changes to it and we will run it. First, I don't need this debugger anymore. Okay, I'm getting the results. I mean, it is working for me. And let's just register our student, maybe 12. Okay, let's just register 12 over here as well. User 12, he paid maybe 19.99. Okay, user 12 on course, maybe course 9. Fine. And I will not run the commit. And if I will just do this transaction, okay, if I will just no, I will run it from here now. Okay, and first let's check the out. Everything worked over here. Start transaction done. insert into payments, done. Then insert it to enrollments, also done. Okay, now let's check the table. If I will check the enrollments table over here, you see we have student id 9 added, course id, student 12 is added into the course 9. Okay, and if we'll check the payment over here, let's check the payments table. We have got a payment from 999. Okay, now if I will just run a simple command, rollback, simple query rollback, if I'll just run the rollback, and let's just check the output panel, rollback. You see the record deleted, record gone. We just inserted this, we just inserted 19.99, we just saw, but when I just run the rollback, the payment is gone. Payment is gone, my friends, because if you will not commit your changes, okay, then this is what will happen. Let's say if I made any mistake, or I don't want to pursue that payment, okay, anymore. Okay, then this is how I will just roll back the transaction. Let's say you need the refund, or let's say sometimes what happen, you make a payment on any website, and the money deducted from your account, but it didn't reach to the let's say you are buying Netflix subscription. Okay, the money deducted from your account, but it didn't received at the Netflix end. So what will happen here, it will automatically, you will receive the money in just 2 or 3 days. So this is what happens when the money will not be committed. Okay, it will automatically rolled back. This is what happens behind the scenes. If you will not commit it, it will be rolled back. And we just saw the payment table. Let's go and check the enrollment table. If I'll just run the enrollment table over here, this is what we inserted, 12 and 9. Okay, there is no student id 12 enrolled into course 9. You see, there is a student id 12. We added it when 3rd of January, 3 days ago. You see, my friends, when you will make the rollback, what it will do, it just like it will do the control Z. We do control Z in our to do the undo. Okay, in like everywhere, this is the control Z from for the payments in MySQL. And this is what acid properties atomicity means. Either this all will happen together, both will happen together, or nothing will happen. If the payment is gone, we did the rollback, payment is gone, so the enrollment will also be gone. No payment, no enrollment. And if you will just remove it and put the commit over here, okay, and now if you will just run it again, you will see everything back at their place. Let me just do the let me just run the payments table for you. And here if you will see, in payments table, user 12 just paid 12 19.99. If you will check the enrollments table, user 12 will enrolled in the course 9. And if you will, after making the commit, if you will run rollback, okay, now let's check the table. I'll show you a magic. If you will, let's say just check the enrollments table, user table is still there. User 12 is still enrolled into the course 9, because we committed this. We already committed, we saved it, we made it permanent into the database. Now the rollback will not work. What the commit means, that we received the payment, and if we received the payment, we enrolled the user into the course. So now there is no point of rollback. Now if you have to do the rollback, you have to do this manually. And let me show you one more thing. Let's say there is another course of 29.99. Okay, and it is by user maybe 3. Okay, it's we have user 3 or not, otherwise it will give us error because it is connected with the foreign key. uh, yeah, user 3 admin. Okay, admin can get any courses, doesn't matter. We are not even checking that whether student should get the course or not. Okay, it's fine. So 29.99 by user 3. So user, I want user 3 into the course. Maybe I have to print the courses now. Let's enroll the user into this interview prep 5, course 5. Okay. Now what I will do, I will just remove this both, commit and roll back, and I will just run these start transaction and these two insert. Okay, no commit, no rollback. If I'll just run this, okay, so now there should be the record in the payments table and there should be record in the enrollments table. Okay, now let's run check it. If we will check the payments table, we have here student id 3 has made the payment of 29. Okay, and now let's check the enrollments table. Student 3 is here in the course id 5. Now at this point, anything can happen. Either you can commit this or you can do the rollback. And this is, my friend, this is how bank works. This is how Amazon works. And now this is how Toaster School works. Now let me show you something. Uh, this is a new SQL query file. Okay. If I will run this, it is present over there, right? If you will check the payments table, where is payments table? Over here. We have in the payments table, we have student id 3 and payment 29.99. Okay, this is a new file. Okay, and here I am checking select asterisk from payment where student id equal to 3. I should get the result. Payment id 6, student id 3. This is where. Now I want to show you one thing over here. Okay, so for that I have to delete the record. Okay, so let me just delete that. Okay, delete uh, from payments where uh, student id equal to 3. Okay, I'll just delete this payment record. Okay, this is the only payment record over here. I'll just run it, and it is gone now. If I will just print the payments, it's not there. Okay, and let me just remove it from the enrollments as well. Delete from enrollments where student id equal to 3. Okay, if I will just run it, it's gone from enrollment as well. Let me just check the enrollment, and we don't have student 3 anymore. Fine. Now I want to show you one thing. Just give me 1 minute. So for that I have to turn off the auto commit. Set auto commit equals to 0. If I will run it, let me just check the output tab if it worked or not. uh, Hopefully it worked. We'll just find out. Okay, now what I'm trying to show you is, if I just inserted this data. Okay, if I just inserted this, let me just show it from the starting. Let me just I don't need this. I don't need I Now I want to run this. Okay, this is the one I was running. Okay, I'll just remove all the data for till now, and I will just run it over here. And let me just check in the output tab if we have inserted. Yeah, start transaction done, both insert done. Okay, let me just verify it from both the tables. Just bear me with 1 more minute. If I'll just run the payments, we have the payment made by student id 3. It's third time. Okay, we have to payments. Okay, we have to delete this record. Now student id 3 doesn't exist in the payment table, neither in the enrollments table. Enrollment table exists. If I'll just run it now, student 3 doesn't exist. No student 3 in the enrollment or anything. Okay, nowhere. Now let me just do it again. If I'll run it now you will see the data. uh, 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 what happened? Oh, sorry, I again run it from my uh, keyboard. It's just my muscle memory. If I'll just run it from here, okay, now you will see the data and select asterisk from enrollments. In enrollment we have user 3. In payments also we have user 3. Okay, and we have not added any commit or rollback. Fine, we have not added any commit or rollback. Now I will go to my home screen and I will open a new MySQL connection, a different user. Okay, I'll just enter the password. I'm a different user now. Okay, uh, I can show you that if I'll just run it, it will show my username. I mean connection ID. Here you'll see connection ID 34. If I'll just run it over here, you will see my connection, a different connection ID. Here if I'll just run it, you see my connection ID is 24 over here. Okay, and here if I'll go over here and if I will print over here payment status, payment table. Okay, select asterisk from payments. If I'll just run it, if I'll run it, no database selected. Use toaster school, database selected. You see here if I'm doing select asterisk for payment, there is no record for user 3. If I will do the same for enrollments, let me just copy it, paste it, enrollments, there is no record for student 3. But here if you will run the enrollment or the transaction, okay, let's just run the enrollments, you will see the student 3 is here. If you will run the payments table, you will see student 3 is here, user ID 3 is here. But why not with when I'm checking with the different ID? Database is the same, table is same, we can see the other records, you can see the record of all the other students, but not the student 3. Why? Because when you will run this, okay, just remove these two, let me just delete these two. When you will run these two, start transaction and then we inserted it, but we haven't committed it. So whatever the result we are seeing, this is just a local draft. I have made this insert, so I am, that's why I'm able to see it. It's just for me, not for all the users. If any user will check, the admin will check, this will not show to them. Now if I will make the commit, okay, now if I'll make the commit over here, I'll just run the commit from here, and if I'll go over here, now if I'll run the payments, now you can see the student 3 is now here. If I'll run the enrollment, you will see the student 3 here as well. So whenever you are doing the transaction, make sure you are either doing commit or rollback. That's for sure, you have to do it. That's very important thing. And this is what satisfy the acid properties atomicity, that either all or nothing. If I have received the payment for a user, then then I have to enroll that user into the course. Got it? So let me just close the other uh, user. Okay, I don't want to do any experiment. Okay, this was enough experiment for now. And this, my friend, is how we handle transactions in the database, exactly like this. So now we have built the perfect database structure. We have seen till now everything. Okay, we have seen select, where, and, or, not, order by, insert into, null values, update, delete, limit. Have we seen limit? Yeah, we have seen the limit. Okay, even I forgot sometimes. So we have seen the limit, we have seen min, max, count, average, sum, like, wildcards, in, between, aliases, joins, and all the inner join, left join, right join, cross join. Okay, we have seen the union all, we have seen union. We haven't seen union. Okay, that's strange. Okay, we'll just see union now. We have then we have seen group by, having, exists. Have we seen exists? No. Okay, so two things. Let me just write it down. So we haven't seen Union we haven't seen exists. Okay, and then we have seen any, we have seen all, we have seen any, uh, we haven't seen any as well. Okay, then we have seen all. Yeah, we have seen. No, 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 not this one. No, we haven't seen all. Okay, union exists, any, all. Then we have a, we haven't seen insert select. We have seen the case. Okay, and we have seen null functions. No, we haven't seen null functions. Okay, so now let's just see few things which I should have taught you earlier in the tutorial, but unfortunately I missed that. So nevertheless, here we are. We are not gonna leave any topic. Okay, we are going to touch every single topic. So even if I'm doing that at the starting of the video or at the end, I'm covering every topic. Okay, so let's just see few things like it's basic few functions. Let's see a thing called union. Now what is union? So imagine a scenario like you are building a global search bar in your website. Okay, let's say user type java, so now you will return all the users whose name is java or the courses whose name is java. Okay, and you will make a list of users and courses and you will return them together. Okay, but in case of unions, let's say there are two users whose name is java and there are two courses whose name is java. Okay, or whose the java comes in the name of the course. Okay, so this is fine then, because both has two rows. I mean both have two columns, not the rows. Okay, because union to use the union, both queries must have the exact same number of columns. Why I'm saying both queries? Because what is ultimately union? Union of two things. Okay, a combination of two things. So this is what union here is. We will uh, use two separate queries and we will make one result out of it using union. So union will only work when both of these query have exact same number of columns. Okay, because you just can't stack a two column table on top of a five column table, right? So let's create a mailing list basically of every first name in our database. Okay, whether they are a student or an instructor. So how we will do that? We'll write select uh, first name from users union. Will do select title from courses. And if I will run it, if I will run it, what happened? Sorry, spelling mistake. It happens. If I will run it, yeah, finally we got to run it. So now see what we just did. We took first name from users and title from courses. We have two different queries, but we got just one result. You can see just one list. It has both the username and the course's title. So what exactly happened over here? If you see SQL run this query, okay, we got all the first name initially. You see all the first name from the users table. Then what it did, SQL then ran the second query and stack on it. Okay, like if you'll see all this came, and then after that in the same list it printed the titles from the courses table. You see all these titles from the courses table. So it basically stacked one on top of each other. And what it also does is it removes the duplicate. Okay, we have one user who is twice in our database or in users table. Let me just confirm that. If I will just run this one, okay, you can see Priyanshu is two times, or and Alfred is also twice. Okay, but if we will run this, we have just one Priyanshu and we have just one Alfred. So it removes all the duplicates as well when you are union using the union. Now what if you will say that I need all the details? Okay, what if you will say that, okay, his first name is Priyanshu but last name is different, or his first name is Alfred or last name is different, so we need all of them. So in that case, what we will do is we have another function called union all. Union all. Okay, so how we will do? So let's say select first name as a search result maybe. Okay, user as type from users. Don't worry, I'll explain you the query. Okay, I will explain you. Let me first write it, otherwise the logic that I have in my head will go boom. Okay, and then I need union all, and then I have to do select title as again as search result. Okay, and here we will write course courses as type. Okay, from courses, and if I will run it, you'll see the result over here. What I did basically type is, okay, in type I mentioned that you have to identify whether this is user or not. If you'll just run this one, if I'll just run this one, you will see uh, it created a row name with first name. Okay, and we got all the names in, and here also we have the courses as well, names and courses both. We have names here, courses here in the same stack. So that's why I just separated it for a good result. You can remove this part, it's not mandatory. If you'll remove it, it will still work. You just have to write the same over here. If I'll just do union all, this will also work. If I will just run it, you see we got all the result, but you can see we got in the same, and the name of the column is first name. So that's why I added some alias. Okay, and here in in case of types, I just added whether this is a user or this is a course, just to identify, distinguish between them. But that's not mandatory. It's up to you. But here you will see one thing. Here we have two Priyanshu and Alfred. Alfred, yeah, we have two Alfred. Union all will give you the duplicates, and by default you should always use union all, because checking for duplicates is very slow in MySQL. Okay, because SQL has to sort the data, and if you know there are no duplicates or you want duplicates, use union all. Okay, it is much faster. That's why by default always use union all unless you specifically need to remove duplicates. Okay, it saves it basically saves database from doing extra work of sorting the data and then finding the duplicate, removing that. Okay, so that's why always you always try to use union all, because you should always try to do that thing in database which will make uh, database faster. Even if it makes your database 0.001 millisecond faster, do it. Okay, but not with the trade-off of data and security. That's very important thing. Now if we'll go to joins, where we were seeing the left join, uh, let's just run it and see what the result we were getting. You can see over here we are getting null values. For some values are null because it doesn't exist. Alfred is not registered to any courses. Okay, so there is no course and there is no price, right? So that's why we are getting the null values. But you always send the data to the front end as well, right? From the database, what we are doing, we are saving the data that is coming from the front end, and then we are returning some data on the front end, right? That's the major job of database. So what if you front end team ask you the data and you are sending this the null value? This is not the right way. If you will send the null value, either the data will either the field will be look blank on the front end, okay, or it will just print null, and sometime it might crash the app as well, because might be it's the user the developer will using that data somewhere, Okay, and if it find null, you are getting an error and it can crash the website as well. So instead of putting the null value, what we can do is we want a default value like not enrolled. Okay, if Alfred is not enrolled into any courses, instead of showing null, we will show not enrolled. So for that, how we will do? Let's just don't call. I am not gonna copy paste. I'll show you. So handle null value gracefully. Okay. Let's just start with select users dot first name. Okay, and here we will write a condition. What condition? If null will check whether this is a null or not. Okay, if the value is null, then what we are going to do, this is what we'll write. But if null on which column? So we need to check whether if null is present on the column of here titles. You'll see the null value is present in the title column. Okay, so we will write courses dot title. Okay, and we will pass another parameter as what value we will put if the value is null. So here we will show not uh, enrolled. Okay, as course status. From which table? From users table. Now we have to do left join on both courses and users table, right? So for that we'll do left join enrollment. Sorry, we have to do on enrollment because enrollment table is the one which tells us whether a user is registered in any courses or not, right? Enrollments on users dot id. Okay, equals to enrollment dot student id. Fine, and then we will do left join courses on course sorry, enrollments dot course id. Enrollments dot, here also we will have to put enrollments. It's not enrollments dot uh, course id, right? Yes, course id it is, as far as I remember. If we'll get an error, then we will verify. Otherwise I'm too lazy to do that. Okay. Enrollments dot course id equals to what? Courses dot course id. Courses dot course id. If I'm right, let's just run it and we'll see whether I'm right or not. So instead of this null value, we will get what? We will get not enrolled. Let's just test it. If everything okay, we have some error. Let's just check what is the error. uh, Unknown column course dot tile, where I have written course, sorry, course dot title. Yeah, I'm doing too much typo today, sorry for that. Yep, it's correct now. And see over here, my friends, Priyanshu not enrolled. Okay, if Priyanshu is enrolled, we are showing the courses. If Priyanshu is not enrolled, we are showing not enrolled in place of null. You got my point over here, not enrolled as null. Okay, I can simply just let me just remove this part. If I will just remove it and I will run it, you can see over here no, courses dot title. Yeah, you can see over here it is showing null. Okay, if I am not adding that if null condition, it is showing null in place of all those users who don't have any courses, right? So that's why I'm using if null over here. If null, what is doing? If the courses dot title call section is empty, okay, and it doesn't match the user and the title both, then in place of null, it will put not enrolled. Got it? So this is the uh, benefit of using if null. If null function. It is a function, so always pass parenthesis. I mean, always pass the value in the parenthesis. Okay. Now there is a better version of if null. Okay, there is a better version of if null condition, that is coalesce. What it is? Coalesce. This is basically a better version. So why use it? So basically coalesce is a standard SQL. It also it works in Postgres, Oracle, etc. But it is a standard SQL and it can handle multiple backups. Okay, it returns the first non value if finds. It's like here we are just checking if this is null. Okay, then just instead of null, print this value. But what we can do is in colsec, let's say we are checking the price column. Okay, if the price is null, we will check discount price. If discount price is also null, then we will return something. Got it? We are not just going to rely on one thing. If one thing is null, then just put a value like this, some anything. Okay, we will add a backup. If this is null, check this. If this is also null, then return this, right? Like that. Okay, so how we will do that? So let's just write the same price thing. Okay, let's just write the same value. Select L ESCE. I always confuse with the spelling, so just be careful with that. Okay, select colors, and here we will pass prices and discount price as a final price from courses. Okay, and this will not run because we don't have discount price in our courses section. Yeah, that's why we are getting the error. So let's just add a discount price column in our courses table. Okay, let's just do that. Courses, please describe my courses, how my courses table currently looks. uh, like this: course id, title, price, description is published. Okay, I will simply add just to show here, I will simply add a discount price. Okay, I'm not gonna add make it any key or anything. Okay, so for that, what we will do, we already know this. Okay, if you don't know this, then just go back and rewatch the episode. Alter table courses. Okay, and we'll do add discount price. It will be of type decimal, decimal of 5 comma 2. Okay, discount price is this. If I'll just add this, it is done. Now I wanna see describe courses. If I will run it, see, we have a discount price now. Okay, and currently it is null, right? I will just comment this out for now. Now let's run this one. What's the issue now? Unknown column discount price in field list. Oh, sorry, I missed the S while creating the table. Never mind, we are just learning, so just ignore that part. Now if I'll run it, you will see the data, you will see the result, my friends. Final price 19, 19, 19, 19. We don't have any null value in our prices or in discount prices. So what it does is, if there are any null value in the prices, then it will check discount prices, and if there is any null value in discount prices, okay, then it will return this. But since we don't have any null value in discount prices, because we have said that it should not be null, right? Now we are not gonna alter the tables, okay, that will be very drastic, but let's just leave it for now. You understand what call check is, right? It will check the prices. If there is any null value in the prices, we don't have any. If there are any null value in the prices, then what it will do, it will check discount prices. If there is any null value in discount prices, then only it will return this 00. Hmm. Got it? What all tables we have? We have courses, dashboard, enrollment, payments, and user. Do we have any data in payments? Well, let's check. Select asterisk from payments. Yeah, we have some data in the payments. Now what I want to do is I want to take the data from this payments table, okay, and I want to push it into a new table. But I don't want to do any programming, I don't want to write any function or anything, okay. I want to do it simply, that I just want to create a new table, and I just want to uh, push all the data that we have in this payments table into our new table, okay. Let's say your payments table is getting huge, we have 10 million rows, okay. So if you will keep adding in the same, then it will start getting slower and slower with the time, okay, and it will slow down your app. So you want to move all payments from, like, let's say 2023 into a separate table, maybe a payment archive table, okay, because now 2023 payment record is old, so we can archive that. We have that record, we will get that record always, okay, but we will archive that since that is the old data, right? So let's just see if I'll show you a cool trick that how you can create a new table without writing anything. Since I have to store all the same data, right? So I need exactly same table. So how I can create a new table just like this with just one line, I'll show you. Like table. So for that, what I will do is create table payment archive, okay. Create table, let's make it payments archive. Create table payments archive like payments, and this will create us a payment archive table just like payments. If let me just run it, okay, and I will let's just check the logs. Yep, it's done. Now let's see the tables. So let's just run the show tables, and now you see we have a payments and we have a payments archive. Let's just see the payment table first, okay. um, I'll just describe the payment. Describe. If I'll just do payments, you can see it has payment ID, student ID, amount, payment mode, payment status, transaction ID, and payment date, okay, all these values. Now if I will just describe the payments archive, if I'll just describe this, you'll see exactly the same. Payment ID, student ID, amount, payment mode, payment status, transaction ID, and payment date, all same. Even you can see payment ID is the primary key, student ID is the foreign key, everything is exactly same. It creates exact replica of the same table with just one line. Now what I want to do is I want to transfer all. If you just print the data from payments archive, you will see nothing, okay, because we have just created the table, we have just copied the table. Now we need the data of the table. So if I'll do payment archive and if I'll run it, you will see nothing. We don't have any data in payments archive table. Now I want to copy all the data from payments table to payment archive table. And how we will do that? With just one line. Copy the data from table A to table B. How we can do that? So here we will use insert select, okay. insert select. How? So what we will do is insert into, okay, payments archive. Okay, insert into payments archive, and you can just simply write the select query now. Select asterisk from payments. And since we have to move all the, as I told you initially in as an example, that we will move all the data from 2023 to this table. So here you can add the where clause, okay, where maybe payment date is less than 2023 January um, mm, 04. Fine, like this you can do that, but we don't have any such data as any old record, so I'm not going to do this. Okay, so I will just remove this. I'll just show you that how you can do it. If I will take it and I will just run it, and now let's just check the log first. If everything is correct, everything is correct. You see 5 rows affected. Okay, five duplicate rows is just created. And now if I will do select asterisk from payment archive, we will get all the data exactly same as payments table. This is payments archive table, not payments, you can see. And if I will just do payments table, you will get the same data. You see, now you have data in both places. Okay, you can safely delete the old data from maybe payments table, but first verify whether that data is copied into the new table or not. Okay, then only go for the delete. So this is how huge companies keep their database fast, because it is obvious that when your database will grow massively, let's say you have 10 million records, it will get slower. Your app will get slower with the time, because you are querying a 10 million records. Got it? So it is obvious. Now one thing we have seen the in function. Next one, next. uh, in only in, yeah, over here you see we have seen the in operator and not in. Here, if you will just put the in, it will work. Okay, I mean, what it does basically is you can check whether this value exists or not. Okay, checking if a value exists in another list. Okay, that's the job of in. Let me just show you now. I mean, why to check why dig old graves, right? In, if I will just do over here in, and let me just print all the users, what it will do is it will print all the row of the users, okay, where the roles is student. If I will just run it, these are the students in our users table, right? This is the job of in. It basically checks whether something exists in the list or not, whether. Got it? But now we have one more thing, that is exist. Basically exist is the smarter and older brother of in. Like, let's say, let's print a value. Okay, let's print something in we'll do select um, first name. Let's print all the students who have made any payment. Okay, select first name from users where id in, and let's write subquery. Let's keep some space. Okay. Id in select student id from uh, payments. Fine, if I will run it, I will get all the students who have made any payment. Here, John, Priyanshu, Kylie and Alfred, these are the students who have made any payment. What it does, it runs the subquery, the select student id from payments. Okay, then it gets a list that, okay, 1 2 3 4 5, all these users have made the payment. Then what it does is it then basically prints the first name from users table. Okay, and it checks whether this id exists in the user's table or not. Okay, but here is a problem. If the payment list, the payments table has 1 million records, okay, then this search will be very slow. Okay, very slow it will work because it is going to scan the 1 million records, so obviously it will be slow. So this is where exists come. Okay, what exists basically does, it will search the huge list in a very effective way. How? I'll show you just now. How? Just now. Wow, I should be a poet now. Why my caps lock? So I'll do select first name from users, let's make it an alias, maybe you. Okay, users you, where exists. Okay, where exists, let's write it in another line, where user you, where you a user you, where exists. Here we will write the subquery. So what we will do, select one from payments p, where p dot student id, okay, equal to u dot id. And let's finger cross that it should work. Yes, we got the same result, John, Priyanshu, Kylie and Alfred. Now what it is doing, for every user it will check the payment table. Okay, for every user, and the moment it finds one, it stops looking and says, okay, true, we got the result. It will not scan the whole 1 million record first and then it will give you the data. No, this it doesn't do that. What exist will do, the moment it will find a data, it will say, okay, yeah, true, I got the data. It doesn't load a list of 1 million ids into the memory. No, it doesn't do that. But this is also a you should not use exist everywhere. Okay, if you are checking on a small data, then use in, that's a good thing. Okay, but if you are checking in a huge database, then use exists, not in. Got it? Because what it will do, it will exit at the moment when it will find a data. So let's see the difference between all versus any. There are two things, all and any. Both have different, both serves different purposes. Okay, so let's see between both. So let's see first any. What any does is, let's say I need all the courses, okay, which are less than or equal to 30 bucks, and how any behaves with that and how all behaves on that, I'll show you the difference. So I need select title and prices from courses. Okay, I'll do where prices greater than any. Okay, and here we will write the subquery, select prices from courses where prices are less than equal to 30. Now what it will do is, it will print me basically all the courses that is present in the table. Why? Because any means, if there is any, even if there is even at least one of the course that is a that satisfies this prices less than equal to 30 condition. Okay, if this satisfies, okay, then it will print everything, because one of them is satisfied, because it's just like the or condition. If I will just run it, okay, I will get all the courses that we have. MySQL 0 to 0, you see this is 19, because all these all these courses, okay, 39, 59, 69, 49, okay, 49, all these are past the these checks, so it doesn't matter if few of them failed. This is what any will do. You will see almost everything except the cheapest one. If I will print it, uh, select prices comma title from uh, courses. Okay, if I will print it, you will see a cheapest one. You can see we have 9.99, right? So if one of the conditions satisfied, it will just leave the 999 out and print everything. Because if you'll see the data, it has all the data except that 999 one. Because why? MySQL 1999 included, because 1999 is greater than 999. Okay, then we have, you'll see REST API 2999. It failed the condition. It is less than 30, but it doesn't matter because it is still expensive than the cheapest one. Because what any will do is any will check only that are you greater than the minimum value. Okay, the minimum value in this table, in the courses table, is 999. So are you greater than 999? Okay, then you are most welcome in the party. Okay, doesn't matter what the condition you have passed over here. It just ignores, just like your ex ignored you. Sorry. Okay, so this is what any will do. Now let's write the same query. Okay, exact same query with all. If I will just write over here all. Okay, now see the magic. Now this condition is must. What it will do? All. Okay, all the courses that are greater than or equal to 30. Okay, only these will be present over here. This is what all do. All means all of the course list, all of the rows must satisfy this prices less than equal to 30 condition. But in case of any, I mean any one of them is satisfied, then it's fine. Yeah, I will get all the results. Got it? This is the difference between all and any. All right. So we are now going to automate our database. Instead of typing like select asterisk from row every time, we will create a shortcut. These shortcuts are called stored procedure. What basically stored procedure is, uh, let's say you have to find a student detail every single day. Okay, every single day you are fetching the that how many new students gets enrolled into the course, or how many new students signed up to our platform. Okay, and every day you are just running the query and you are finding that detail. So instead of running the same query again and again every single day, what we will do is we will create a stored procedure. It's just like a function in any programming language, like Python, Java, whatever you say. Just like a function, inside it will have a name, it will take parameters. Okay, you can pass the parameters and arguments, and it will take some input, and based on that it will you can write multiple queries to it inside that stored procedure, and you can save it. It will be saved in your database whenever you have to uh, run those queries. Instead of running the query manually, you just call the stored procedure, you will get the detail. Okay, so basically just think of this function just like a stored procedure, just like a function. It has a name, it takes input as arguments. Okay, and it performs a task, whether it is select, insert, update, delete, join, anything. Okay, you can write 10 hundreds of query inside a stored procedure, but don't do that. Okay, now if you'll think that why we complicate things, we can simply run the query. We can even save the query and just copy paste it, run it every single day. But there are few things which requires us to use stored procedure and not the manual query again and again. First and foremost thing comes is security. So let's say you hired a developer. Okay, maybe a new intern, his who's with you just for a week. Okay, and you don't want a new person, new user, I mean a new developer who is with you just for a week on a contract basis. To You don't want him to see all your database, okay, and all your data in the database. That's not ideal, right? So that's a security risk. So what you can do, you can give that developer permission to run a stored procedure only, okay, without giving them permission to see the whole database or whole raw tables. Okay, and second thing is speed. Okay, because speed is something that matters everywhere. Whether you are writing a program, we always, whenever you run it, compile it, you will see that how much time it took to run this code. So speed is everything. So what MySQL will do, MySQL will compile you these stored procedure once, and it will cache them. So whenever you will run it, you will get instant result, because cache details are already there. Okay, so they run faster, and uh, basically they run faster than the queries. And third and the most important point, just for people like me, laziness. Why type 10 lines of SQL again and again when you can just run one single line and you will get the data? So we'll just start saying, sorry, I mean, stored procedure. And I have already recorded this almost 1 hour of lecture for short procedure. And then when I checked, there was some issue with the camera. Okay, half of the time I'm not in the camera, half of the time it's getting blurred. I think it's still there is some issue with the Zoom. I am not able to fix it, but you have to deal with it. I'm sorry, because already I'm recording it second time. I'm not gonna record it again. Okay, if there is any issue happens, I'm gonna upload this course without stored procedure. So uh, we'll go with the stored procedure, because if you'll see, I just dropped all the created stored procedures, okay, just for you to see it again. Okay, I'm not gonna show you some written codes already. Okay, whatever we'll do it right here. That's my motto, to teach you by doing it. So let's take an problem. Let's say you have to find the all student details. Okay, we have a table users, and from the users table I want all the details of, like, let's say first name, last name, or email. I want these three details of all the users whose role is student. Okay, so if you have to write up the query for that, the query will be very simple, like select first name, last name, email from users where roles equals to student. Right, if I will run it, I will get all the details. We have three students, we got the first name, last name, and email. Right, it's very simple query. But what if you have to run the same query again and again? Then what you will do? This is where the stored procedure comes. Okay, so let's start writing the stored procedure now. How we write the stored procedure? So there is very simple thing, stored procedure. You have to, like, just like creating a database or creating a table, you have to go with the same. uh, where is my caps lock? Create procedure, and the name of procedure, get all student. Okay, and since I told you this is a function basically here in MySQL, so we will add a parenthesis. And before this, I'll show you one issue. So uh, let's first start writing it. Okay, here what we will do, we will begin. uh, this is how you will start. Okay, begin means the starting of whatever query we will write. We have a begin and we have an end. Whatever the query we will write, it will be over here between begin and end. Okay, whatever logic and everything, it will go over here. Got it? uh, this is not the right indentation. Don't worry, indentation will not give you any error, it's just the standard we follow. Okay, so we'll put everything between. So let's just write the same query over here. Okay, if I'll go over here, I'll put the same query. Fine. Now you will see there is one issue in MySQL, as I told you in the beginning of the course, that how MySQL identifies that, okay, your query is finished or not, with this semicolon. Wherever you will put the semicolon, MySQL will treat that as the end of the query or sentence, whatever. Okay. Now if you'll add the query, the semicolon over here, this will give you error, because now according to MySQL this finished. Now then, why there is an end? You understanding my point, right? And we call this delimiter. This is called as delimiter. Okay, because standard SQL uses semicolon, okay, to which means that end of the command. Okay, but a procedure contains many commands. You can write multiple select query or update or insert query over here. Okay, so you have to add the semicolon to tell MySQL that, okay, this query is finished now. Now writing the next query. So if we will use the semicolon inside, MySQL will think that, okay, we are done early. Okay, so we must change the end symbol. This is the end symbol, and we have to change the end symbol. So before writing the uh, create, what we will do, we will change the delimiter. Del, I hope I remember the spelling. Miter. Yes, correct. This is the now we will make use something to end the sentence. Okay, hope this size is okay. Let me just check my OBS. Yeah, you can see it clearly. Let me just zoom it a bit for you. Okay, so we have to set the delimiter something that we are not going to use in our SQL. Something like let's say we can give double slash. We are not going to use double slash anywhere because this is not anything in MySQL. This doesn't mean anything in MySQL, right? If you are in Python, then this means integer division. But over here, double slash doesn't mean anything. So what we will do, we will use this delimiter, okay, double slash as the end of stored procedure, okay. And inside the stored procedure, we will just keep using the semicolon as we do. Now, how we will end the this create procedure? We will add the delimiter over here, just like this double slash. Got it? And that's it. The stored procedure is done. Let me just run it, okay. If I will just run it, hope we got it correct. Yes, stored procedure is done. Now, how we will verify whether the stored procedure is done or not, or like how we are going to see the results, right? We need the results. So how? So for that, let's first always whenever you are changing the delimiter, set the delimiter back to normal instantly. So first we will do delimiter back to semicolon. Okay, this is very must. We change the delimiter, we write the stored procedure, we change the delimiter back to semicolon. Okay, now what we can do is now we can call the stored procedure. And how we call the stored procedure? It's very simple, just like you call the function. You just write call, and this is the name of the stored procedure, right? So you just have to take it, paste it over here, and that's it. Just run it, and here we go, we got all the results. Okay, this stored procedure gets saved in our database. You can check the all the stored procedures that you have in your database. How? You will just write so uh, procedure status. If you will just run it, you will see all the stored procedure that is there in the database. There are some stored procedure already predefined in the system. Okay, so these are all. We have to find ours. Here we go. So you can see these all are from the system database, and this is our toaster school database. Okay, this is our procedure get all students procedure SQL, who's the definer, when it is uh, created, okay, and all the details you will find over here. Got it? So this is the stored procedure we just created. You can see the stored procedure like this. Fine, we'll just back to our own result. Let's just see its syntax once again. Okay, how? First you will change the delimiter, okay, the end symbol, okay, and we changed it to double slash. All right, then we'll do create procedure. Okay, this will tell MySQL that okay, I'm going to create the procedure, and then this is the name of the procedure. And since it is always a function, okay, so you have to pass this parenthesis whenever you will pass some parameters. Then here you can pass the parameters just like you do in the normal functions in the programming languages. Okay, and then this will tell okay that from here my command is going to start that what this procedure is going to do. Okay, so when begin starts, you have to write your commands. You can write multiple commands over here. There is no limit. Okay, so you will do select like this is what I did. Okay, and then end. When all your commands is finished, you just write the end, and you have to end it with the delimiter. This is the delimiter we set, so we'll end it with the delimiter, and we will change the delimiter instantly back to normal. Okay, back to the default semicolon one. Otherwise this is going to create a lot of issues. Okay, you will not even realize, you will just keep banging your head for days till you realize that okay, this was the issue. Okay, so always right after finishing the stored procedure, set the delimiter back to the semicolon instantly. Fine, and this is how you will call the stored procedure. Okay, call the stored procedure. Okay, and show all stored procedure. Fine, but this was a very basic thing. You will be like okay, instead of writing all these things, I will simply write this query every single day. Fair enough. If you are talking about this query, then fair enough, you can write this query every single day. But let's complicate things now. Let's take some different example. Maybe we have the courses table. So from the courses table, I don't want all the courses. I just want courses that are taught by any specific instructor. Here I will pass the parameter of an instructor id. We will pass, okay, and I want all the courses that are taught by that instructor. Okay, so let's just see the courses table first. Okay, we will see the data what we have, and then based on that we can pass that instructor id. Select asterisk from courses. If we'll run it, we have instructor id 10 and 8. These two instructor id have the courses. Okay, so now we will uh, use them. So create a procedure to fetch the courses of an instructor with his with their, okay, not, we are not going to be his or hers, with their id. Fair enough. So let's start writing. How we will do that? Again, we will start with changing the delimiter first. We'll change the delimiter back to double slash. Okay, then what we will do, create procedure, uh yeah, get course by id. Fine, and here what we'll do, we will pass the course. Okay, so here sorry, here we will pass the parameter. What parameter? We need to pass instructor id. And how we pass it? So first we will write in, okay, that it should be in this. Okay, it should be in this column. So what is the column name? Instructor id. So we have to use we can't use the same variable instructor id, because then MySQL will get confused that you are talking about instructor id is a variable or instructor id as the name of the column. Okay, so what we will do, we will just write p as a parameter. Okay, and then we will write the same instructor id. It's not that you have to use p only. Okay, you can use anything. It's just we are writing a variable name. You can write your name over here. Okay, but whenever you are in the industry, we follow a standard. Okay, that it should, your variable name should tell us clearly that what exactly it is, right? So what it is, a parameter of instructor id that we are passing. Okay, and what is it? It is a type of what? It is a type of integer. So this is also you have to pass. P instructor id will be in that column instructor id, and it will be of type integer. Fine, fair enough. After that we will do begin and end. Okay, because whatever we will write, it will be between begin and end. Fine, and here we will write select, maybe what should we print? Title, prices, then created at. Okay, we'll do select title prices created at, um, from which table? From courses table. Okay, and what, where we have to use where instructor id equals to p instructor id. Okay, and this is done. So we will put the semicolon over here, and now how we will end, we will end this procedure with the delimiter, and the delimiter will be back to normal, delimiter semicolon. Fair enough. What we are doing, we created a procedure get course by id, and we are passing a parameter. Okay, and then begin select title prices created at from courses where instructor id equals to p instructor id. Very fair, very fair, I mean, very basic thing. Okay, we have already written this query above, right? But let's see that how we pass the parameter and argument, how they works over here. Okay, so if I'll just run it, uh, I guess we have an error. No. Oh, okay, okay. You don't have to run the delimiter. I sorry, I forgot. You don't have to run the delimiter. It's just there just so that you don't get the error. Okay, if you will run it, now our stored procedure has successfully run. Let's call it. Okay, how you will do? You will just write call and then this name of the function, name of the stored procedure. Okay, here and here you will pass the instructor ID. So let's pass instructor ID 10 maybe. Okay, if I will just run it, and here you go, my friends. We have title, prices, and created that. Okay, let's also maybe add instructor ID. Okay, uh, if I will run it, okay, and if I will do this now, uh, what happened? Oh, sorry. So we have already created the stored procedure. So now we have to, what we have to do, we have to alter it, and we are not going to do it. That's like, it's better that I will just delete this stored procedure and I will create again. Okay, that will be a good thing. But altering this is a next level headache. Okay, so we are not gonna do it. uh, we are not going to see it. And trust me, it's for the betterment of both of us. Okay, and also since we are going to change something that is between this begin and end. Okay, so you cannot change it. That's a bad thing about stored procedure, you can say. You can change something, that let's say you want to change the name of it, or you want to change the different parameter. These things you can change, but whatever is written between this begin and end, you just can't change it. That's not possible. Okay, to change this you have to delete this one. You have to delete this, then create a new one. Okay, and then you can do it. And how we do it, let me just show you. Okay, delete uh, stored procedure. Okay, and this is basically you can say a gotcha with MySQL stored procedure. um, Maybe the developer might have had something before creating it. You cannot alter this. So how you will drop it? So for that you have to do drop procedure and then the name of the procedure. Okay, get course by id. I will just use it over here. I will just do it, and if I'll just do, I will run it, and it's done. It's dropped now. Let's check the logs. Here, drop procedure, get course id. It's done. So now what we can do, now we can add, sorry, instructor id. Now we can add the instructor id. Now we can run this procedure. If I'll run it now, and let's just print it. Here we go, we got it. And there is one thing, okay, which I whenever you are dropping a stored procedure, okay, always use this if exists. Okay, always use this if exists. Or whenever you are creating a stored procedure, you can also do this. When you can just take this, okay, and you can just put it over here, this line, that okay, drop this if it is already exist, and then you start creating the new one stored procedure. Okay, just so that you don't get the error that okay, this procedure already exists. Got it? So this scenario happened just like accidentally, and accidentally you learn something amazing, which which was not in my head, that okay, I'm going to teach you, or whatever I have written over here, the contents, that okay, I'm going to teach you these topics. Okay, this was not written over here, that I'm going to teach you if exists or how to alter something. Okay, so whenever you have to edit the procedure, drop the procedure and create a new one. That's the rule of MySQL. Okay, basically just keep this in head, that okay, you cannot alter the stored procedure. It's one and the same thing. You cannot. Now let's create a stored procedure something more complicated. What we can do is, we have the enrollments table which stores student id and course id. Okay, that okay, which student is enrolled into which course. So what we'll do is we will check by passing a student id and course id. We will pass, okay, and we will check whether this student is enrolled into that particular course or not. If not, then we will uh, enroll them. And if the student is already enrolled into that course, then what we will do is we will then just say that okay, user is already enrolled or the student is already enrolled. Okay, so this will be a bit challenging thing because here we will write multiple queries inside the same what do you say, inside the same stored procedure. So let's start writing it. I'm just writing new procedure. I'm too lazy. Okay, what's the spelling of procedure? I forgot. Okay, CEDURE. Okay, new procedure. uh First and foremost thing, delimiter. We'll put delimiter, and then we'll do create procedure. And what should we name this? Get, or maybe a quick enroll. Okay, quick enroll. Here what we will do, we will pass two things, student id and course id. So maybe let's do p student id. Okay, um, int as well. Okay, and you see this, whenever let's say you have to write five different things, so you have to write this in and integer or varchar, whatever the variable is. Okay, you have to write it that many times. If we are passing two, so I will write it two times, p sorry, in p course id, uh, int. Okay. Let's just print the enrollment table once so that we can get some select asterisk from enrollments. If I will run it, I can see, so we have these many. We have student id, we have course id. Fine, the name. Okay, so now what we'll do, now we will begin, and we will write the end as well. Now whatever the query we have to write, we will write it over here. Fine. Now what we should do, uh, first we have to check whether the enrollment already exists or not. Like student id 12 is enrolled into course 1. So if I will pass the parameter as 12 and 1, it should say that okay, student is already enrolled. All right, so let's just do it. So what we'll do, we will check if exists or not. Okay, if exists or not, what exists. So what we'll do, select one. Okay, just select one uh, from enrollments where uh, student id equals to p student id and course id equals to, sorry, up, please just go away. Yep, p student id. Sorry, no, we don't have to put it. uh, Fair. What we are doing, if exists, okay, we will check, select one from enrollment where student id equal to because there are, the student can be enrolled into multiple courses, right? So just select one from where student id equal to p student id, the one we are passing, and course id should be the one, sorry, p course id, right? Yeah, p course id, where course id should match with the one we are passing, right? If it exists in the table already, then just tell me that, just give the output that okay, already enrolled. Okay, what we'll do then, select enrolled as status. Fine, then we will just show me that okay, the student is already enrolled. If the user is not in, if the student is not enrolled, then what we will do, now we will insert the details, right? So what we can do now is, if exists, then this, else. Okay, now we have to write else. And yes, my friends, if you didn't know this, we can write if else over here in MySQL too. Okay, so if exists this, then now we have to write else. So what we have to do, now we have to insert into enrollments with the student ID and course ID. Okay, insert into enrollments, student ID, course ID, and values will pass p student ID and p course ID. Okay, and after doing this, if the user is inserted, then also give me the status that, okay, yeah, user in student enrolled. Okay, so we'll do select enrolled, okay, as status. Fine. So we have if exists, then set the status as already enrolled. If it doesn't exist, then insert the detail and set the status as student enrolled. Fine. uh, what are we missing? Why we are getting the error? Statement is incomplete, expecting if. Oh, sorry, we have the if, so we have to end the if as well. How we finish, how we tell MySQL that if is finished, we'll write end if. Okay. Also the semicolon. So I think this is done. Let me just go through it once more, okay, so that we don't get into some issue. So the delimiter is set to double slash create procedure quick enroll. We are passing student ID integer, and then course ID as integer. Okay, begin, and the end is also there with delimiter. If exists, okay, then what exists, select one from enrollments where student ID equal to p student ID, course ID equal to p course ID. Okay, if it exists, then select already enrolled as status, else insert into enrollments p student ID, course ID, values p student ID, p course ID. Select uh, if the if once we enroll the user, then what we will do, select student enrolled as status, end if end. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's just try it. Let's just run it. Okay, and hope this is good. Let's just check the logs first. Yes, there is no error. I'm proud of myself. Okay, now let's try calling it. Okay, oh, sorry, where is, we have to pass some good data, right? uh so student 12 is enrolled into course 1 and course 9 as well. Let's enroll student 12 into course 3. Fine, student 12 in course 3, student 12 is not enrolled into course 3 currently. So what we will do, call quick enroll. Okay, and here we will pass student ID and course ID. Student ID is 12, okay, and course ID is 3. If I will run this, fingers crossed, we are going to get student enrolled, and we are going to get another result over here. Currently we have enrollment ID till 17. Hopefully we will get a new enrollment ID over here. If I will just run it, and here you can see, my friends, students enrolled. You see, let's just check the enrollment table. Here, if I will run it, we have enrollment ID 18. You can see student ID 12 is enrolled into course 3. Now let's run it again. If we will run it again, what will happen? It will give us that already enrolled, because now the user already exists. The student ID 12 is already enrolled into course 3. Okay, so let's just run the same thing again. If we will run it, See, already enrolled. You can see how many statements we have written over there. We have written if else. Okay, one, two, three, four statements we have written in just one stored procedure. And you can pass anything now. Okay, maybe I'll pass student one. Okay, in course 3, if I will just, let me just see what happens. Already enrolled. Let's try to enroll some new student to the course. Student 3 is enrolled in 589 course, but not in course 1, so we can enroll student 3 in course 1. Student 3, course id 1. If we will run this, student enrolled. See, my friends, you just wrote a function. Imagine if you have to write the same logic in the backend. Okay, what will happen? Obviously, you might be thinking that why we are doing this stuff, we can send the data to the backend and backend team will just handle it. I mean, if you are just the database guy, then the backend team will handle. If you are the backend person, okay, and you are also handling the database, then you have to make a choice whether to do it in backend or whether to do it on database. And here comes the two possibility. If you are a junior developer or inexperienced developer, what you will do, you will pass all the data to the backend, all irrelevant data to the backend, and there you will write this logic, which is very, very, very bad thing. Okay, if you don't know about system design, this is where you will, this is what you will do. You will write this logic on the backend. Now what you are doing, you are sending all the irrelevant data to the backend. This will slow down your application. Also, it will increase the cost of the application. So what we will do, we will send only the relevant data to the application. So we will write this logic in the database, right? So whenever you have to find the this quick enrollment thing, okay, you can simply call the quick enroll on the on your backend. You can just call the stored procedure on your backend, right? Now, and also in this stored procedure, you can write anything. Whether you have to join two tables, you can join the tables. You can do mathematical calculations on it. That will also work. You can write tons and thousands of your logic over here, and it will work super fine. This is where my stored procedure comes into picture. The stored procedure earlier we wrote, this one, these are just to tell you that okay, this is how we write the stored procedure. We don't write stored procedure for such things. Okay, whereas we write the stored procedure in the production for these things. If you have to write these logics, okay, then you have to create the stored procedure. That's the ideal way. So let's maybe, I was going to end this stored procedure right here, but let's see one more thing. uh, let's join tables and also do some mathematical calculations. Let's make it complicated. uh, Maybe since we are dealing with the courses, let's pass a course id. Okay, and with the passing the course id, what details I need, I need the title of the course. Okay, and how many students bought the course. Okay, and total revenue that we have earned from the course. Got it? And for that, what we have to do, we have to join two tables, courses and enrollments. Because how many students has enrolled into any courses, this detail is present in the enrollment table. Okay, and the title of the course and the how many students have bought the course, this is also in the enrollment table, sorry. So the title of the course and the revenue. Okay, these details we have to find from courses table and enrollments table, joining the table. So let's write a new stored procedure. Stored procedure to what? To join the table and calculations about money. Very important thing. Let's start whatever comes in your head. Limiter. Okay, I'm always very confused with this delimiter spelling. Okay, sorry for that. So I just this is how I type delimiter. Okay, delimiter done. Then what we'll do, create procedure, uh, 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 maybe revenue report, course revenue report. Course revenue report, here we will pass course id. Okay, p course id int. Fine. Here begin and end. Fine. And here what we have to do, we have to first print the details, that whatever details we need. So let's start with select c dot course, sorry, course title. No, sorry, c dot title, right? Now, why I'm writing C? I have to write again and again courses and enrollments. Why I'm just going to use alias, okay? So I'm just going to use alias. So that's why I'm just writing it C over here. Later I will assign the alias that courses as C. Okay. So select C dot title. I think this detail is enough. Okay. Now what we need? We need the details of students who bought this course. Okay. So we'll do count and uh, uh, enrollments. In enrollments we have to find this detail e dot student id. Okay, as total students. But how we will get this detail? We are getting an, the error is gone now. Now we have to calculate the revenue, and to calculate the revenue what we have to do, we have to multiply the prices and the students, right? How many students we have, okay, and we have to multiply that with the prices of the course. Fine. So for that what we have to do is c dot, we have prices we have in the courses table. So c dot prices, and then we have to multiply it with e dot enrollment table student id. Okay, sorry, count total student id, right? We are just going to find the total revenue. So we will multiply the price of the course with total number of students who are enrolled into that. So we need count. So count e dot student id, okay, as total revenue, maybe total revenue. Let's indent it nicely. Okay, indentation is very important. This will give extra marks on the interview. Okay, I mean, you don't get marks in the interview, but when a senior engineer is taking your interview, if you will indent your code nicely, then he will like consider you as a better, or the person who knows these things. Okay, because your code should look good, not just by the logic, but also just look good. Do the makeup of your code. Okay, so uh, from courses as C. Okay, I'll set the alias. I don't need as, I'll just put courses C. Okay, and now we have to join the table enrollments with course id. So we'll do join enrollments e on c dot course id equals to c dot course id equals to e dot course id. But the course id should match with the one that we are passing over here, right? So we have to add the where clause as well, where c dot course id equals to uh, p course id. And since we are using the counts, and also we have to also use group by. Okay, so we have to group by course id from the courses table, right? So group by c dot course id. and I think we are done. Now I'm not going to explain you why I'm writing the group by over here. Okay, if you don't understand why I'm writing group by, then just rewind the video, go to starting where I'm teaching the group by. Okay, and just learn it again, that why we use group by and where we use group by and on which column we use group by, that also. So let's see it once what we are doing. Create procedure course revenue report. Okay, we are passing the course id. I need the detail, the title of the course. Okay, and how many students enrolled into the course, and total revenue that we have generated from that till now. Let's say if a course, there is a MySQL course that goes for $10, and there is like 10 students enrolled into it. So 10 into 10, the profit is 100. So total revenue should be $100. Fine. So this is what we are doing. We are multiplying the prices of the from the courses table. Okay, courses dot price with the count of in student id in the enrollment table. Okay, from courses C. Okay, I just set the alias. Okay, join enrollments E on C course ID. Join the enrollments table. Okay, we are joining the courses and enrollments with what? Course ID from courses table and enrollment ID from course table. This is how we are joining it. Okay, then where we have to put the where clause, that we are not joining everything. We are only joining the enroll course id from courses and enrollment id, course id from enrollments, where course id is the one that matches with the one we are passing in the as a parameter, right? And then we'll group by the course id, and that's it. Let's just do it. Let's just run it. Okay, if I will simply run it, hopefully we don't have any error. Let's just check the logs, because even the logic is all in my head. So, and this is done, my friends. Let's test it. First, never forget to turn the delimiter back to the normal one. Okay, let's test it. Call revenue report. Okay, here we will pass maybe course id. Let's pass 3. Okay, if I will run it, here you see JavaScript 0 to hero, total students 3, and total revenue 119.97. Let's just check the price of the JavaScript course. uh, Here we will write, I will select asterisk from courses. If I will run it, we'll see over here. Okay, it says 119.97 in 3 students. Okay, so let's see the prices of JavaScript 0 to hero. It says 39.99. Okay, so 39 39.99 into 3, 119.97. It's perfectly correct, right? If 3 student is enrolled into this course, we got the same revenue, right? If we'll do this, you see we got 119. Let's change the course. Maybe let's put the course 1. Hopefully we have the course 1. Yeah, MySQL 0 to hero, 3 students enrolled into it, total revenue 59.97. Course 7 we have, I think we have, yeah, Munstack we have just 1 student, total revenue 69.99 dollars. So you see, my friends, this is how we write the stored procedure. Okay, you can write any number of logic over here, anything. This is very basic thing. I still remember I had written a stored procedure that goes of 50 lines. The stored procedure, I still remember that day, and it has multiple if else cases. There are multiple uh, mathematical formulas that we used. Okay, multiple things, and that's how we write in the industry. Because this is if you are giving a interview for a bit experience, maybe 3-4 years of experience in backend developer. Okay, and if they have some work of with the data, then be prepared for interview, that they are going to ask the write a stored procedure in the interview. For sure they will give you a scenario, and you have to write the stored procedure for that. For sure, be prepared with it. So this is how we write the stored procedure. And with this, I'm ending this stored procedure right here. All right. So we have seen stored procedure. Now there is one more last thing that I want to discuss before I wrap up this MySQL zero to hero, and you will be hero in this scenario if you have followed the course till now and if you are practicing. So there is another thing that is called triggers. So currently you saw that we wrote stored procedures, and how this stored procedures is working when we call this function, right? So you have to manually call the stored procedure, then it will work. Okay. uh, I mean, that's the nature of every function. You have to call the functions, whether you call it manually or sometimes you automate it with something. Okay. But here in this case, stored procedure, we are calling it manually, then only it will work. Okay. So now we are going to see a new thing that is called trigger. uh, is the text visible nicely? Let me increase a bit. Let me just check if everything is visible. Yeah, it is visible to you. So triggers are something that runs automatically. They are like a motion detector sensor, you can say. When I can write a trigger that, okay, if there is any changes in this database, then just instantly do this or do that. Okay. So it will work automatically. Let's say I say that, okay, whenever a new student joins, okay, just inform me, send me an email that, okay, new student joined in the system. Okay. And the trigger will do that. So this is what trigger is actually. Okay. Let's understand it with the scenario. Let's say I want to catch a thief. uh, I'm not police, but it's like, let's say a scenario. We have an instructor, okay, and instructors can update their course prices. But what if an instructor goes rogue, okay, and changes $100 course to just $1, right? We will go bankrupt, right? Or let's say instructor decided to make his $1 course to $100, then the students will go bankrupt. Okay. And so basically we need an audit log, a log that will automatically be generated whenever an instructor will make any changes to the course prices. Okay. uh, then the log will be generated in a specific table automatically. We are not going to do it manually. Okay. I mean, we are not going to add the logs manually. Whenever there will be any changes in the prices by any instructor, the logs will change. I mean, the logs will be generated in the new table. Okay. And not just the price, we can say that, okay, which course has changed, what was the old price, what is the new price of that. Okay. And when did it happen, when the instructor changed the price of the course. We will track all of this. Okay. Something like a black box. And if you will see our current tables, if I will run it, these are the tables we have in our database, right? Courses, dashboard report, enrollments, payment archive. Payment archive is nothing, we just copied it and I showed you how you can copy it. Okay. uh, and the users. Fine. These are the things we have till now. So we cannot store the audit log anywhere, any one of these database. We cannot store the audit log in any one of these databases. So what we have to do, we have to create a new table, maybe a course price log or course price audit, something, right? So that we can store the logs there. I mean, not we, the trigger will store the logs there. So let's create the table first. So what all things we are going to put in that table? Let's create right here now, since we are making this nice diagram. So let's first create here and then we will move. Okay. So let's just jump into the code section, and here we will write about the new table. Okay. That is a course audit table. So what all things this first table, course audit table. Fine. And what should we add? First and foremost thing, and the most important thing, will be id. Okay. So audit id. Audit id will be of type uh, integer. Okay, and it will be auto increment and primary key. Auto, we don't have to write the, we are not creating the table, right? We are just making the diagram. So for that, here we have to write primary key and increment. This is done. What all things we need in this? A course id should be there, right? That which course has changed. So there will be a course id, again of type integer, and we need old price, new price, and change that. Okay, so for that we can just do old price. It will be of type decimal. Hope you know at now, right, that why I'm writing decimal. I have already told you like couple of times that whenever you have to store the payments, always use decimals. Okay, and decimal will be of 10 to is what we are using. Okay, then there will be new price. Okay, again same decimal 10 to, and change that when the course price changed. Okay, it will be a timestamp. You know what I'm doing, right? I'm not creating the table currently. I'm just creating a diagram first. Okay, then we will create the table. I'm just showing you over here. So change that will be of timestamp, and we'll make a default now. This is a very nice website, db diagram. I'll put the link below. Okay, and I'm going to add all the resources that I have showed you and that I have used. Okay, don't worry about it. I will add the diagram, I will add all this code so that you can get this table in your system. So yeah, I think that's it. Let me just close this one. uh, do we need anything else? No, we don't. So this is the table we have. We are not connecting it with anything, no primary key, no secondary key. Okay, because we are just storing the logs. It will store the logs of all the courses that we have. I mean all the courses that are going to be changed. Okay, so it has nice audit id, course id, old price, new price, and change that. It will be a timestamp. Fine, this is the table we are going to make. Now let's write the database code of creating the table. um, Create audit log table. Fine, what name we put? Course audit table. Okay, course audit table is bit wrong, doesn't, don't you think it sounds? Maybe course price audit will be good, right? Course price audit, because that's what we are tracking. Course, let me change here as well. Please get off. Course, course price audit. Fine. uh, the first thing will be audit id. It will be of type integer. uh, Auto increment first, and it will be a primary key. What's this error? Why it is crying? Oh, I have added the comma. So yeah, so we have audit id, then we need a course is course id. It will be of type integer. Okay, then we need old price will be of type decimal 10 to. Fine, then we need a new price. um New price will also be of type decimal, same 10 to. Okay, then we need change that. Okay, change that will be a timestamp, and default will be current timestamp. Default will be current timestamp. Fine. Do you think we are making any mistakes? I don't see any mistakes, so let me just run it and see if our table is created or not. If I will just run it, let me just hit show tables, and course price audit is here, my friends. So you got it, what we are going to do, right? If instructor makes any changes to their course price, okay, then those details should be added in this table. Okay, and we can verify this table whenever we want. We can see those details. Okay, and it will happen automatically. I'll show you. So now we have to create the trigger. Sorry, I mean trigger. So a trigger should run before or after. uh, let's use after, so that we can confirm the changes. Like trigger should be happen like when the price changed. Okay, then we will run the trigger. And the process of creating trigger is very similar as the process of writing the stored procedure. First, and create trigger. Okay, this is just a comment. So first and foremost thing, we will change the delimiter back to double slash. Okay, and let's also add delimiter back to semicolon. Fine. Now here we will write our trigger. So first will be create trigger, and we have to give our trigger a name. Maybe audit price change. Okay, uh, no, this is good. This indentation is good. uh, on change. No, 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 not on change. After update on courses. Okay, create trigger audit first price change after update on courses. That means this is just the name of the trigger. Okay, this is how we tell the MySQL that okay, create the trigger, and after update on the courses, when there will be any update on the courses table. Okay, then update then run this trigger. Okay, you will understand it. Let's just keep moving first. Okay, and you will understand it. So for each row. Okay, for each row, like, because if you'll not add for each row, then what it will do is it will basically, let's say I did that update course price as 10, and let's say 5 rows affected, then what it will do, it will run this trigger 5 times, and it will catch everything. That's why we are using for each row. Every row that changes, run this trigger that much time. Okay, if there is 5 row affected after my update on the courses table, okay, then this trigger should run 5 times. This is what for each row means. Okay, for changes in each row, just run it. Begin, and there will be end too. Okay, and here we will check old and new. There is a thing in MySQL. Here we use in the trigger. Old means it tracks your old price, and new means it will check the latest price. Okay, it is already there in MySQL. How? Here I will do for old. Okay, dot prices not equals to new dot prices. If old dot prices is not equal to new dot prices, if both are different, I mean the price is changed. Okay, then what we will do, we will insert the data into our just the course price audit table. Okay, then what we will do, insert into course price audit course id. Okay, uh, old price and new price. Okay, now we have to pass the values. So we can track it from any old or new. Old dot course id. Okay, old price will be old dot price, and new price will be new dot price. Sorry, the name of our column is prices, not price. In our courses table, the name is prices, not price. Okay. uh, 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 Now what, let's just indent it first. Okay, now here we will write endif. So now that I have written, now let me explain you this. This basically works as a automated security guard basically. Okay, whenever a new thing will add in the courses table, okay, I mean every time someone changes the price of the in the courses table, this trigger will wake up. Okay, this guard will wake up, and it will check the difference with old price and new price. Okay, and it will write the report in our course price audit table. So let's understand it line by line. So create trigger audit price change. What it is, I'm telling MySQL that hey MySQL, I'm creating a new security guard. Okay, and this is his name, audit price change. Why the name? Because in MySQL everything gets stored. So when I'm creating a trigger, then I have to name it something, some unique name, so that I can later use it, or I have to delete it or change it or anything, or I have to use call it. Okay, for anything, so I have to give it a name. So I need that name whenever I need to make any changes. Okay, so that we can find it later on in our database. That's why there is a name. And then there is thing after update on courses. Now after update on courses means when this security guard should wake up, when there will be any changes in the prices of any course, then I want the report in our new table. Okay, this is what it is telling, that after update on courses table. Now for each row, that means run this logic, okay, for every single row that has been changed or that has been updated in that courses table. Okay, so let's say I did update course set price equal to 10. Okay, for 100 courses in one. Okay, I just bulk updated the courses. Okay, so I made changes to 100 rows. Now if I will not write this for each row, then what a trigger will do, trigger will just run once. Okay, and it will give you some reports. But if I will write for each row, then it will run 100 times for each 100 row, and it will give you all 100 rows, the new price and the old price and when it was changed. And the begin, we already saw that. Okay, from here the list of instructions starts. Then here we are checking if old price not equal to new prices. Now from where this old and new came, we didn't define these variables. Okay, so from where they came, so MySQL provides them automatically whenever you will create a trigger. Okay, this is basically old is here, that it understand it like two snapshot or the database, what do we say, database backup. Okay, so whenever there will be any changes in the prices, the old variable will catch the previous price before the update happened. Let's say the earlier price was $100 and I changed it to 10. So the old will store 100. Okay, and the new will store the latest price that we changed, that is 10. Okay, so this is what old versus new thing over here is. It is provided by MySQL triggers, and this is basically telling that okay, if they both are different or not, this is what we are checking. Okay, they are not equal. Okay, if old price not equal to new prices, then what we are going, then we are just inserting the data. Now why I added this, because I don't want to like bombard our courses price audit table with any irrelevant data. I only need the data in this table when there is any update in the courses, not without that, not without updated. Okay, so now let's just run this. Okay, and let's see if everything is working fine or not. Okay, let's see. I run it. Let's just check the logs if everything is fine or not. Yes, trigger is created. Now unlike the stored procedure, you don't call it and see, we will see it. So if I will do currently select asterisk from what table we created, I forgot the name. Okay, let me just copy it. Course price audit, select asterisk from course price audit, and there is nothing, it's empty. Okay, now if I will do select asterisk from courses, If I will run it, I see all these details. Okay, let's change MySQL. So it's currently 19.99, right? So let's change it to maybe 199 or 99.99. Okay, let's just change it to 99.99. So how we will do that? We will update the table. Update courses. I'll do set prices equal to 90, no, maybe 99.99, 99.99. Okay, where course id equal to 1. The course id of MySQL 0 to hero is 1. So you see the earlier price is 19.99. Okay, now we are updating it. Let's just update it. And now if I will print the courses table, first let me print the price updated. Now let's say print the course price audit. Okay, we have just updated the courses table. We have not touched anything in the course price audit. Let me just run this. Here you go. Audit id 1, course id 1, old price 19.99, new price 99.99. See my friends, this is how you can keep a track on in MySQL database. You can create trigger for anything. No, don't create it for anything. Okay, I mean when it is relevant, when you have to track such things, something like a sensor or motion detector, like that. Whenever you have to do some things, just create the trigger. It's same as the logic is very much same. Okay, just like you create the stored procedure. We have already seen plenty of examples for stored procedure. I showed you 3 4 stored procedure by creating it. Okay, you have to write the same, just you have to add these things. Okay, and nothing else. Rest everything is same. The logic will be your same SQL query, right? And with this, my friends, congratulations, you have successfully completed the database engineering portion of this course. Okay, look at what you have built till now. We had nothing. We started with complete scratch, something like MySQL row and column work, mindset. Okay, but look now what we have built now. We have a users table, we have a payments, we have courses, we have enrollments, we have multiple relationships over here, one to one, one to many. Okay, we created a very nice and industry standard schema. Okay, users, courses, enrollments and all. We have safety, we use acid properties for our transactions. Then we have speed, everything is working super fine. We have created indexes. Okay, we have indexes in our table. If you don't remember it, you can see it here. Indexes. Yeah, indexes we have in the enrollments table, student id and course id. In the enrollments table, we have these student id and course id as indexes. Okay, then we have written logics, we have written stored procedures to enroll the students automatically, right? Then we have written triggers to track the very uneven changes of the course price by instructors. Okay, so if you have followed this course till here, you are no longer a front end engineer, you are a complete database engineer now. Okay, you are a backend engineer now. So basically you are no longer a front end engineer who just knows SQL a bit. No, you are a backend engineer now. So I can proudly say that you have officially graduated from MySQL 0 to hero course over here. But I want to be real for a moment. uh, is this 100%? Did you learn from my did you learn MySQL from this? Yes. uh, will you be able to implement this MySQL and at a huge level on your own after following this course till here? Yes. But is this 100%? Is this 100% of MySQL? You have mastered everything in MySQL? And let me break your bubble. No, my friends. There is no such thing as called as 100% knowledge in technology. Even after 8 years of my experience, okay, I'm still learning new things about database, clustering, sharding, replications and all. I'm learning these things every single day by learning it, by watching it, okay, by following the blogs and all. Okay, learning never stops. And you should never say about anything that okay, I know 100% in on anything. If someone or anyone tells you that okay, they know 100% of any, maybe a guy knows 100% Python or Java or MySQL or anything, they are lying. No one knows 100% of anything. Okay. So what is the secret of becoming a good developer? uh, there is a difference between developer and good developer. And if you have to be a good developer, then you have to be keep learning, keep practicing. Okay. Break things, fix it, just keep writing the logics, keep writing the SQL queries. Okay. And keep making scenarios in your head that okay, I'm making maybe a food delivery app. Okay. And what if someone cancels the order? Then what will happen, how the database will handle it, how we are going to track it. Make the scenario in your head and write the query and see it whether this is working fine or not. Make the inventory thing, make a gym management library, anything. Okay. Write the query, break things, then fix it. And this is how you will learn. This is what separates a developer from good developer. You have to keep learning. Good developer is not someone who just write the code in one go and it will run. No. Before 100% compile a successful compilation, there are tons of errors that you have to deal. Maybe if you see someone that he just wrote a code and it worked perfectly fine in one go, then in his head he's compiled the entire code. He has reached at that level that he can compile the line by line, debug the code line by line. That's why the code worked perfectly fine in one go. And hey, you are not alone in this. Make the projects, and if you get stuck anytime, at any place, you have any doubt in this video, anything, or you want me to make videos on any more topic related to this or anything, just put that in the comment section. Or better, I have added the Discord link in the description. Join the Discord channel. You can reach out to me there. Okay. And I will be very happy to help you all the time. Okay. Like literally my Discord is open in my phone and my system all the time. So you can just ping me anywhere. You can connect me via Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever you feel to do that. Don't hesitate. I'll be very happy to help you, because by helping someone, this is how I believe that I learn. Okay. Even before creating this course, okay, I even though I'm working with MySQL from a very long time, still I learned a lot. Okay. Even though like I have a notes opened over here. Okay. uh, Not the script or anything, and notes that okay, I'm going to teach this topic, this topic, this topic. And there is for a few important things that even I forgot. Okay. Like the delimiter thing that I forgot before writing the stored procedure, but I had it here in my notes that okay, we have to start with the delimiter. Even the very experienced 10 or 15 years of experienced developers forget these things. There is a very famous meme about centering a div that okay, even experienced developers don't know how to center a div like that. So this is it. Okay, enough talk about this. And we are not ending the course over here. Okay, we are now moving to the VS Code. Okay, I'm going to use Node.js and I will show you how you can connect your database to your code. And that will be very interesting, my friends. So I'm not going to make a very complete full stack course management system over here. Okay. And not a full stack toaster school over here. If you want me to make it, then put that in the comment section and I will make it. That's my promise to you. I will make it. Just put that in the comment section if you need it. Okay. If there will be more comments asking that, then I will make it. Otherwise, I'm going to show you how we connect the database and I will show you a few queries that how we run from the code. And for that, I will use MySQL. Fine. Let's do it. Okay. So I have it here now. Let me first. So I have my VS Code over here. Okay. Uh, I think my Copilot is on. So let me just turn it off for now. Okay. Because I don't want to show you by AI written code. Okay. I want to write every code and I will show you. I will turn it off. I will just disable the extension itself. Yep. Disable, please. Please disable it. Let me just restart it for you. Let's create a new folder, maybe toaster backend. Toaster backend, fine. uh, Hope you are familiar with Node.js. If not, then just follow me. I'm not going to teach you Node.js over here. Okay, I'm just showing you on Node.js that how we run, how we connect the database. So let's first open the terminal. The first law of developers. Is it visible in my OBS? Yeah, it is visible. um, Toaster backend. Okay, so for that, how we are going to start the project? In Node.js, we start the project with npm init. Okay, and I will just add why I'm not going to make any changes to it. Just keep it as it is. We do it so that now we can store the necessary packages. Now we have a file over here, package.json, you see. Okay, so now what we'll do, we will install the necessary packages that we need. And we need two very important things. First, MySQL and dot environment. Okay, there is a package. Okay, uh, like if you'll go over here, npm, and you go to this npmjs.com, then over here this is a place where you will find a lot of cool packages. The one we are going to use is MySQL 2. Okay, uh, this is the one we are going to use. It was published 10 days ago, the latest one version. Okay, otherwise it is coming from very long time. You see how many weekly downloads it has. Okay, and you will find all the documentation over here. I don't need the documentation. I read the documentation so that you don't have to. Okay, so let's just install the packages. How we install it? So npm I or install, it's one and the same thing. Okay, you can write npm install or npm I, it's the same thing. We need mysql 2 and we need .env. Why .env? Because whatever the code we are writing, okay, it should be production level code. So .env is something we use, environment variables where we store all our credentials, like where we will install, create our, and save our MySQL credentials. Okay, so we need these two packages. We'll hit enter, and oh, I wrote don't env. I'm so sorry. Uh, I need .env. Okay, then you can see we have node modules over here. It has both the packages, all these packages. Okay, we have .env, MySQL 2. uh, just go away, man. So now let's first create our environment file. Okay, we create .env. Okay, and here we will write all the environment variables, like MySQL host equal to, what's our host? Our host is localhost. You can check your details. Okay, but mostly if you are running on your local system, then it will be localhost. Then we need MySQL user. My user is root. Okay, then I need MySQL password, and MySQL password, what was my password? I'll verify my user ID and password. Just give me a minute. I'll do MySQL -h localhost -u root -p. If I'll do write this password, yes, my password is correct. um, my password is very strong. Okay, please don't keep such passwords. Okay, I don't use MySQL in my local. Okay, I use it on AWS, or I have other MySQL databases uh, from online services. I use there. I just installed it to show you. Okay, so I have host, user, password, and we also need name of the database. Okay, so MySQL database equals to what's the name of our database? Toaster School. Fine, this is done. MySQL, we have host name, user, password, and database. Get all these details from your local host, I mean from your database, and then we will move ahead. So now we have to create the connection. Okay, and for that I will create maybe a new file, maybe db.js. Here we will create the connection. So we remember we installed MySQL. Okay, and .env, this is where we are going to import those packages. So const mysql equals to uh, sorry, I switched into React for a moment. Okay, MySQL to, okay, we have it. Then we need const. No, we don't need const. We can simply just do require dot env. Okay, dot config. Okay, this will give us all the environment variable that we just created. Okay, so now we have to create a connection pool. Okay, we use basically a connection pool to manage the connections automatically, and you don't have to create anything. MySQL, this package that we installed, okay, this already gave us. Let me just increase the size. It was too much. I think this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. I need this a bit more. Now it is fine. I guess now you can see it. Okay, so now we'll do const pool equals to mysql dot. Here you can see we got all the options. Create pool. Okay, and here we will pass all the details. We have to pass host. So for that host we have to do process dot, please don't, process dot env dot mysql host. Okay, this is how you access the environment variable, process dot env dot the name of the variable. So you can see over here the name is mysql host. I use process dot env dot host. Okay, then we need user, password, and database. So I need user is also same, process dot env dot mysql. Let me just copy this part over here. MySQL user, then we need password. Okay, and this and password, and then what we need else, host, user, password, and database. Now we have to also add few more things, uh, like we have to wait for the connections that first make the database connection. Okay, then we have to add a connection limit, so that how much connections there will be at one time maximum. Okay, I mean max, let's say if I'll add the connection limit 10, then maximum of 10 people can query the database at exact same time, in the like in the same milliseconds. Okay, so let's add wait for connections. Yeah, true, please wait for connections. Then what we need, connection limit. Connection limit, let's add 10. Maximum of 10 people can query at the same exact same time in 1 milliseconds. Okay, then should we add queue limit? Let's add it. It's just that how many of them can be in the queue. Let's give it 0. There should not be any queue. uh, so this is done, the pool is done. Now we have to use this pool. Okay, so let's just export this and we will use it in our main index file. Okay, module dot exports equals to pool dot promise. Okay, if you don't know this, then check out my JavaScript 0 to hero playlist in the channel. So I think this is done. If there will be any error, we'll fix it. Okay, then let's create a new file, index.js. Okay, and here I need that the one we exported, db. Okay, so const db equals to require dot slash db. Okay, we uh, imported that pool over here. Now we have to use it, so we have to test our connection. So let's maybe write the same name of the function, async function test connection. uh, it's not function, it's function, async function. Okay, test connection. uh, let's write a try catch block. Whatever we will write, it will be in the try catch block. Catch if there is any error. Okay, then just maybe console log the error in connecting db plus err dot message. Now let's print some data from the database. That is how we will get to know that, okay, if this connection is working fine or not. Okay, so for that we'll do const uh, let's print all the data from the users table. Okay, so there will be a lot of data, so let's get them in an array. So we'll do await db dot query. Okay, and write the query, maybe select what happened to my typing today, select asterisk from users. Fine, and yeah, that's fine. Let's print the detail, console.log. Here are the user details. Okay, and in another log, console.log, I will just print rows. Fine. Let's just call the function as well. Otherwise, what's the point of writing a function where you are not going to call it? So I think this is done. We have a connection, we have all the details. Now just fingers crossed, and let's just run it. Okay, how we will run it? Node index.js. If I will run it, yes, you see, we have all the details. You see, we got all the users over here. Here are the user details: John Doe, Priyanshu Dubey, Jane Cow, and all. So there it is, my friends. This might just look a normal text in the terminal to you, but this is a handshake between your database and your backend system. Okay, uh, I could have gone more deeper into this, but now this will stretch the length of the video a lot. Okay, and there is no point in creating this video very long. So uh, I will stop right here, because I can just keep going. I can just create express server, I can write the API routes for this, login, buy courses. I can build a React frontend so you can actually click buttons okay, to buy these courses. Basically we could turn this into a full stack production app. Okay, but that is a completely different beast. Okay, that is a almost 3-4 hours course on backend engineering. Okay, and this video about mastering the MySQL that we did. Okay, and I think not just did, we have crushed it. We have seen everything that like I have came across uh, in the database thing in my life. So I will just leave this decision to you. If you want to see part 2 with this full stack toaster school application, then just where we take this database and build an actual toaster school website with Node, React, then drop a comment below saying that we want full stack. Okay, put that in the comment section, then I will make you. Okay, if I'll see enough comments, I will record that video in the next week for sure. So for now, my friends, just pat yourself on your back from my side. Okay, you went from knowing nothing about database, or you might know previously. Let's just say that you might not know anything about database. Uh, till you came at this point that you can write anything in the database. I have shown you everything that how you write. Now it's up to you that how you apply those things. That logic will be on you, and logic will come by practicing it. So keep practicing. That's from my end. Okay, so just keep practicing, break your database, fix it again, keep breaking, keep fixing. Okay, and I'll see you in the next one. Toaster Code signing off. Thank you.